The sight, a simple desert tent. The discussion, the complex issues now facing Iraq and U.S. military officers. But when it was over, the words used by U.S. Commander General Norman Schwarzkopf, agreement and cooperation. Hello, I'm Don Miller at CNN Center in Atlanta.
I'm David French in Washington. Welcome. More on the ceasefire in just a moment. But first, this story from the UN. Iraq's ambassador to the UN said the words that loved ones of 10 POWs have been waiting for. Just moments ago, he announced their release.
As a matter of fact, we have already, I believe, released 10 POWs as a gesture of goodwill. 6 of them are American citizens, including one of them, the young lady that was captured a few days ago.
While the name of the female prisoner of war released is not yet known exactly, it could be Army Specialist Melissa Rathburn Neely. She is the only American female to be listed as missing in action. The 20-year-old is from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Let's go now to Wolf Blitzer. He's at the Pentagon with the latest on this from there. Wolf.
David, here at the Pentagon, there is no confirmation that the Iraqis have released anyone or are about to release anyone. In fact, officials here at the Pentagon say they are checking right now with the U.S. military headquarters in Riyadh, CENTCOM, the Central Command. There is no confirmation at CENTCOM yet that any American or other allied prisoners of war have been released or are about to be released. And the Pentagon is also checking with the International Red Cross in Geneva, Switzerland. There is no confirmation coming from the Red Cross either. Certainly, officials here would welcome the release of American and other allied prisoners of war, and they suggest that it's possible that the Iraqis could release some prisoners of war. They note that earlier today, General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander of Operation Desert Storm, after this initial ceasefire meeting with his Iraqi counterparts, raised the possibility that there could be some sort of symbolic release of allied prisoners of war very soon. In fact, General Schwarzkopf said, quote, "We have also asked that as a token of good faith on both sides, that we have a symbolic release immediately. And I feel sure, based upon our discussions, that such a symbolic release should take place." Again, though, there is no confirmation from the Pentagon that any American or other allied prisoners of war have yet been released. David?
Thank you, Wolf. We also should point out that there's no confirmation from the White House at this hour either, and repeating, the Iraqi ambassador to the United Nations says that 10 allied prisoners of war have been released as a gesture of goodwill, that 6 of them are Americans, and that of those 6, 1 is a woman. With other news now, Don Miller in Atlanta.
A United Airlines jet with 25 people on board crashed today in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Everyone on the plane was reported killed. United Flight 585 started out in Peoria, Illinois. It had made stops in Moline, Illinois, and in Denver. The Boeing 737 was carrying 20 passengers and a crew of 5 as it approached Colorado Springs. Then, at about 10 in the morning, at 2 miles south of the airport, something went wrong. The pilot never called in to say what the emergency was. Eyewitnesses say the plane veered sharply and nosedived into the ground, then exploded. It left a blackened scar near some apartments. There were many eyewitnesses, and their stories all sounded about the same.
Anybody? There was. Come out of the plane? No, I didn't see anyone come out that plane. Because it caught on fire? It caught on fire when it hit here, and it flipped over. And it just flipped right over these trees right here, and it landed right there.
Well, we were sitting there watching TV. Next thing you know, there was a sonic boom that knocked a bunch of pictures off the wall. And next thing you know, big explosion right there. If it was any lower, it would have hit us.
The weather was clear, but there was some high gusty winds at the time of the crash. During this hour, a crew of investigators from the National Transportation and Safety Board is scheduled to leave for the crash site. We will have a live report from the scene in just a few minutes.
And a Navy plane crashed into a suburban Chicago street today, killing all 3 crewmen aboard, but causing no injuries on the ground. The plane, a T-39 Sabreliner, went down in a residential neighborhood a half-mile south of the Glenview Naval Air Station. Witnesses said the pilot appeared to make heroic actions in order to avoid hitting homes. Navy officials were asked about the mission.
It was not a training mission. It was a tasked mission to pick up passengers.
By radio, was there any indication the plane was in trouble?
I truly don't know that now. We haven't had time to talk to the tower controllers or look at the tapes, and all that will be done via the accident investigation.
What's the damage and injury on the ground?
I'm like you. I've looked at the houses around here. It appears that no house was extensively damaged, but obviously, you know, all claims will be fairly compensated by the Navy.
The names of the victims are being withheld pending notification of next of kin.
Allied troops captured more than 1,400 Iraqi soldiers on a Kuwaiti island today. Failaka Island is located northeast of Kuwait City. At a military briefing in Riyadh, Marine Brigadier General Richard Neal told how Allied troops took so many Iraqi prisoners.
For the past several days, we have been using loudspeakers to address the Iraqi forces on Failaka Island. Beginning at 0500 this morning, helicopters with loudspeakers flew around Failaka Island telling Iraqis where to assemble for pickup, those that desire to become EPWs, enemy prisoners of war. There was no sign of Iraqi opposition. We worked in coordination with the Kuwaiti commander who took charge of the EPWs on the island. Coalition forces took over 1,405 EPWs.
U.S. officials say large groups of Iraqi troops surrendered waving white flags.
As we noted, today's biggest developments in the Persian Gulf War took place in a small green tent in southern Iraq. CNN's Tom Mintier has a report on the formal ceasefire talks there.
As General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander-in-chief of Operation Desert Storm, flew into Iraq, he couldn't help but notice the empty spots in the sand. Iraqi tanks once occupied these positions. Now they are nowhere in sight. Instead, he met forces of the coalition on the ground inside Iraq. At the Safwan airfield, nearly 40 kilometers south of the Iraqi city of Basra, a small green tent became the focus of the world's attention. As General Schwarzkopf walked toward the tent, he left little doubt about his position.
I'm not here to give them anything. I'm here to tell them exactly what we expect them to do.
A delegation of 8 Iraqi soldiers, led by a lieutenant general, arrived shortly thereafter. The Iraqis were met by a massive display of coalition military hardware, something they became acutely aware of over the past weeks. They were asked to leave their weapons behind before approaching the tent. Inside, the two sides met for about 2 full hours around a simple table to work out the details of a ceasefire. The meeting had a long agenda. Topping it was the issue of the quick release of prisoners of war and a guarantee of no more hostilities. A smiling General Schwarzkopf emerged from the tent to report that all issues had been resolved to his satisfaction.
The most important point that we discussed was the immediate release of all prisoners of war.
At the top of the Iraqi agenda was the withdrawal of coalition forces now deep inside Iraq, something General Schwarzkopf said could occur soon.
Upon the signing of a ceasefire, but not before, all coalition forces will be drawn back from Iraqi territory that we currently occupy.
The Iraqi delegation told the coalition members that they would take the proposal back to Baghdad. The Allies had phone lines available at the meeting site. The Iraqis no longer have a communication system. Just when a ceasefire agreement might be signed has not been finalized, but a second meeting place has already been agreed to by both sides if further details need to be worked out. But General Schwarzkopf appeared to indicate that may not be necessary, saying a major step toward peace has already occurred in a small green tent in the middle of the desert. Tom Mintier, CNN in occupied Iraq.
Coming up, U.S. military strategy against Iraq may be easing, but the White House is not letting up on its tough talk against Saddam Hussein. We'll have a report from the White House.
Hey, Bill, want to catch the game down at the school?
In a minute. Something important just came in the mail.
Mail? More important than football?
Oh, yeah. It's from Fidelity Investments. It's the free fact kit I called for.
Fact kit? What's it about?
Fidelity's Spartan Money Market Fund. It's one of the highest yielding money market funds available today, and it offers money market stability.
How does it offer such high current yields?
Through low operating expenses.
Oh.
And with Spartan, I pay only for the transactions I make, like check writing.
So you have convenient access to your money. Sounds great.
And Spartan guarantees low operating expenses through 1995.
How do I get one of these?
Call now toll-free for your free fact kit. Find out more about the high current yields of the Spartan Money Market Fund. You'll also get Fidelity's free bonus booklet, How to Choose a Money Market for the 90s. Call now, 1-800-221-5800, and let Fidelity show you how. Minimum investment $20,000.
We're about to prove a point. On the right, a pie wrapped in saran wrap. On the left, Reynolds and Glad. Knowing a bear won't eat what he can't smell, which one holds an odor and freshness better? Saran wrap. Nothing protects food better.
I watched what I ate, worked out on my Easy Glider, and lost 75 pounds.
Some say it's the #1 fitness exercise. Just 20 minutes every other day firms all major muscle groups.
It's just a tremendous workout.
Dual resistance allows you to adjust tension for both legs and upper body.
The bikes only work on certain parts of your body. Easy Glider works on all over.
And this handsome unit folds down quickly for easy storage.
Shape up and slim down with Easy Glider.
When you watch This Week in the NBA, you see more than just basketball. You get the Mailman, Magic, Sir Charles, and Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood. It's more than just another basketball show. This Week in the NBA, tonight at 6:30 Eastern on CNN.
In the field, battle-weary soldiers anxiously waited for some encouraging word that could send them home soon. Jim Hill reports on how some of them view Sunday's ceasefire talks.
After 7 weeks of war, the line in the sand finally stopped here. General Norman Schwarzkopf said his first talks with Iraqi military leaders resulted in agreement on all issues leading to a permanent truce. At military bases like this one in Saudi Arabia, troops listened after weeks of fighting.
I feel kind of relieved in a way because now it seems like it's finally over.
The Allied forces had set a number of conditions for the Iraqis. First, a release of all prisoners. 9 Americans are believed to be among the 13 Allied prisoners of war. And Iraq is also thought to be holding more than 20,000 Kuwaiti citizens. The Allies are also demanding the location of all land and sea mines laid by Iraq. And measures must still be taken to make sure Allied and Iraqi forces don't make contact and threaten the ceasefire. Iraq's agreement to return all prisoners was clearly a major part of the first talks in the desert, and clearly a major concern for the Allied men and women who've done the fighting.
We've got to get those guys back. They don't deserve to be left back behind.
I don't want any of our people left over here.
The troops say they're pleased that their efforts have apparently led to a good start on peace talks, but they're still skeptical. Many have spent 7 months in the Gulf and have seen Saddam Hussein's handiwork up close.
I don't think that they should trust him as far as they could pick him up and throw him.
To be sure, the talks are not based simply on trust. Allied forces control a large chunk of southern Iraq. They've also devastated 40 out of 42 Iraqi military divisions. Those are big bargaining chips that the troops hope will end the game for good.
Basically, I don't want to come back here.
So far, there's no word on a firm timetable for sending the troops home. Jim Hill, CNN, Saudi Arabia.
Again, updating, 10 prisoners of war have been released, according to the Iraqi officials in New York, and 6 of them are Americans, 1 a woman.
As we promised a short time ago, we're going to switch live to Colorado Springs, Colorado for more details on today's United Airlines crash that killed 25 people. Joining us is Darren Duarte from television station KMGH. Darren, what can you tell us?
Don, United Flight 585 did crash in this park behind me, which is just about 2 miles south of the Colorado Springs Airport. This is a residential area, and people who lived in apartments nearby said they could hear the jet flying overhead, and the plane apparently flew so close to the apartment building that furniture and appliances were knocked over inside. Witnesses said the plane tumbled in the air before hitting the ground and exploding into flames. As you said, no one survived the crash. There were 25 people on board, and that includes the 5 crew members. The plane originated out of Moline, Illinois, and it made a brief stop in Denver before it took a nosedive just south of the Colorado Springs Airport. The pilots in the area reported that during the time of the crash that the winds were gusting between 40 and 45 knots, and that they believe that could have been one cause of the crash. Federal investigators are here at the scene now, and they have recovered one of the 2 flight data recorders, and they hope that can tell them more. Don, back to you.
Darren, eyewitnesses all seem to tell the same story, that the plane veered, then crashed and broke apart. Have you heard anything from anyone there that might deviate from those observations?
I can't hear it.
Apparently, Darren, you can't hear us. Can you hear us now?
I hear you now.
Okay, I was
Go
just
ahead,
saying that for eyewitness reports all seem to ape the same thing, that the plane veered sharply, then crashed into the dried-out pond and broke apart. Have you heard anything from anyone there that might deviate from those observations?
No, I haven't.
Okay, and what is the scene at the present moment? Could you describe it for us? And are any of the runways sealed off?
Well, Don, we're about 2.5 miles south of that runway, so we're not there at this point. What I can tell you is that a few minutes ago, El Paso County Mountain and Rescue teams were combing the area looking for debris. United sent their crew down, and that's when they recovered one of the 2 flight data recorder boxes. At this time, they're about to hold a news conference shortly, and we'll try to get that information to you as soon as we can.
Okay, Darren Duarte, thank you for that, from television station KMGH. David?
Shiite Muslim rebels tell Western reporters the Iraqi city of Basra is under their control. But the rebels say pro-Saddam Hussein forces are counterattacking to retake the southern Iraqi city. The Iranian news agency says demonstrations against the regime of Saddam Hussein took place in 2 southeast Iraqi towns in recent days. Meantime, Baghdad is struggling to get back to normal after devastating Allied bombing raids. Electricity and water were knocked out to much of the Iraqi capital during 6 weeks of attacks. Iraqi television broadcast pictures of Saddam Hussein meeting with members of the Revolutionary Command Council. Baghdad radio says Hussein and members of the council discussed political developments. The radio said Iraqi leaders also talked about ways to speed up the rebuilding of Iraq. Even in victory, there is no let-up in the Bush administration's tough stance toward Saddam Hussein. As CNN's Francis Hardin reports, some officials are threatening war reparations and war crime trials to increase pressure on the Iraqi leader.
President Bush was at Camp David when he heard the news from the ceasefire talks that Iraq had agreed to all Allied demands. Most important to the president, the speedy release of prisoners of war. But a continuing problem for the Bush administration is Baghdad's claim that Saddam Hussein is still in power, a claim backed up by the first pictures of Saddam on Iraqi TV since the war ended. Amid reports that the Iraqi leader is seeking asylum in another country, the Bush administration says it would not try to stop him, but it's making no promises about not going after him for war crimes.
I think the United States is not uncomfortable with him leaving, but if it is tied to any kind of a commitment, I think the president made it clear the other day that there's no way one country can absolve Saddam Hussein of international crimes.
Even though the Bush administration is not pressing the issue, Kuwait is adamant.
Wherever he goes, we're going to find him. We're going to get him justice.
If Saddam doesn't leave on his own, the administration hopes an enraged Iraqi nation will drive him out.
For the people of Iraq, when they understand the overwhelming level of the loss and the defeat they have, and the fact that well over a decade, all their resources have been put into a military machine that is now destroyed, I think they're going to be very upset at Saddam Hussein.
And in case the message to the Iraqis isn't clear enough, the administration holds out the possibility that claims for war reparations could depend on whether Saddam stays in power.
Clearly, what the international community is willing to do by way of its dealings with Iraq is going to be affected by whether that regime continues in power.
Now, as to those reports that we are hearing that Iraq has agreed to the release of the prisoners of war, the White House says it has no independent confirmation of that release. The Situation Room here has checked with the Central Command in Saudi Arabia, and as we say so far, they don't know if that report is true. But as you know, this release, the demand for the release of those prisoners of war and the Kuwaiti detainees, was of the highest priority with President Bush. So the Situation Room here will be watching and waiting very anxiously to see if that report is indeed true. I'm Francis Hardin, CNN, reporting live from the White House.
Okay, Francis, and we'll have more in just a moment.
Yeah, we're in! We made the Inc. 500!
Listen to these real-life stories of business success.
Our sales went from 100,000 to 6 million in 5 years.
We went public and 11 of us became instant millionaires.
If your blood races when you hear success stories like this, if you think to yourself, that could be me, my company, my success, you should be reading Inc. That's INC, period.
Inc.'s the magazine for growing companies. And if you face the challenge of running a growing business, Inc.'s the magazine for you.
Starting a company takes nerve,
Organization.
imagination, guts.
Inc. seeks out the innovators, the men and women with ambition and vision who revel in the excitement of growing a company. Entrepreneurs and managers with a willingness to share what they know, so you find out how others deal with the kinds of problems you face, motivating your people, finding capital, keeping control as your company grows, and more.
It's not just the smart things people do. You can learn from their mistakes.
I don't have time to reinvent the wheel.
Each monthly issue of Inc. is loaded with problem-solving how-to information, plus timely, fast-paced business news, facts, features, and fresh ideas.
Hey, times like these, you need all the help you can get.
So call today for 12 months of Inc. at just $18. That's 25% off the basic rate, half off the cover price. Your subscription includes 2 big special issues celebrating America's fastest-growing companies, plus free Inc.'s all-new Guide to Small Business Success, packed with tips, techniques, and tactics to help your business grow. 800-228-1600.
Inc.'s a gold mine.
Inc. is like having your own top flight consultant.
For that money, how can you go wrong?
What's more, you'll also get free with your paid order this soft-sided Inc. briefcase, light, water repellent, and tough.
Inc. magazine is a good, solid investment.
So call now, 800-228-1600. Toll free, 800-228-1600. Call today.
The makers of Sudafed 12-hour cold capsules are recalling their product after 2 people in Seattle died and a 3rd became ill following the ingestion of cyanide-laced capsules. Burroughs Wellcome, who manufactures the drug, announced the recall after an autopsy revealed a woman died last month of cyanide poisoning linked to the product.
Despite what appears to be a localized situation, in the interest of public safety, the company has instituted a nationwide recall of this product. I should point out that at this stage we are operating almost entirely on circumstantial evidence. We or the Food and Drug Administration had examined Sudafed 12-hour capsules from the pharmacies at which the victims purchased their Sudafed, as well as the remaining capsules in possession of the victims. We have found no cyanide contamination.
As you might have heard the gentleman just say, the company says consumers should return the 12-hour capsules to the stores where they purchased them. And here's more information for you.
Voters in 2 Baltic republics went to the polls on Sunday. Residents of Estonia and Latvia were voting on whether they want their republics to separate from the Soviet Union. The results are not legally binding. In January, 91% of the voters in the Baltic Republic of Lithuania said they wanted separation. The margin in Estonia and Latvia is not expected to be as large. All 3 Baltic republics were forcibly incorporated into the Soviet Union after World War II. There are signs the latest ethnic crisis in Yugoslavia may be calming down. The crisis had become so tense that 150 special police and a contingent of armored vehicles were sent to one town yesterday. The Croatian special police stormed a police station in the Serbian-controlled city. The special police were supposed to withdraw today as government-sponsored talks got underway. Since falling away from Soviet domination, Yugoslavia has been shaken by political conflicts among the various ethnic regions of the country.
We'll be back with more after this.
Children in Kuwait City today continued to celebrate the liberation of their country. Youngsters sang songs to entertain U.S. Marines and others who helped free Kuwait from Iraqi occupation. The youngsters waved flags and held up pictures of the Emir of Kuwait. Elsewhere in the city, other jubilant Kuwaitis took to the streets. They danced and waved flags and fired automatic weapons into the air.
The Gulf War has forced many men and women in the U.S. to change traditional roles. One man in Maine is taking care of 10 children, while his wife in the Army Reserve supports Operation Desert Storm. Howard Nielsen has the story.
Preston Bonney was left at home when his wife Elizabeth was called to active service. The couple lives in Orient, Maine, a remote hamlet on the Canadian border. At first, Bonney had only their teenage son to care for, but that soon changed. The children of a friend of Elizabeth's, a single mother who was also called up, were added to the Bonney household in early February, and the children of another are soon to arrive, bringing the total to 10.
They took a shine to the place, and we got along well. The newness hasn't wore off for them. I figured after 2 or 3 weeks, the novelty of the place and the animals would kind of peter out, but they act just like they did when they first got here. Still just as anxious to visit the sheep or feed the horse.
Bonney takes care of the house and prepares meals for his extended family. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Bonney is at Walter Reed Army Hospital in Washington, D.C. While uncertain whether she'll go to the Gulf, Elizabeth is certain Preston will handle his end.
We have a role reversal. He's my hero. He's home tending the farm and take care of the animals, and he has decided that he would take it upon himself to see that the children that were left up in Maine, that they would have somewhere to go.
And the feeling around Black's General Store in Orient is if anyone can handle 10 kids, it's Preston Bonney.
He's real low-keyed. Takes punches and just keeps on going.
Any male that I know of, he'd be the one that would be able to do it.
Our son always liked children.
Although they have adapted to the change, the children miss their mothers.
If she was here, then this would be perfect.
I don't like it at all. I think it's a bummer.
Preston worries about Elizabeth, but having the children around helps.
Keeps me from thinking about the situation very much. Keeps my mind occupied. That's probably the best thing about it all. I like kids.
A quiet man in a quiet town, but war has intruded and there is a little less privacy and a little less remoteness. Howard Nilsson, CNN, Orient, Maine.
The 4 members of a CBS television news crew are reported in good condition in a London hospital one day after being freed by their Iraqi captors. After examining newsman Bob Simon and his 3-man crew, doctors say all 4 have lost weight, but it's from malnutrition, not disease. Right now, Bob Simon and crew are awaiting special delivery from New York. It's food, specifically sandwiches, root beer, and pickles from the Carnegie Deli. Apparently, Simon had a craving while in captivity for a corned beef pastrami combo sandwich from that deli, and CBS is delivering. Maybe they'll deliver here too, David. CNN will have the latest from the Gulf and the Colorado plane crash at the top of the hour. I'm Don Miller at the CNN Center in Atlanta.
I'm David French in Washington, and here's another look at today's celebration in Kuwait.
This week in the NBA is next. Next week, it will be seen at its pre-war time of 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific.
Present time, based upon the very positive nature of the meeting we have today, I would not anticipate that would happen.
U.S. Brigadier General Richard Neal held the final regularly scheduled briefing of the Gulf War today. He says U.S. forces seized 20 more aircraft at an Iraqi air base. Neal says the number of Iraqi POWs now tops 63,000. That includes 1,400 prisoners, Neal says, were taken by helicopter from Kuwait's Failaka Island today.
For the past several days, we have been using loudspeakers to address the Iraqi forces on Failaka Island. Beginning at 0500 this morning, helicopters with loudspeakers flew around Failaka Island telling Iraqis where to assemble for pickup, those that desire to become EPWs, enemy prisoners of war. There was no sign of Iraqi opposition. We worked in coordination with the Kuwaiti commander who took charge of the EPWs on the island.
Not all Iraqi soldiers are surrendering right away. Yesterday, dozens of Iraqi tanks attacked U.S. forces in southern Iraq in the worst violation yet of the informal ceasefire. Bob Franken reports.
The debris is spread out over about 25 square miles, the shredded remnants of the Republican Guard's famous Hammurabi Armored Division, which had been dug in at Kuwait City. The contingent was spotted by U.S. scouts several miles west of Basra, heading north, escaping toward Baghdad. With the ceasefire, Allied forces were not authorized to take offensive action.
Although we know that it's a ceasefire, they may not.
Whatever the reason, the Iraqis fired on the U.S. troops. The Americans called in a withering counterattack, tanks, artillery, and Apache helicopters.
Absolute pandemonium. It was absolute pandemonium. There was no command and control. There was nothing but raw, blind panic.
In the muddy ground, there were footprints everywhere, cited as evidence the Iraqis ran in every direction. Several hundred were captured. There were estimates that a couple hundred were killed. No U.S. casualties reported. All the Iraqi equipment was destroyed, including top-of-the-line Soviet-made T-72 tanks. U.S. commanders say the contingent was trying to sneak back with its weapons in an effort to keep intact what remains of Iraq's military machine.
I think they were in Basra, and there's problems in Basra we're not quite sure, and they were trying to, in my judgment, find a way out.
The Hammurabis were heading for the causeway over a nearby marsh. They were apparently unaware the bridge had been destroyed by Allied planes. U.S. troops continue to be on the lookout for other Iraqi tank units reported to be in the area. As this incident dramatically shows, it's far too soon for the troops to relax, even though the war is over. That time won't come until they're safely home. Bob Franken, CNN in eastern Iraq.
Iraq's ambassador to the United Nations indicates his country has already released 10 Allied POWs in what he called a gesture of goodwill. The White House says it has no confirmation of that. Baghdad Radio reports Iraq has accepted a resolution passed by the UN Security Council last night. Among other things, the resolution requires Iraq to release all POWs and Kuwaiti citizens. It does not lift the economic and arms embargo of Iraq. The Iraqi ambassador says it's time for the embargo to end.
First is to lift sanctions either completely or partially, and second to prepare the road for a permanent peace. After all, it was the Security Council that passed so far 30 resolutions about the crisis, and it's time now to work for peace on the area, as well as in the Palestinian issue.
Saddam Hussein appeared on Iraqi television today for the first time in more than a month. The Iraqi president was shown meeting with 3 top advisors. He was also shown meeting today with the ruling Revolutionary Command Council. The Iraqi government is working on a plan to restore the country's bombed-out infrastructure and public services. Today, electricity was turned back on in parts of Baghdad. Islamic fundamentalists say they've seized control of the Iraqi city of Basra. The revolutionaries, led by an Iranian-based Shiite cleric, are appealing for help from the Allies. They reportedly have freed inmates from local prisons and are battling troops loyal to Saddam Hussein. The rebels say the fighting has gone on for 35 hours and left many people dead. Despite reports of increased unrest, Secretary of State James Baker says Saddam Hussein's government is still in control of the country.
As far as we know, we have no reason to believe that it isn't. There is some evidence of some degree of unrest in some other cities around Iraq, but as far as we know, the government that prosecuted that war, the government that invaded Kuwait and brutalized the Kuwaiti people, is still in power in Baghdad.
Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak says Middle Eastern nations need to stop thinking about settling old scores, and he called on all nations in the region to lay down their nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons. French President François Mitterrand says the United Nations should take on the task of ensuring stability in the Middle East. In a televised address today, Mitterrand said the national leaders of the UN Security Council should meet to discuss arms control and post-war security. Black smoke hangs over Kuwait as more than 600 oil fires continue to burn out of control. Rain is spreading the pollution, and some areas are blanketed with the oily soot. Despite grave environmental problems, many Kuwaitis are upbeat and celebrating their regained independence. One group of school children in Kuwait City held a special thank you party for U.S. Marines for their role in liberating Kuwait. Iraqi forces are believed to have taken up to 40,000 hostages out of Kuwait during their 7-month occupation. Now Iraq has agreed to return those detainees, but their families can only wait anxiously for the hostage takers to make good on their words. Brian Jenkins reports from Kuwait City.
When Iraqi troops rolled out of Kuwait, they left behind piles of rubbish and took with them busloads of civilians. This couple was already agonizing over the fate of their eldest son, a Kuwait Army major taken prisoner at the start of the Iraqi invasion. Then, just before the pullout, soldiers came to their house and dragged 2 more of their sons right out of their beds.
I kissed the boots of 4 of the Iraq soldiers to tell them not to take my kids. And they kissed their hands, begging them to leave them. And the kids were crying. But still, what the Iraqi people have done to us.
The wife of one of those men says her young son watched his father being led away.
I always told him his father is go to Saudiya. He's travel abroad, and he will come back soon.
Does he believe that?
Sometimes crying.
The hostage-taking appears to have left thousands of Kuwaiti children without fathers. Kuwaitis tell us we could knock on the door of most any home on any block in any suburb of Kuwait City, and the odds would be the family had at least one relative taken in the Iraqi roundup. This woman had to stand by and watch two of her sons and a nephew carted away.
It's not wise to not obey them and let them do what they wanted to do. It's not wise. I don't think so. Because I think they are crazy people. They are out of their minds, and they are not human beings.
Aware of atrocities committed during the Iraqi occupation, Bibi Buftin is unsure about the chances her eldest son will survive.
She says, sometimes I'm optimistic, and sometimes I just have the other feeling that he's never coming back.
That horrible uncertainty has kept the families of hostages from feeling the joy of Kuwait's liberation.
They are happy that the country is back, but they cannot celebrate. All I've been doing for the last 4 or 5 days, I'm just running around asking here and there, hoping that I will get an answer about my brother.
And if ceasefire negotiations fail to bring the hostage families some answers, they want a military solution.
She said that the Allies should go all the way to Baghdad and get Saddam Hussein and get the hostages by force.
In the meantime, families here are hoping the Allies can at least find out if their fathers, brothers, and sons are still alive. Brian Jenkins, CNN, Kuwait City.
In the Soviet republics of Estonia and Latvia, citizens cast ballots today in a non-binding referendum on independence. Election officials say voters turned out in great numbers. The vote is a direct challenge to Moscow, which is holding a referendum on the future of the Soviet Union later this month.
You have the guaranteed lowest drive-out price in town on tires by Firestone.
A meeting in the desert of southern Iraq. On the agenda, a ceasefire in the Persian Gulf. And tragedy in Colorado Springs, Colorado, as a United Airlines jet crashes, all on board apparently dead. I'm David French in Washington.
And I'm Don Miller at CNN Center in Atlanta. We'll have more on those stories in just a moment, but first our top story. At this hour, the first Allied prisoners of war may be walking free. The Iraqi ambassador to the United Nations made this eagerly awaited announcement only hours ago.
As a matter of fact, we have already, I believe, released 10 POWs as a gesture of goodwill. 6 of them are American citizens, including one of them, the young lady that was captured a few days ago.
The only Allied woman known to be captured by the Iraqis is Melissa Rathbun Neely. But a press officer for the International Committee of the Red Cross in Geneva says that agency doesn't know anything yet about a prisoner release.
And the White House has no comment on the story. Joining us now from the Pentagon is CNN's military affairs correspondent, Wolf Blitzer. Wolf, what have you been able to learn?
David, here at the Pentagon, there is no confirmation that any American or other Allied prisoners of war have been released or are about to be released. Pentagon officials also say they have been in touch with the International Red Cross in Geneva, Switzerland, and the Red Cross also says it has no confirmation of any release of POWs. Certainly, all indications have been that if POWs were going to be released in Iraq, they would be released to the Red Cross representative. Until now, the Red Cross has received no information from the Iraqis, and this, according to U.S. officials, has been a violation of the Geneva Conventions. What officials here do say is that the Iraqi ambassador to the UN, Mr. Anbari, told the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Ambassador Thomas Pickering, exactly what he just told the news media in New York, namely that he had received word from the Iraqi foreign minister, Mr. Tariq Aziz, that the POWs were being released. But again, officials here caution that there has been no confirmation. Officials also say that they would not be surprised if some token release of POWs does take place. They note that earlier today, General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander of Operation Desert Storm, told reporters following the initial ceasefire talks with the Iraqis that he was anticipating some sort of symbolic or token release of POWs as part of this entire ceasefire process. But that's the situation as we know it right now. Officials here eagerly awaiting word of a confirmation that American and other Allied prisoners of war have been released. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, reporting live from the Pentagon.
The Iraqis are saying yes, they accept the latest UN Security Council ceasefire resolution. The Security Council vote came late last night and followed by only hours the meeting in the desert between Iraq and the Allies. Both sides talked about a lot of difficult questions yet to be faced in the Gulf peace. The agreement includes these key items. The immediate release of all POWs and other detainees included abducted Kuwaitis. Both sides are to make a symbolic release immediately. Iraq was to accept the terms of the ceasefire resolution passed by the Security Council. And the United States and its allies agreed to withdraw from southern Iraq as soon as the ceasefire is signed. Operation Desert Storm Commander Norman Schwarzkopf says the issues are hard, but the steps of cooperation and progress important. As we have more on the Allies' military operations now from CNN's Mike Chenoy in Saudi Arabia. Mike?
As Allied and Iraqi commanders met to finalize a ceasefire, Allied troops carried out one of the most important mopping-up operations since the fighting stopped. They moved to take control of the Iraqi-occupied island of Failaka off the Kuwaiti coast.
In our overflights of Failaka Island, we have been seeing large groups of people with white flags wanting to surrender. Beginning at 0500 this morning, helicopters with loudspeakers flew around Failaka Island telling Iraqis where to assemble for pickup, those that desire to become EPWs, enemy prisoners of war. There was no sign of Iraqi opposition. We worked in coordination with the Kuwaiti commander who took charge of the EPWs on the island. Coalition forces took over 1,405 EPWs.
At Sunday's meeting, the Iraqis gave the Allies maps showing the location of minefields laid in recent months. Nonetheless, Allied officials say that clearing the mines is going to be a long and difficult process.
There's a lot of them there, and I'm quite confident that there's some that have not plotted because they were probably laid down in extremis as folks were retreating to the rear.
While the cleanup goes on, foreign ministers from the Gulf Cooperation Council, which includes Saudi Arabia and 5 other nations, met here in Riyadh to discuss future regional security arrangements. And as the focus shifts from the military to the diplomatic front, the U.S. Central Command announced an end to its daily briefings here. In his last scheduled appearance, General Neal summed up some of the lessons from what Saddam Hussein called the mother of all battles.
I think the lesson learned is that we knew that we validated our training, and I think we validated our tactics and techniques. Quite obviously, we validated our leadership.
While no one challenges the scale of the coalition's triumph on the battlefield, the question now is, will the Allies be equally effective in winning the peace? Mike Chenoy, CNN, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
U.S. Secretary of State James Baker is optimistic about opportunities for peace in the Middle East. He leaves for talks in the region this week. But as the dust from the Gulf War settles, it appears there are obstacles along that road to peace. CNN's Candy Crowley reports from the State Department.
The strangest of bedfellows in an unlikely coalition of 28 nations, the U.S.-Syrian connection is given partial credit for what has not happened, a major outbreak in state-sponsored terrorism.
With respect to some of those groups that were targeting Western and particularly U.S. interests, Syria is serious when it says we are going to see what we can do about that, because we are interested in improving our relationship.
The Washington Post reports that U.S. intelligence picked up indications that Iran, a neutral in the Gulf War, also used its clout to urge that terrorist groups ignore Saddam Hussein. In exchange, the Iraqis, the Iranians, and everyone else got the full force of the U.S. military to at least defang the biggest threat in the region. But high as U.S. political currency is right now, there may be a limit to what it can buy.
We've done everybody in the region a great favor, including Israel. We've saved the Kuwaitis, the Saudis, and yes, we can and we will. But what I'm saying to you, John, is we can't go in there and impose a solution and expect to have that work.
In short, without the mutually despised and feared Saddam Hussein as a unifying force, it is unclear whether moderate Arab nations and Israel will be able to find common ground, regardless of their perceived debt to the U.S.
The stumbling block to peace has been the rejection of the Israeli authorities
of the basic rights of the Palestinians to self-determination. That is the obstacle.
For Israel, which has gathered up as yet untested goodwill for not retaliating against Saddam Hussein's Scud attacks, the major obstacle has been the insistence of the Palestine Liberation Organization that the PLO speak for Palestinians. The point may become moot in the wake of the PLO's strong support of Saddam Hussein and whispers in Syria and Saudi Arabia that Palestinians need new leadership. One possibility for the post may be Jordan's King Hussein. The U.S. appears willing to forgive the king his support for Iraq, in part because there are few better alternatives. Secretary Baker says he goes to the Middle East this week with a gut feeling that both the Israelis and the Palestinians want to resolve things now. Such a breakthrough would pave the way for an overall Arab-Israeli peace. But in the coming months, the U.S. effort is the diplomatic equivalent of a journey through the Kuwaiti desert, full of landmines, where an inch of give and take one way or the other can make all the difference in the world. Candy Crowley, CNN at the State Department.
French President Francois Mitterrand is calling on the United Nations to organize peace in the Middle East as a duty following its authorization of force. Mitterrand is also calling for resolution of the Palestinian question. Mitterrand said, quote, "Palestinians as a people must have their own identity, homeland, and state." The French president made the remarks in his first televised address since the Gulf ceasefire. There are indications Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein's hold on power may be slipping. Violent clashes between Iraqi government forces and anti-Saddam Hussein protesters are being reported in at least 5 cities. But the Iranian news agency says police allowed people to protest peacefully in 2 Iraqi cities. And refugees fleeing Iraq's second largest city, Basra, say that city is upside down. Apparently the government has no control of Basra. There too, people are demonstrating against Saddam Hussein. There are reports of heavy fighting between the opposition and government troops.
When we come back, a United Airlines 737 crashes just south of Colorado Springs, Colorado Airport. All on board are believed to be dead. We'll have an update when we come back. CNN talked last week with a female pilot who helped ferry supplies to U.S. forces advancing inside Iraq. Major Marie Rossi said she was a professional soldier first, and being a woman didn't affect her role. Now word has been received that Major Rossi was killed Friday when her helicopter went down near a base in northern Saudi Arabia. 2 crew members also were killed. The Army lists their deaths as non-hostile.
The truce in the war has held for the most part, but Allied officials report several violations Saturday by Iraqi units that either didn't recognize the ceasefire or didn't know about it. And one clash turned into a full-scale battle. More from CNN's Bob Franken.
The debris is spread out over about 25 square miles, the shredded remnants of the Republican Guard's famous Hammurabi Armored Division, which had been dug in at Kuwait City. The contingent was spotted by U.S. scouts several miles west of Basra, heading north, escaping toward Baghdad. With the ceasefire, Allied forces were not authorized to take offensive action.
Although we know that it's a ceasefire, they may not.
Whatever the reason, the Iraqis fired on the U.S. troops. The Americans called in a withering counterattack, tanks, artillery, and Apache helicopters.
Absolute pandemonium. It was absolute pandemonium. There was no command and control. There was nothing but raw, blind panic.
In the muddy ground, there were footprints everywhere, cited as evidence the Iraqis ran in every direction. Several hundred were captured. There were estimates that a couple hundred were killed. No U.S. casualties reported. All the Iraqi equipment was destroyed, including top-of-the-line Soviet-made T-72 tanks. U.S. commanders say the contingent was trying to sneak back with its weapons in an effort to keep intact what remains of Iraq's military machine.
I think they were in Basra, and there's problems in Basra we're not quite sure, and they were trying to, in my judgment, find a way out.
The Hammurabis were heading for the causeway over a nearby marsh. They were apparently unaware the bridge had been destroyed by Allied planes. U.S. troops continue to be on the lookout for other Iraqi tank units reported to be in the area. As this incident dramatically shows, it's far too soon for the troops to relax, even though the war is over. That time won't come until they're safely home. Bob Franken, CNN in eastern Iraq.
We'll have more coverage of events in the Gulf in just a few minutes, but first a look at some other news. In Yugoslavia, Croatian special police are withdrawing from the town of Pakrac. They were sent in to help settle an ethnic power struggle over a police station. The dispute centers on the use of Serbian reservists to disarm Croatian policemen. Croatian police now reportedly have sealed off the town of Osijek to prevent Serbian rallies there. Relations between the two republics have been tense because Croatia wants a looser Yugoslav federation than does Serbia.
Rebates or 7.9% financing. Or get
AM this morning, United Flight 585, a United Airlines 737 arriving in Colorado Springs from Denver, Colorado, crashed south of the Colorado Springs Municipal Airport. Reports that we have from the field suggest that there are no survivors.
In the news, a pair of deadly plane crashes in the United States. An airliner in Colorado and a military plane in Illinois. I'm Don Miller at the CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm David French in Washington. Welcome, everyone. More on those stories in a minute, but first, Iraq's UN ambassador says 10 Allied prisoners of war, including an American woman, may already have been released as a goodwill gesture. But the Pentagon and the International Red Cross say they can't confirm that. Charles Feldman is standing by at the United Nations now to tell us more about this development. Charles.
Yes, David. In fact, we can't confirm it either because the Iraqi ambassador to the UN just sort of said it while he was in the building for a meeting of the Security Council consultations that were taking place behind closed doors and gave no further details. In its entirety, pretty much, here's what the Iraqi ambassador had to say.
As a matter of fact, we have already, I believe, released 10 POWs as a gesture of goodwill. 6 of them are American citizens, including one of them, the young lady that was captured a few days ago.
And that was pretty much it. He was asked when they were released. He didn't have an answer to that. He was asked just about what part of the area they were released in. There was no answer to that either. And I do note that if you listen to that soundbite carefully, he prefaced his remarks by saying that he believed that these 10 POWs were released. So we have actually no confirmation of it except the word of the Iraqi ambassador to the UN, who said it was a gesture of goodwill to, at this stage, release the 10 POWs. And once again, to recap, he said that it included 4 Americans, we'll make that 6 Americans, including 1 female. Charles Feldman, CNN, reporting live from the United Nations. David.
Now, for the latest on the ceasefire agreement, we go to CNN's Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon. Wolf?
Don here at the Pentagon. Also, no confirmation that the Iraqis have released or are about to release any American or other Allied prisoners of war. Pentagon officials say they have checked with the International Red Cross in Geneva, Switzerland, and the Red Cross also says no word from Baghdad that any POWs are being released or will be released. The Red Cross does have a representative in Baghdad who presumably would receive any released POWs, but so far the Iraqis have not complied with the prevailing Geneva Conventions on Warfare and made available even the names of prisoners of war. Officials do say that if the Iraqis release prisoners of war, they will be released to the Red Cross in Baghdad. At least that's the assumption here. Officials say that Ambassador Anbari, the Iraqi ambassador to the United Nations, did tell the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Ambassador Thomas Pickering, what Ambassador Anbari told the news media and what we just heard from Charles Feldman. Ambassador Anbari said that he had received this word from the Iraqi foreign minister, Mr. Tariq Aziz. According to Pentagon officials, Anbari did not provide any additional information to Ambassador Pickering. General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander of the entire U.S.-led operation, told reporters earlier today, following the initial ceasefire meeting with the Iraqis, that he expected the Iraqis to make some sort of symbolic or token release of POWs immediately, but no word when immediately would take place. Again, no official confirmation from here at the Pentagon or from other officials in Washington that any of the prisoners of war have been released or are about to be released. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, reporting live from the Pentagon.
Wolf, Iraq at least is saying that it has released or will be releasing 10 POWs, including 6 members of the U.S. military. How many prisoners is Iraq believed to be holding, U.S. and allied?
Good question, because there's some confusion over the confirmed, what we call POWs, prisoners of war, and what we call missing in action. There are about 9 American prisoners of war. That's what the official list suggests, and some 40 others that are cited as missing, including the one woman, Melissa Rathbone-Healy. And there's no word yet on whether or not the Iraqis were referring to those who earlier had been identified by the Iraqi government as prisoners, or those who are simply listed by the U.S. as missing.
Well, as you mentioned, Baghdad has never officially acknowledged the fact that it is holding prisoners. In fact, Melissa Rathbone-Healy, who you mentioned, the U.S. servicewoman, is technically listed as a MIA and not a POW. Is this lack of solid information going to make the release of all the POWs a difficult proposition?
Yes, it will be difficult because no one knows for sure who amongst those listed as missing may still be alive, may still be listed as missing even after all of the POWs have been returned. So there could be some confusion as part of that. In addition, one other element of confusion here in Washington, Don, is the fact that communications with Baghdad are so poor. And there's no word whether or not even telephone communications from Baghdad are available, how Mr. Anbari, the Iraqi ambassador to the UN, got his messages from the Iraqi foreign minister. In the past, most of those messages have gone from Baghdad to the Iraqi embassy in Amman, Jordan, and then relayed to New York or elsewhere from Jordan. So there's a lot of problems simply as far as communications is concerned. And one additional element is the fact that it's now still the middle of the night in Baghdad. So we may not know for several more hours whether Mr. Anbari's suggestion that the POWs are being released is in fact true.
Okay, thank you. Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon.
CNN's Tom Mentir has a report on the desert talks.
As General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander-in-chief of Operation Desert Storm, flew into Iraq, he couldn't help but notice the empty spots in the sand. Iraqi tanks once occupied these positions. Now they are nowhere in sight. Instead, he met forces of the coalition on the ground inside Iraq. At the Safwan airfield, nearly 40 kilometers south of the Iraqi city of Basra, a small green tent became the focus of the world's attention. As General Schwarzkopf walked toward the tent, he left little doubt about his position.
I'm not here to give them anything. I'm here to tell them exactly what we expect them to do.
A delegation of 8 Iraqi soldiers, led by a lieutenant general, arrived shortly thereafter. The Iraqis were met by a massive display of coalition military hardware, something they became acutely aware of over the past weeks. They were asked to leave their weapons behind before approaching the tent. Inside, the two sides met for about 2 full hours around a simple table to work out the details of a ceasefire. The meeting had a long agenda. Topping it was the issue of the quick release of prisoners of war and a guarantee of no more hostilities. A smiling General Schwarzkopf emerged from the tent to report that all issues had been resolved to his satisfaction.
The most important point that we discussed was the immediate release of all prisoners of war.
At the top of the Iraqi agenda was the withdrawal of coalition forces now deep inside Iraq, something General Schwarzkopf said could occur soon.
Upon the signing of a ceasefire, but not before, all coalition forces will be drawn back from Iraqi territory that we currently occupy.
The Iraqi delegation told the coalition members that they would take the proposal back to Baghdad. The Allies had phone lines available at the meeting site. The Iraqis no longer have a communication system.
Just when a ceasefire agreement might be signed has not been finalized, but a second meeting place has already been agreed to by both sides if further details need to be worked out. But General Schwarzkopf appeared to indicate that may not be necessary, saying a major step toward peace has already occurred in a small green tent in the middle of the desert. Tom Mentir, CNN in occupied Iraq.
When we come back, complete reports on 2 plane crashes today in the United States. One was a military jet, the other an airliner. Baghdad Radio reports Saddam Hussein met with Iraq's ruling Revolutionary Command Council to discuss political developments. And Hussein reportedly visited a national war memorial to pray for Iraq's dead. It was apparently his first public appearance since the Gulf War ended. Iraqi television released film of Hussein. It was his first televised appearance since early in the war. Iraqi authorities say Hussein met 3 aides to discuss restoring public services. Most Iraqis have not seen Saddam Hussein since television went off the air 10 days after the war started. But now electricity has been restored to parts of Baghdad, and Iraqi engineers blew up the July 14th suspension bridge to make room for reconstruction. Authorities first thought the explosion was a detonated bomb.
Iraq may be in danger of health epidemics such as cholera and typhoid because of Allied bombing damage to water and sewer systems. World Health Organization officials toured Baghdad to evaluate health risks and determine what can be done to prevent widespread disease. There's no fresh running water in Baghdad's homes. Raw sewage flows in rivers where some people drink and wash their clothes.
It is clear that by eliminating all the electricity power in Iraq, that also the water system doesn't function anymore. For us, this is now the top priority to bring additional water lines in and purification material in order to ensure that the population will not be affected when the temperature will be rising within 2 or 3 weeks. You might know that as soon as the temperature is about 26 degrees, the proliferation of bacteria becomes quicker and quicker and the danger higher and higher. We would like to speed up as much as possible in order to prevent a catastrophic situation.
The UN Security Council will consider starting shipments of water purification equipment and electricity generating machinery to Baghdad.
Kuwaiti medical workers who fled to Cairo for refuge are preparing to go back home and provide health services to their country. Medical personnel and supplies are ready to be airlifted out within the week. We get more from CNN's Pat Neal.
Standing by and ready to mend a broken nation are nurses' aides, medical supplies, blood, and doctors.
The most important thing is the medication itself and the manpower. These are the two important things. Plus, it's very important to make a survey of any infectious diseases there before entering there.
With the country under attack for months, the health minister fears for the condition of the people who remained in Kuwait, their injuries from the devastation of war, their lack of medical attention.
What we've been told that there is a great shortage in certain medications, especially for diabetes and heart diseases.
The Kuwaitis have been stockpiling supplies needed for a return home. 300 tons of medical equipment, 500 tons of medication, all in warehouses around the world like this one in Cairo, and all ready to be airlifted home to Kuwait. And while some Kuwaitis were shedding blood on the front line, many others were giving it miles away. Blood supplies must be replenished as part of the medical plan. Also prepared are 160 newly trained nursing assistants, Kuwaitis who never thought this would be how they'd serve their country.
It came quite as a shock to me. We didn't get into any military actions because of our age is too small. But, and we thought of any other way to help our country.
We used to depend on the expatriates for nursing personnel. Right now we don't have, and when we return back, inshallah, our health services will be collapsed.
The Kuwaitis have a two-phased medical plan, a 3-month emergency program, and then a recovery. Specialized medical teams are standing by in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates.
Regarding doctors, not less than 350, pharmacists, not less than 50, technicians, about 200, and nurse staff, about 300.
The Kuwaitis say they hope to start airlifting emergency supplies and personnel within the week. Since they expect to start from ground zero, they are ready to begin repairing their home and their people. Pat Neal, CNN, Cairo.
News from Medicine is brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb, makers of Excedrin.
Tax tip number 3. Can you take an earned income credit if your children lived with you last year? Yes, you can, if you meet certain requirements.
This tax tip has been brought to you by H&R Block.
Tip number 4. What can you take if your children live with you and they formed a rock band? This for your headache.
This tip has been brought to you by aspirin-free Excedrin, extra-strength medicine for extra-strength relief.
In times of war and peace, through revolution and unification, one network stands out. The readers of the Washington Journalism Review have voted CNN the best network for news. CNN.
More details now on that battle between Iraqi tanks and Allied forces yesterday west of Basra. U.S. military officials say U.S. troops destroyed all equipment in the Iraqi division that attacked them. The fighting came while the United Nations was discussing the terms of a permanent ceasefire. U.S. troops say they saw the Iraqi troops heading north, escaping toward Baghdad, when Iraqis fired on the U.S. troops. U.S. officials say there was raw panic among the Iraqi tankers when the Allied tanks, artillery, and helicopters opened fire. Allies captured several hundred Iraqis, and about 200 Iraqis were reported killed. U.S. commanders say the Iraqi troops were trying to sneak back with their weapons to keep intact what remains of Iraq's military.
Even in victory, there is no let-up in the Bush administration's tough stance towards Saddam Hussein. As CNN's Francis Hardin reports from the White House, some officials are talking about war reparations and war crimes trials to keep up the pressure.
Sunday evening, President Bush returned from Camp David, where he'd heard the news from the ceasefire talks that Iraq had agreed to all Allied demands. Most important to the president, the speedy release of prisoners of war. But a continuing problem for the Bush administration is Baghdad's claim that Saddam Hussein is still in power, a claim backed up by the first pictures of Saddam on Iraqi TV since the war ended. Amid reports that the Iraqi leader is seeking asylum in another country, the Bush administration says it would not try to stop him, but it's making no promises about not going after him for war crimes.
I think the United States is not uncomfortable with him leaving, but if it is tied to any kind of a commitment, I think the president made it clear the other day that there's no way one country can absolve Saddam Hussein of international crimes.
Even though the Bush administration is not pressing the issue, Kuwait is adamant.
Wherever he goes, we're going to find him. We're going to get him justice.
If Saddam doesn't leave on his own, the administration hopes an enraged Iraqi nation will drive him out.
For the people of Iraq, when they understand the overwhelming level of the loss and the defeat they have, and the fact that over well over a decade, all their resources have been put into a military machine that is now destroyed, I think they're going to be very upset at Saddam Hussein.
And in case the message to the Iraqis isn't clear enough, the administration holds out the possibility that claims for war reparations could depend on whether Saddam stays in power.
Clearly, what the international community is willing to do by way of its dealings with Iraq is going to be affected by whether that regime continues in power.
With the war over and reports of growing opposition in Iraq, the Bush administration is pursuing its goal by a different means, trying to persuade the Iraqi people to get rid of Saddam Hussein. Francis Hardin, CNN, the White House.
Word is just in from Honolulu that the man who put so many toes together and helped cement relationships thereby is dead at the age of 95. The dance instructor, Arthur Murray, has passed away.
I was just sitting there at the light, just sitting there. And suddenly I got bumped from the rear, and I felt something snap in my neck.
Whiplash? The sooner you have a chiropractic exam, the sooner you'll know, and the sooner treatment can begin. Treatment that's probably covered by auto or medical insurance.
Thank goodness I saw the chiropractor right away. My neck doesn't hurt, and neither does my pocketbook.
If you're in pain, call now, 377-0011.
Wade Ford has purchased direct from the Ford auction a brand new shipment of Ford factory-authorized cars and trucks still under warranty. This week, Wade Ford offers these special vehicles at up to 40% off the original window sticker price. And here's just one example. You save over $5,000 off the original sticker price. Buy now and save on a new or pre-owned vehicle from Wade Ford. Everything from Escorts to Lincoln Town Cars.
And we've got your dependable Ford today at Wade Ford in Smyrna.
This is CNN.
Looking quickly at some of the hour's top stories now. A drug recall is on because of a cyanide scare. All Sudafed 12-hour capsules are being recalled because of 2 deaths and an illness from tainted capsules in the state of Washington. There is no evidence of tampering in other parts of the U.S. The manufacturer of the decongestant ordered the nationwide recall as a safety measure. A United Airlines 737 jet with 25 people on board crashed near Colorado Springs, Colorado Sunday morning. All on board were killed. The pilot never radioed to say what was wrong. A team of investigators will try to determine the cause of the crash. Another plane crash in Illinois killed 3 people. The U.S. Navy T-39 trainer was approaching the Glenview Naval Air Station near Chicago. It went down in a residential neighborhood, but no one on the ground was injured.
Checking the latest developments in the Gulf, the White House and Pentagon are unable to confirm reports that Iraq has released 10 prisoners of war. But earlier, the Iraqi ambassador to the UN said he was told by the Iraqi foreign minister of their release.
As a matter of fact, we have already, I believe, released 10 POWs as a gesture of goodwill. 6 of them are American citizens, including one of them, the young lady that was captured a few days ago.
Earlier in the day, U.S. and Iraqi military officials met in the Iraqi desert. One of Iraq's senior generals accepted the Allied conditions for a permanent ceasefire. Among the conditions, the swift release of all POWs. Iraq also handed over to the Allies the layout of minefields in Kuwait and in Gulf waters. U.S. Commander General Norman Schwarzkopf called the meeting a major step forward in the cause of peace. The Iraqi delegation left without talking to reporters.
More reports from Iraq's second largest city that the government has lost control of it to Muslim rebels. Refugees are fleeing Basra by the hundreds. Eyewitnesses tell of heavy fighting between Iraqi soldiers and those demonstrating against Saddam Hussein. Alex Thompson has more on the chaos that surrounds Basra.
A motorway 2 miles into Iraq marks the end of Allied-occupied land. On it this morning, their vehicles stood bearing Red Crescent flags, a surveillance group for the Iraqi delegation coming to the peace talks nearby. They moved south with similar flags just after 11 o'clock, passing along a road which is studded with the wreckage of war, and past a signpost pointing to Kuwait. They were not the only Iraqis moving south. We met a van full of resistance militia from nearby Basra, fighting openly now to overthrow Saddam Hussein.
They are hungry, the people there. They try to get some food to them.
Who are these men? Why are they got guns?
Jamaat al-Mu'arada. The resistance.
Resistance against what?
ضد منو? Saddam and the government there.
The rebels then went north at precisely the moment the Iraqis' military commanders were coming south, rebels and regulars going in different directions. As we moved deeper into Iraq among the ruins of strafed vehicles, dazed civilians were coming south with eyewitness accounts of Basra's anti-Saddam uprising.
Boys that are shooting everybody, they have guns, they shoot the pictures, they control, and the army control Basra borders. And I believe there's some Iranians with them. But they said 3,000, but I think more. And I came from the opposite side of the river. It's mass, it's upside down. You know, I can't explain.
The car of that Kuwaiti family had been hit by gunfire just south of Basra. All eyewitnesses, and now some refugees from the violence, told us pro-Iranian Islamic groups were at the forefront of the uprising against Saddam's authority in Iraq's second city. Basra, battered by bombing, now buffeted again as security forces and rebels clash. But further north, deep into Iraqi-held territory, we found this, a battle-ready tank group deployed as a bodyguard for the commanders meeting with the Americans. We turned up unannounced, but there was no gunfire or arrests, but warm greetings by men who said yes, they'd fight again, but yes, they'd had years of war and peace felt good.
We hope there will always be peace. Who doesn't want peace?
The Iraqi people feel happy if we have peace, which will guarantee our constitution.
But when we asked him if the invasion of Kuwait had been a good idea, he received a tap on the shoulder.
I'm sorry, I cannot answer the question because you call it invasion and we call it something else.
Some took advantage of the waiting to rid themselves of the incessant desert dust. Others began eating unorthodox rations, happy it appeared that their country was at peace. Behind these soldiers stood a picture of Saddam Hussein next to a compound all but flattened, and close by an American jeep kept watch on the Iraqi tanks. These Iraqi troops now wait whilst their leaders discuss peace terms just a few miles to the south of where we're standing. Meanwhile, all around us, there are armed resistance groups, and to the north, reports of civil unrest in Basra and other cities. Officers here repeatedly expressed concern that Allied bombings had been indiscriminate.
America just tried to, they bombed all the schools, they bombed the civilians here. If America said, we are the peace of the world, why are they doing this to this country?
After several hours, their commanders returned from the talks. They said nothing but got into convoy and began to roll north to report back to their central command. And almost immediately, the tank column itself moved out of its position. The barrels were now pointing for home. The shadowing operation was over, and they moved north past the hulks of tanks that didn't survive war. We followed as far as these tank positions close to the troubled town of Basra before being ordered to return to Kuwait. To return to this, the Rotain oil field just south of the frontier with Iraq. The soldiers we'd spoken to said Allied bombing had done this, but the Allies say the Iraqis set fire to all of these wells. The fires burned unattended, and we could see no well that was not alight, counting 53 such blazes in this small area. A pall of smoke casts a shadow over the desert for 30 miles. The Kuwait Oil Company has just reported that virtually all of their wells and installations have received some damage or have been destroyed altogether. Another legacy of Iraq's sudden retreat. They went about destroying the wells with the same thoroughness as they went about destroying Kuwait City itself. And the fires continue, left unattended for the moment while Kuwait tries to find its feet, getting its basic services working, and leaving the fires for now to burn on. Alex Thompson, ITN, Kuwait.
A few small towns in western Pennsylvania have produced more football legends than any other place. Dan Marino, Johnny Unitas, George Blanda. What is it about these towns that gives birth to such greatness? The very things that drive us at Ford. When leadership is in your blood, you'll push yourself to even greater heights. In fact, starting right now, you'll be seeing more new models and exciting innovations from Ford than you've seen in years. Ford Motor Company.
Introducing Yoplait Pudding, the only chocolate pudding with real Yoplait yogurt.
It tastes like Joey McIntosh looks. I like this pudding.
New Yoplait Pudding. We gave pudding a good name, Yoplait.
Poor thing, you've got a real miserable cold, huh? Well, you could take Sudafed for your stuffy nose, plus chlortrimeton for your sneezing, plus, yep, there's more, plus regular Tylenol for your aches and pains, plus, why are you looking at me like that? Plus Benylin DM for your cough. You don't want to take all these? Well, you can relieve all those symptoms with multi-symptom Comtrex. It's that simple. Just take Comtrex and you'll feel better.
Comtrex, all alone, it does it all.
It can be downright frustrating and difficult to get perfect orange juice. One with that pure, fresh squeezed taste, with no water added or taken away. But if you remember that no other major brand of juice comes closer to this than this, Tropicana Pure Premium, we think you'll find everything will just fall into place. Tropicana Pure Premium. You just can't pick a better juice.
For some black Americans, the best opportunities may be in the military.
That's why I came in, to get a job.
Why are so many blacks enlisting? Many feel they have no other choice. A CNN special assignment begins Monday, 6 Eastern on CNN.
Kuwaiti citizens say they know it's going to take quite some time before their homeland is the way they remember it. As CNN's John Sweeney reports, the first order of business is to douse the fires that rage from city to city.
Residents of the small Kuwaiti town of El Hamadi have not seen the sunshine for 6 weeks, and this is why. Located about 25 miles south of Kuwait City, El Hamadi is surrounded by some of the country's largest oil fields set ablaze with a vengeance by the Iraqis. For the residents of Almaty, that has meant 6 weeks of surviving amid thick clouds of acrid smoke. Almaty's pets are beginning to turn the color of smoke, and even its healthiest residents are finding it difficult to breathe.
I feel suffocated and it's hard to breathe.
Even in the country's capital cities, some distance from the burning wells, the pollution is being spread by winter rains.
We had actually black rain, just like in Europe they have acid rain. We had black rain. It made all the buildings, all the trees, all the surroundings look black.
Normal winter rains are essential for Kuwait's desert vegetation. The polluted version threatens its existence.
From a distance, all of Kuwait's foliage appears to have a darkish hue. When one approaches the foliage, the reason why is apparent.
Along the Persian Gulf Coast toward Saudi Arabia, as much as 200 million gallons of oil continues to kill marine and animal life, a lasting legacy of Saddam Hussein. In Kuwait City, tons of garbage, uncollected since the invasion, poses an increasing health hazard to a population still reveling in liberation. The health hazard in Almaty, meanwhile, borders on unbearable for citizens with no place else to go.
We cannot leave our house and everything and move out, and our stuff is just, it's not so easy. It's not so easy.
John Swinney, CNN, Kuwait.
In the Baltic republics of Latvia and Estonia, overwhelming votes for independence from the Soviet Union. Officials in Estonia say that 90% of those who live in rural areas have opted for independence. It was nearly 78% in the cities. In Latvia, 77% of the citizens reportedly have voted in favor of separation. The Kremlin has denounced these votes as unconstitutional. The Yugoslavian Republic of Croatia began pulling out its special police units from the town of Pakrac to meet a special federal government deadline. They clashed with the minority Serbian community in hopes of preventing them from staging rallies. The two groups are divided over the future of the country and whether it should maintain the federation or move towards more independence. The situation has threatened the country with civil war.
In the U.S., Chrysler has demolished the rest of its 83-year-old Jefferson Avenue plant in Detroit. The company is finishing construction nearby of its $1 billion complex that will start building Jeeps early next year. The old Jefferson Avenue plant produced its last car last month. Until that time, it was the oldest operating automobile assembly plant in the U.S.
Well, a new week is about to get started, and Cheryl Jones is here now to tell us what kind of weather we might expect. Cheryl?
Well, Don, I hate to tell you this, but we still have some pretty wicked weather in the east. This weather pattern has been very slow to move through the southeast and along the eastern seaboard. It has been dropping very heavy amounts of rain in its path all the way from eastern Texas through the Gulf coastal states into Florida, up through the Carolinas, the mid-Atlantic coastal states, and now all the way up into the New England area. This has been going on over the weekend. Some of these areas down in the Gulf states received anywhere from 5 to 8 inches of rain through this time period. And you can see now, though, in Florida, the heaviest thunderstorms down here are concentrated in the southern part of the state, around Broward County, around Fort Lauderdale, Plantation, and also around Dade County as well, around in the Miami area. Up the coast here, these intense thunderstorms are moving out to sea, but not before moving, really dropping. A lot of rain and heavy winds also have been a big part of this storm system. We've had numerous watches and warnings out along the Gulf Coast and along the eastern seaboard with the progression of these storms. Now at west, you can see we do have another round of precipitation moving in. This, once again, will be in the form of rain for the lower elevations and snow, of course, for the higher elevations. But these systems just keep on coming in, one after the other. In addition to the precipitation with these systems, we're still getting some very high winds. So we have very high winds lashing the eastern seaboard, the eastern coastal states, and the same thing is going on in the west. And that's not the end of the wind. Here in the Denver area, we've been getting some downslope winds over the last couple of days. Those winds have been pretty high, at times gusting as high as 40 miles an hour. That'll continue to be the case tonight, especially near the foothills. May drop off just a little bit in Denver later tomorrow, but still, it's going to be a pretty breezy day. Now, in between all of this action, we have some clear skies for a change, and the clear skies will continue to kind of the skies will continue to clear down in the southeast as that system pulls on out. So by tomorrow, you'll see some drying out down here in the southeastern area. Now let's take a look at the situation as we move through time on Monday. You'll see, again, as I mentioned, that progression of those systems continuing to bring a lot of precipitation to the west. High pressure down in the southwest, but L.A. may still have some cloudiness tomorrow, enough cloudiness to keep the temperatures in the 60s. If the clouds aren't as numerous as they're expected to be, could be a little higher. Again, windy and warmer weather here in the Central Plains. You'll see a push of warm air in this area through parts of the northern plains, down through the central and southern plains too, and sunshine will be welcome after so many rainy days with very heavy rain in this area, as I earlier mentioned. Now, on the backside of this area of precipitation, before it heads on out, it's going to leave the New England area in more of a wintry pattern, and even New York City tonight could have heavy periods of rain throughout tonight and even through tomorrow. Some thunderstorms could be mixed in there as well. Now, colder air moves into the New England states, while I mentioned the warmer air will take place in the Central Plains. Let's look at those temperatures, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. You'll see those 60s pushing all the way up into the northern plains, 50s for western South Dakota. Meanwhile, in the east, this push of colder air comes down into the Ohio Valley, and you'll see the 20s and 30s return once again to the New England states. Now, don't forget, you're still going to have a lot of precipitation all the way from Caribou, Maine, where you may have some snow, down to Boston, where it could be rain, and then a lot of heavy rain down along the eastern seaboard. But again, these temperatures are going to be cooler right in this general area. Now, let's take a look at some cities for your Monday. We still could have some pretty active thunderstorms for the evening hours along much of the eastern seaboard, especially the mid-Atlantic states. Now the news continues with Don Miller.
Okay, thanks, Cheryl. And when we come back, two top-ranked Atlantic Coast Conference rivals battle it out in North Carolina. Updating the latest news from the Gulf now. Iraq's UN ambassador has told reporters he believes 10 Allied prisoners of war have been released. The ambassador says 6 of the 10 are U.S. citizens, including one woman.
As a matter of fact, we have already, I believe, released 10 POWs as a gesture of goodwill. 6 of them are American citizens, including one of them, the young lady that was captured a few days ago.
Meanwhile, neither Pentagon nor Red Cross officials can confirm such a release has taken place. CNN's Wolf Blitzer reports U.S. officials had expected some kind of token release after Sunday's meeting between Iraqi military commanders and Allied generals. The meeting in southern Iraq lasted 2 hours. Desert Storm Commander General Norman Schwarzkopf says all issues, including the quick release of POWs, were resolved to his satisfaction.
Now that the fighting has ended, U.S. troops are waiting for the word to start heading home. And CNN's Mark Dulmage reports the good news reached some Marines who now have time to reflect on their ordeal.
It's not a rumor any longer. The Marines are getting ready to go home. The word Sunday, and it was not official, was that most of the 1st and 2nd Division Marines would be out of the Kuwait Desert and back in the United States within the next 3 weeks. 1st Marine Division Assistant Commander General Thomas Droughty spoke for the Corps when asked about going home.
Don't get in our way. You'll get footprints on your chest there.
Camped outside Kuwait International Airport in the sand, Marines of the 1st Division's Task Force Papa Bear indicated there were some footprints left on Iraqi Army troops. As they relaxed at mail call, checking out some of the enemy's captured equipment, they talked about what they had gone through.
Second breach, and we saw some of the defense in the second breach, how they're set up into perfect Soviet doctrine defenses. It was scary to think of what he could have done. And I don't think he had the will, sir. I think he saw us coming, and we're moving so fast. I don't believe he had the will to stand in front of us.
Corporal Zygfuss and I told them to get their hands up, get away from the vehicles. As soon as they heard us, they started opening fire with all kinds of small arms fire and jump back in their vehicles and in their tanks, start opening with their heavy machine guns, and then we got the rockets off in time.
In time and accurate enough to knock out 2 Iraqi tanks in that engagement and 2 others before the fighting ended.
This area holds enough ammunition for a full Iraqi division, and most of it is exactly where they left it a few days ago. The Marines say there's so much of it lying around, they will probably leave it to the Kuwaiti government to dispose of.
The equipment and ammunition for the Iraqi army came from a number of countries. the tanks from the Soviet Union, much of the shells and small ammunition from a number of East European nations. One box, however, was clearly marked as coming from Jordan. There was no date on it to determine whether it was delivered before or after the UN sanctions were imposed. But this equipment was not of concern to General Droughty.
We're going to take out everything that we came in with. Marines don't throw away anything.
For Marine Platoon Leader Donovan, going home from the desert also meant going without leaving anyone behind.
I'm happy to go home, sir. I'm happy to take all my people home. That's my main thought, is we accomplished the mission and did it without losing anybody. And that's
Mark Dolmage, CNN, Kuwait.
That's my number.
And that's a look at the news at this hour. I'm David French in Washington.
And I'm Don Miller at CNN Center in Atlanta. Coming up next is Week in Review. We leave you now with pictures from Kuwait City of a kindergarten class throwing a thank you party for U.S. Marines.
فيها الكويت انتوها الغزالة العنود
The critics are praising the investigative team that's making the networks take notice. Special Assignment represents one of the more exciting developments on the small screen. Their reports devastatingly detailed, excellent, thought-provoking, word-catching. Thorough, in-depth investigative reporting, once presumed dead, is alive and well. And Special Assignment is here to stay, only on CNN.
From the telegraph to television, we live in the information age. Now, an exhibit at the Smithsonian Institution explores the history of modern communications and lets visitors experience the information age for themselves, including the CNN News display, where you can actually program your own newscast. Next time you're in Washington, D.C., experience the information age at the Smithsonian's American History Museum. Are you still living with this nightmare? Over 1 million motorists have said never again. They've switched to Triple Edge, and the difference is amazing.
This is the first set of wipers that really work for my car. Triple Edge has made my driving easier and safer.
Triple Edge is the world's first high-tech windshield wiper. It clears, it cleans, it wipes dry, all in a single pass. But that's not all. Triple Edge wipers are not made of rubber. They won't tear, dry rot, or freeze to your windshield. Triple Edge is made from DuPont Nordell, the same material used in 50,000-mile radial tires. It's so strong, we guarantee these wipers for as long as you own your car. If they ever fail, we'll replace them free.
Triple Edge wipers are absolutely great. It's been raining for 2 weeks straight, and I almost enjoy driving in it.
Triple Edge gives you visibility through the heaviest downpour. It whisks away snow and ice. Even mud is no match for Triple Edge. State troopers, ambulances, and taxi cabs are now using these incredible wipers. Shouldn't you?
The day after I got my Triple Edge wipers, we had a big snowstorm with blowing sleet and wind. Everybody had trouble seeing except me. My visibility was beautiful.
Join the satisfied million who have switched to Triple Edge. No noise, no streaking, no smearing, no tearing. They're custom fit to install in seconds on your car, van, or truck. Triple Edge wipers are only $19.95 a pair, guaranteed for as long as you own your car. Order yours now. They're the last windshield wipers you'll ever buy.
Call toll-free 1-800-257-1257. That's 1-800-257-1257. Or send $19.95 plus $4.50 shipping and handling to Triple Edge Wipers, P.O. Box 8250, Atlanta, Georgia. Please include your car or car's make, model, and year for correct sizing. Use your credit card and call now. 1-800-257-1257.
This is CNN.
The Gulf War ends as Kuwait is liberated. Now the task of rebuilding begins.
Egypt, a main player in the Allied effort to turn back Saddam Hussein, stands to play an important role in deciding the future of the Arab world.
Images of war, the players, the battle, the outcome. A survey of the Gulf War through pictures.
For Sunday, March 3rd, 1991, this is Week in Review. Hello, I'm Susan Rook.
I'm Bob Kane. The Persian Gulf War ended this week after a 6-week Allied air campaign and 100 hours of ground fighting.
With hostilities at an end, the Allies moved to secure the peace and formulate solutions to the many problems still plaguing the Middle East.
Kuwait is liberated. Iraq's army is defeated. Our military objectives are met.
I feel happy because it's free. Right now, Kuwait is free.
As far as Saddam Hussein being a great military strategist, he is neither a strategist, nor is he schooled in the operational art, nor is he a tactician, nor is he a general, nor is he as a soldier. Other than that, he's a great military man.
We've had a tremendous success, and I couldn't be happier or more proud of the Marines and the soldiers that fought with us.
Saddam Hussein promised that he would conduct the mother of all battles. Obviously, it looks like what's happened is that the mother of all battles has turned into the mother of all retreats.
It's being called the 100-hour war. 100 hours after Allied ground forces began their push into Kuwait, Iraqi soldiers were waving white flags of defeat and surrendering in droves.
Okay. Now, kneel down. Get
All right. You're all right. The Allies report some 80,000 Iraqis have been taken prisoner, most of whom willingly gave themselves up.
The way these people are giving up, I don't know. It's just like taking candy from a baby. I don't know.
The order to begin the ground assault began after a week of diplomatic dead ends. Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz spent much of last week shuttling between Baghdad and Moscow with a peace plan sponsored by Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev. By the end of the week, Iraq accepted the Soviet plan, which called for an unconditional troop withdrawal from Kuwait to be completed within 21 days. The Allies countered with a plan giving the Iraqis a week to leave Kuwait.
The coalition will give Saddam Hussein until noon Saturday to do what he must do. Begin his immediate and unconditional withdrawal from Kuwait.
The noon Saturday deadline came and went with no response from Baghdad, except for a Scud missile attack on Israel launched 10 minutes before the deadline expired. Within a few hours, the ground war began. The Allies reported the first day of the ground assault was tremendously successful. Then on Monday, a terrific loss, an Iraqi Scud missile hit an Allied barracks and mess hall in Saudi Arabia. 28 American service personnel were killed, 100 others wounded.
All I know, big explosion. It just threw me about 50 yards. There's nothing left of the building. People were screaming. There was fire. All our ammunition was going off. And I just had to get out of there.
Knocked me back quite a ways. And got up off the floor and started walking around. And it felt like it had wet my pants. And I grabbed a flashlight and it was red all the way down.
A lot of screaming, a lot of panicking. Not good things to remember.
A few hours later, Baghdad radio announced Saddam Hussein had ordered his troops to withdraw from Kuwait. The White House said it hadn't been informed.
We continued to prosecute the war. We have heard no reason to change that.
The next day, U.S. Marines entered Kuwait City. By this time, Allied forces controlled much of Kuwait, but were still meeting pockets of resistance.
We are engaged with them. We're in pursuit with them. They're stopping and fighting. We're overwhelming them and defeating them in place. So they are retreating, but they're retreating under fire from attacking forces.
Iraqi President Saddam Hussein said his troops were pulling out, but President Bush called the announcement scandalous.
Saddam's most recent speech is an outrage. He is not withdrawing. His defeated forces are retreating. He is trying to claim victory in the midst of a rout. And he is not voluntarily giving up Kuwait. He is trying to save the remnants of power and control in the Middle East by every means possible.
On Wednesday, February 27th, Allied troops freed Kuwait City for the first time since the Iraqi invasion on August 2nd.
Kuwait is liberated. Iraq's army is defeated. Our military objectives are met. Kuwait is once more in the hands of Kuwaitis in control of their own destiny. We share in their joy.
But by and large, the business of war was finished and the work of peace just beginning. The Allies and Iraqis scheduled a Sunday meeting to discuss a formal ceasefire and the return of all prisoners of war.
They know that they must comply, and I believe they will comply. And put it this way, they better comply.
And if they don't, the president says the Allies will resume hostilities. The Pentagon says U.S. troops will begin leaving the Persian Gulf within the next few weeks, but complete withdrawal could take 3 months or more. A special military task force may stay longer to help with emergency repairs in Kuwait. Iraq also is in dire need of assistance. The war left Saddam Hussein with the remnants of an armed force and a bombed-out economy. President Bush says Iraqis who committed atrocities against the Kuwaiti people will be held responsible. Mr. Bush hasn't ruled out humanitarian aid for Iraq, but...
At this point, I don't want to see one single dime of the United States taxpayers' money go into the reconstruction of Iraq.
For the Week in Review, I'm David French in Washington.
Surrender. Iraqi soldiers in many instances gave up without a fight at the start of the ground war. It was a welcome surprise for Allied forces who had braced for the mother of battles.
2 armored personnel carriers, and we've got 4 or 5 tanks, T-62 tanks in here. What's going to happen is they've been abandoned. We're going to bring up our engineers, and we're going to blow them into place.
There goes Ben. Playing it up.
Fuel truck of our CP.
Story is basically this, that they've got the gear. We'll go into these tanks, or these armored personnel carriers, there'll be plenty of ammo. The individuals just decided not to fight. That's the bottom line. You know, they're dug in, you can see. They've got plenty of ammo, and they just decided not to fight. They just turned around and gone north.
You're all right. Okay. We found some food back up in the officers' quarters. It was just a mixture of rice and a little bit of water. A whole bowl of rice that was in his quarters.
Eat. You want to eat?
POWs that we have right now, they said they haven't eaten in over 2 days. And they are border police, is what they are. And based on our intelligence, it's probably pretty accurate. And they said they just arrived down this location approximately 2 days ago. One of the diaries that we recovered, the last entry was on the morning of the 24th. And there's only about 2 inches of writing in the diary.
Water? Who wants water?
There's a certain element of sympathy for them because they're so poorly equipped, and the way their well-being, you know, they're human beings also, and we're treating them as such, taking as good a care as we can of them, because we're not here to destroy, we're just here to do a mission.
This moment means a lot to me, and I will never, never, never in my life forget this moment, ever. I'm happy, really. I got my country.
When it comes to education, only one use program designed specifically for use in schools earns overwhelming support from teaching associations, parents working with schools, and key academic administrators. In fact, leading educators across America endorse the one TV program teaching children about the real world, CNN Newsroom. Find out how you can get CNN Newsroom. Call 1-800-344-6219.
When 1 in 4 adults looks at dairy food, their stomach says stop. Say no now or pay later. Antacids aren't made for this problem, called lactose intolerance. But new Dairy Ease is. It's not an antacid, but a natural nutritional supplement that lets you comfortably digest ice cream, cheese, and milk without distress. Enjoy dairy food as naturally as everyone else with pleasant-tasting, chewable new Dairy Ease.
3M salutes the Olympic athletes who found a better way. Whose ideas were so original, there's no going back. That same innovative thinking helped us invent Post-it brand notes. And the way you leave messages has never been the same. 3M, innovation working for you.
Tonight on CNN World Report, Saddam Hussein, the history and the dreams that created a military machine, a world threat, and a thirst for Gulf War news in Malaysia, a nation tuning in and speaking out on the conflict. Plus, Somalians suffer the horrors of government violence, while Kenya offers refuge with sympathy and care. On CNN World Report, midnight Eastern tonight.
Not since the liberation of Paris in World War II has there been such an outpouring of joyous emotion to welcome an army.
When Kuwaiti and Saudi troops, U.S. Marines, and other coalition forces rolled into Kuwait to restore that country's independence and to oust the Iraqi occupiers, the fighting ended quickly.
The long-suffering population turned out to cheer their liberators, but cheers were mingled with tears as the widespread Iraqi killing and destruction was uncovered.
Thank you very much.
نفسي اشوف الصورة والله نفسي اشوف الصورة لا اله الا الله شهيد حبيب الله لا اله الا الله
It's beautiful to see them coming in. It's a beautiful feeling to feel free.
Tonight, the Kuwaiti flag once again flies above the capital of a free and sovereign nation.
This moment means a lot to me, and I will never, never, never in my life forget this moment, ever. I'm happy, really. I got my country.
There's no Iraqis in there now. They've been in the embassy, but it is now clear. The U.S. now occupies it from the inside.
We're going to put this flag back up on that pole.
Absolute total devastation. Obviously, they got cut off 2-3 kilometers up the road trying to escape, the Army trying to escape, and it all just backed up, bumper-to-bumper traffic. And the Air Force probably came in and just blew the hell out of it.
I want to smell the freedom of my country, the liberation of my country. I want to smell it. I want to feel it.
Very happy, extremely happy. It's like a nightmare that has gone away.
The lengthy record of military defeat remains a major factor in the politics of the Arab world. And Iraq's Saddam Hussein has sought to exploit Arab anger and frustration.
Konica knows to keep a business running smoothly, you need teamwork, timing, and communication. You can't afford to miss a beat.
I'm missing page 2.
Your systems,
No problem.
need to be efficient as well as simple, fast, and affordable.
Hello? We've lost some music.
Like Konica fax machines. They deliver on the spot to keep your business performing. When overnight just won't do, Konica Facsimile saves the day.
The new RCA 8mm camcorder weighs less than 2 pounds. It's so small and light, you'll take it everywhere. That way, you won't miss a thing. It also has a super fast lens for great color and clarity in almost any light.
Come on, give me the slippers.
Like we say, you won't miss a darn thing. And when you go from one subject to the next, the infrared focusing system focuses instantly. The new RCA 8mm camcorder. Another way we're changing entertainment again.
I got my 2 daughters in Pennsylvania, my wife Judy's mother in Wichita, and my high school coach in Dumont. See, I'm not such a tough guy after all.
Why is Bill Parcells making a list and giving it to MCI? Find out March 18th.
My first husband, no. My second husband, no. My third husband, no. My fourth husband, maybe. My lawyer, definitely.
Why is Zsa Zsa Gabor making a list and giving it to MCI? Find out March 18th.
Grapefruit must be eaten in the morning.
The man who wrote the book on Florida grapefruit is history.
You don't just have to have it in the morning. You can feel it anytime you feel it. Slice it if you like it as a treat. You just can't beat it. Florida grapefruit anytime.
Grapefruit, fresh from Florida and Florida's Indian River.
You don't just have to have it in the morning.
Egypt, the most populous of all Arab countries, is a member of the United Nations coalition that drove Iraq out of Kuwait. Egypt is also the only Arab country that has made peace with Israel. With the return of peace to the Middle East, Egypt can play a key role in deciding the future of the Arab world.
We in Egypt and all the Arab countries, we have to defend and to help the weak one. We are in the right way or in the right side.
Egyptian troops are fighting against Iraq along with the U.S. and other coalition forces. The coalition against Iraq held firm despite Saddam Hussein's efforts to persuade Arabs that they should be on his side, not on the side of the United States and other outsiders. When Saddam sent his Scuds rocketing into Israel, he failed to provoke a response that could have split the forces against him. Next to Israel, Egypt has been high on Saddam Hussein's hit list. Egypt is too far away for Scuds, but Saddam has hurled angry threats at Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak. Egypt has been a target of Arab wrath for more than a decade, since President Jimmy Carter invited Egypt's Anwar Sadat and Israel's Menachem Begin to Camp David to talk about peace.
I'm so proud of both of you. God bless you both.
Sadat and Begin signed a peace treaty in 1979, an event many believed could never happen. Egypt and other Arab states had invaded Israel almost as soon as it was established by the United Nations in 1948. Egypt and its allies lost that war, and Israel captured Arab territory. A group of Egyptian army officers seized power from Egypt's royal rulers in 1952, and Gamal Abdel Nasser emerged as the nation's leader. When the U.S. and Britain backed out of building an important dam on the Nile River, Nasser responded by seizing the strategic Suez Canal from its British and French owners. That led to another brief war with Britain, France, and Israel, a war ending only after the United Nations arranged a ceasefire. Nasser's growing reputation as a dynamic Arab leader led to the formation of a new nation, the United Arab Republic, linking together Egypt, Syria, and, loosely, Yemen. The United Arab Republic lasted a few years before internal disputes broke it apart, but the dream of Arab unity remained strong throughout the Middle East and North Africa. Nasser skillfully played the Cold War superpowers against each other, receiving military and economic aid from both the United States and the Soviet Union. The Russians helped build the Aswan High Dam and huge power plants on the Nile, and Egypt's government began expanding the nation's economic power. But war broke out again in 1967, when Egypt and other Arab countries began massing forces against Israel. In a sudden attack, Israel defeated Egypt, Syria, and Jordan in a classic six-day military campaign. Israel occupied the Sinai Desert, the Gaza Strip, Jordan's West Bank, and Syria's Golan Heights. Nasser, who today remains a hero for many Arabs and a model for Saddam Hussein, died suddenly in 1970. He was succeeded by Anwar Sadat, who soon ordered Egyptian forces to recapture lost territory from Israel. Once again, after initial Egyptian military successes, Israel turned back the forces of both Egypt and Syria. The lengthy record of military defeat remains a major factor in the politics of the Arab world. And Iraq's Saddam Hussein has sought to exploit Arab anger and frustration. But Egypt's Anwar Sadat broke the pattern when he visited Jerusalem in 1977, the first step toward the historic Egypt-Israeli peace treaty. Sadat was assassinated by Muslim extremists in 1981. Sadat's successor, Hosni Mubarak continued friendly relations with Israel, the United States, and the West, and improved relations with Arab states. Egypt is not an oil-rich nation, but is a rich mine of history and the relics of the past. One of the oldest civilizations on Earth, if not the oldest. Egypt dates back some 5,000 years. The pyramids, towering tombs of the pharaohs, have been tourist attractions since ancient times. From the beginning, the Nile River, originating in the heart of Africa 4,000 miles away, has been the lifeblood of Egypt. Most of the country is arid desert, thinly populated, but the banks of the Nile have been farmed for thousands of years, and the river is an important transportation route. Egypt remains a poor country by the standards of the industrialized world. With the largest population of any Arab country, Egypt has high birth and illiteracy rates and a low standard of living for the masses of people. The ancient Sphinx, gazing across centuries from the days of the pharaohs, may yet see a future of prosperity and peace. For Week in Review, I'm Dave Michaels.
The loss of one human life is intolerable to any of us who are in the military. But I would tell you that casualties of that order of magnitude, considering the job that's been done and the number of forces that are involved, is almost miraculous as far as the light number of casualties. It'll never be miraculous to the families of those people, but it is miraculous.
How do I know where to get my brakes done right?
Come to Midas. You get a lot of value for the price, and you get something else. Peace of mind. Knowing you get a thorough inspection by Midas-trained experts and a written estimate up front. Knowing every brake shoe and pad is guaranteed for as long as you own your car, and knowing the job will be done right. That's why more people come to us for brakes, knowing that nobody beats Midas. Nobody.
I'm a smoker, but in my office, it doesn't work. No problem. I chew Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. That cool, clean taste fits any agenda. When I can't smoke, I enjoy pure chewing satisfaction.
Thinking of selling your home?
You got to accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative. Latch on to the affirmative.
Better Homes and Gardens' exclusive home merchandising system will show you how to make your home more attractive to buyers. Better Homes and Gardens Real Estate. Nobody knows homes better.
Don't mess with Miss
Hiatus from Destiny's Child. She played Foxy Cleopatra in Austin Powers in Goldmember. Daniel.
Who's Beyonce?
Correct.
Countdown 200.
British Hanoverian Kings. 4.
Only one used program designed specifically for use in schools earns overwhelming support from teaching associations, parents working with schools, and key academic administrators. In fact, leading educators across America endorse the one TV program teaching children about the real
as far as the light number of casualties. It'll never be miraculous to the families of those people, but it is miraculous.
How do I know where to get my brakes done right?
Come to Midas. You get a lot of value for the price, and you get something else. Peace of mind. Knowing you get a thorough inspection by Midas-trained experts and a written estimate up front. Knowing every brake shoe and pad is guaranteed for as long as you own your car, and knowing the job will be done right. That's why more people come to us for brakes, knowing that nobody beats Midas. Nobody.
I'm a smoker, but in my office, it doesn't work. No problem. I chew Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. That cool, clean taste fits any agenda. When I can't smoke, I enjoy pure chewing satisfaction.
Thinking of selling your home?
You got to accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative. Latch on to the affirmative.
Better Homes and Gardens' exclusive home merchandising system will show you how to make your home more attractive to buyers. Better Homes and Gardens Real Estate. Nobody knows homes better.
Don't mess with Mr. In-Between.
When it comes to education, only one use program designed specifically for use in schools earns overwhelming support. From teaching associations, parents working with schools, and key academic administrators. In fact, leading educators across America endorse the one TV program teaching children about the real world, CNN Newsroom. Find out how you can get CNN Newsroom. Call 1-800-344-6219.
Atlanta Classic Cars continues its tradition of excellence by bringing you the best selection and price on the world's top pre-owned motor cars. Here are a few examples. Atlanta Classic Cars, your first choice in pre-owned luxury. We're located on Church Street in Decatur.
I was just sitting there at the light, just sitting there. And suddenly I got bumped from the rear, and I felt something snap in my neck.
Whiplash? The sooner you have a chiropractic exam, the sooner you'll know, and the sooner treatment can begin. Treatment that's probably covered by auto or medical insurance.
Thank goodness I saw the chiropractor right away. My neck doesn't hurt, and neither does my pocketbook.
If you're in pain, call now, 377-0011.
This is CNN.
On Wednesday, as the Allies moved toward an overwhelming victory, Field Commander General Norman Schwarzkopf went before reporters confident of a textbook victory.
Now, I'd now be very happy to take any questions anyone might have. Yes, sir.
All these divisions along the border, which were seriously attrited, it figures to be about 200,000 troops, maybe, that were there. You've got 50,000 prisoners. Where's the rest of them?
There was a very, very large number of dead in these units, a very, very large number of dead. We even found them when we went into the units ourselves and found them in the trench lines. There were very heavy desertions. At one point, we had reports of desertion rates of more than 30% of the units that were along the front here. As you know, we had quite a large number of POWs that came across, and so it was, I think it's a combination of desertions. There's a combination of people that were killed. There's a combination of the people that we've captured, and there's a combination of some other people who are just flat still running.
I'm wondering what you would say to people who would say the purpose of this war was to get the Iraqis out of Kuwait, and they're now out. What would you say to that public that is thinking that right now?
I would say that there was a lot more purpose of this war than just get the Iraqis out of Kuwait. The purpose of this war was to enforce the resolutions of the United Nations. There's some 12 different resolutions of the United Nations, not all of which have been accepted by Iraq to date, as I understand it. Okay? But I got to tell you that in the business of the military, of a military commander, my job is not to go ahead and at some point say, well, that's great, they've just now pulled out of Kuwait. Even though they're still shooting at us, they're moving backwards, and therefore I've accomplished my mission. That's not the way you fight it, and that's not the way I would ever fight it.
What kind of fight is going on with the Republican Guard? And is there any more fighting going on in Kuwait, or is Kuwait essentially out of the action?
No. The type of fight that's going on with the Republican Guard right now is just a classic tank battle. You've got fire and maneuver. You've got they are continuing to fight and shoot at us as our forces move forward, and our forces are in the business of outflanking them, taking them from the rear, using our attack helicopters, using our advanced technology. I would tell you that one of the things that has prevailed, particularly in this battle out here, is our technology. We had great weather for the air war, but right now and for the last 3 days, it's been raining out there, it's been dusty out there, there's black smoke and haze in the air. It's an infantryman's weather. God loves the infantryman, and that's just the kind of weather the infantryman likes to fight in. But I would also tell you that our sights have worked fantastically well in their ability to acquire, through that kind of dust and haze, the enemy targets. And the enemy sites have not worked that well. As a matter of fact, we've had several anecdotal reports today of enemy who were saying to us that they couldn't see anything through their sights, and all of a sudden their tank exploded when their tank was hit by our sights. Yes.
General, there have been reports that when the Iraqis left Kuwait City, they took with them a number of the Kuwaiti people as hostages. What can you tell us about this?
We've heard that they took up to 40,000. I think that you've probably heard the Kuwaitis themselves who were left in the city state that they were taking people and that they have taken them. So I don't think there's any question about the fact that there was a very, very large number of young Kuwaitis, males, taken out of that city within the last week or two. But that pales to insignificance compared to the absolutely unspeakable atrocities that occurred in Kuwait in the last week. They're not a part of the same human race. The people that did that the rest of us are. I've got to pray that that's the case.
In case you haven't noticed, the American psyche is starting to feel rejuvenated. As someone once said, there is no deodorant like success. Let's admit it, the euphoric high we collectively are experiencing is directly related to the good vibrations coming from the Persian Gulf.
In times of war and peace, through revolution and unification, amid destruction and change, one news network stands out. The highest honor is to be recognized by your peers. Now, the readers of the Washington Journalism Review have voted CNN the best network for news in the 1991 Best in the Business poll. CNN, the world's news leader.
What do we have here? Acute lower abdominal pain.
I don't see any alternative.
I don't either. We have to go in. Have we gotten the parents yet?
I have them on the phone, Doctor. They're out of the country.
Fax them a consent form, stat.
That's the only thing we're waiting on.
I know it.
Okay.
I've got it.
Any minute now.
Doctor, I've got the parents' signatures.
Excellent. Here we go.
Dex Facsimile, one of a wide range of business communication solutions from Fujitsu, the global computer and communications company.
A few small towns in western Pennsylvania have produced more football legends than any other place. Dan Marino, Johnny Unitas, George Blanda. What is it about these towns that gives birth to such greatness? The very things that drive us at Ford. When leadership is in your blood, you push yourself to even greater heights. In fact, starting right now, you'll be seeing more new models and exciting innovations from Ford than you've seen in years. Ford Motor Company.
Tonight, U.S. companies selling weapons to potential enemies. Can the government take steps to stop it? Grounding the military deal on CNN's Inside Business, 11 p.m. Eastern tonight.
Hello, I'm Don Miller at the CNN Center in Atlanta. We'll have more of the Week in Review after this brief news update. The Iraqis say the first handful of Allied POWs has already been set free. Iraq's ambassador to the United Nations mentioned to reporters only hours ago that he believed that 10 prisoners had already been released.
As a matter of fact, we have already, I believe, released 10 POWs as a gesture of goodwill. 6 of them are American citizens, including one of them, the young lady that was captured a few days ago.
U.S. Army Specialist Melissa Rathburn-Neely of Newaygo, Michigan, is the only woman among the 66 Allied troops listed as missing in action. But so far, CNN has not been able to confirm the supposed prisoner release. The White House says it has no independent confirmation. Pentagon officials say they don't know that any POWs either have been released or are about to be released. And the organization most likely to handle the prisoner release, the International Red Cross, says it doesn't have any information either. The UN Security Council is going to allow some humanitarian aid to Iraq. The Security Council adopted a presidential statement tonight allowing food, water, fuel, and other humanitarian items into the war-torn nation. The Sanctions Committee will oversee the aid. The United States balked at a proposal to lift some of the sanctions. Earlier today, Iraq accepted the UN's terms for a permanent Gulf ceasefire. The UN Security Council resolution includes the release of all prisoners of war and detained Kuwaitis. Baghdad Radio said Foreign Minister Tarek Aziz notified the UN Iraq had accepted the terms of Resolution 686. The Security Council adopted the ceasefire resolution last night. In other news, Arthur Murray, the famed dance instructor, is dead. His illustrious career included a nationwide chain of dance studios and an 11-year television show. Murray died at his Hawaiian home. The cause of his death was not released. Murray was 95. All 25 people aboard a United jetliner are believed dead tonight after the plane crashed in flames as it approached the Colorado Springs airport. Flight 585 was en route from Denver when it crashed in a park surrounded by homes and apartment buildings. An eyewitness said the plane banked sharply before plunging toward the ground. No word on the cause of the crash. Another plane crash north of Chicago. A U.S. Navy plane plowed into a residential neighborhood in the North Shore suburb of Glenview. The crash killed all 3 crew members, but no one was hurt on the ground. Witnesses say the pilot seemed to deliberately steer the plane to miss homes as the plane plummeted toward Earth. That's our update. I'm Don Miller. We'll have more news in half an hour. Now back to the Week in Review.
In case you haven't noticed, the American psyche is starting to feel rejuvenated. As someone once said, there is no deodorant like success. Let's admit it, the euphoric high we collectively are experiencing is directly related to the good vibrations coming from the Persian Gulf. We went for the gusto and we got it. From Maine to Montana, from Miami to Malibu, people who pride themselves on what this country can do and will do are called upon to do it. Since then, in many ways, we've turned a corner, gained new respect throughout the world, and with the potency of prowess, as Senator Slade Gorton of Washington would have it, we have exorcised the ghost of Vietnam. In facing down Saddam Hussein, President Bush has rewritten the book on crisis management at home and abroad. And to think, we once snickered that this man was a wimp. But not all is jubilation across the land. Many say the United States should cut out the crowing and get back to caring about a precarious economy, backsliding race relations, education, housing, jobs. You know, the unfinished business that predated the war in the Gulf. The image that we are spoiled instant gratifiers who thrive on kicking Fanny is not the kind of resume envisioned in helping shape a new world order. One of the strengths of the American psyche is the ability to constantly scrutinize our behavior, good and bad. Right now, we feel good about ourselves, and it's quite possible we've earned the right. But keeping things in perspective comes with that privilege. After all, baseball is in the air, and so is spring. Larry Woods, CNN, Atlanta.
If after test driving a Sterling, you find another car with all of its standard features and appointments for $28,500 or less, we'll do more than congratulate you. We'll buy it for you.
Why should I have to wait a week for my dealer to fix my brakes just because I own a foreign car?
For foreign car brakes, Midas gets the job done right, and right away.
I wouldn't settle for anything less than the right parts.
Midas stocks the right brake parts for practically every foreign car.
So I went to Midas.
Midas brake technicians are trained experts. That's why we guarantee every brake shoe and pad for as long as you own your foreign car. Nobody beats Midas. Nobody.
Over the next few months, I'll be analyzing the long-distance bills of businesses all over America to prove they're bigger than they should be. Here's a small law firm. In 1 month, they spend about $350 calling one area code. But look, their long-distance company didn't give them an extra discount for those calls. A completely separate 800 bill, and no way for the partner's business calls from home to be included on the office bill. My advice? These lawyers should get MCI preferred. our ingenious new service for smaller businesses. With MCI Preferred, office bills, 800 bills, home bills are all on one bill. There's an extra discount on the combined total, another 10% discount on the area code you spend the most on each month. And in this case, a yearly savings of about $2,000 over AT&T's best price services for them. MCI Preferred can solve virtually all of your long-distance problems, except one. It can't pick up the phone for you. That you still have to do for yourself.
It is written and is often repeated that older men declare war, but it is the young who must fight and die.
And it is the young who must inherit the tribulation, the sorrow, the triumphs that are the aftermath of war.
What can a Pitney Bowes mailing system do for your business? Watch this. Seen enough?
When work's much more than 9 to 5, city to city, take off, arrive, relax, renew, restore, revive, remember Ramada.
For business travel, remember Ramada, because at over 500 Ramadas nationwide, there's a place to meet in, rooms with space to work in, and somewhere to relax, all at a very affordable price. Ramada, the way it should be.
Stay with us just once and you'll always remember Ramada.
For reservations, call 1-800-2-RAMADA.
For some black Americans, the best opportunities may be in the military.
That's why I came in, to get a job.
Why are so many blacks enlisting? Many feel they have no other choice. A CNN special assignment begins Monday, 6 Eastern on CNN.
The legacy of the Vietnam War perhaps is broken. This time, U.S. citizens stood behind their troops. There were ribbons, prayers, songs, all speaking to support the troops and America's resolve to see the war to its end.
Lonely fear lights up the sky. Can't help but wonder why you're so far away. There, you had to take a stand in someone else's land. Life can be so strange.
Remain strong. That's why we're all here and singing along.
Stand tall, stand proud. Voices that care are crying out loud. And when you close your eyes tonight, knowing your heart how our love burns bright. Voices that care are crying out
Thank you for joining us for Week in Review. I'm Bob Kane.
And I'm Susan Rook. See you next week.
If you deserve a break from it all, here's your break. Stay 3 nights for the price of 2 at the Grove Park Inn. That's 3 days and nights to escape to a world of golf, indoor tennis, fine dining and nightclub entertainment, all for the price of 2 nights at our value season rate. For this limited offer, call 1-800-438-5800 and ask for our 342 package, because now is a perfect time to see how grand we really are.
I was just sitting there at the light, just sitting there. And suddenly I got bumped from the rear, and I felt something snap in my neck.
Whiplash? The sooner you have a chiropractic exam, the sooner you'll know, and the sooner treatment can begin. Treatment that's probably covered by auto or medical insurance.
Thank goodness I saw the chiropractor right away. My neck doesn't hurt, and neither does my pocketbook.
If you're in pain, call now, 377-0011.
Say, if you're a real or make-believe cowboy, head for the Cowpuncher's Palace. You'll find it by looking for the 40-foot-tall cowboy at 4683 Covington Highway, 1 mile east of 285. Why, the Cowpuncher's Palace is as big as Texas, where you can find the biggest spread of real cowboy needs, from roping saddles to dancing boots. Look for the 40-foot-tall cowboy. The Cowpuncher's Palace at 4683 Covington Highway, exit 33, just 1 mile east outside I-285.
Plunge right in and buy your next luxury car based solely on the sticker price. Or if you're shrewd, you'll ask your Mercedes dealer about the S-Class sedan. Because when everything is added up, independent research shows that over 5 years, this magnificent car will actually cost less to own than any other sedan in its class. So you can save a little now for a lot later. It is, after all, your money.
This is CNN.
After a crushing defeat, Iraq's military leaders bow to the demands of the Allies.
A United jetliner crashes in Colorado, exploding into a huge fireball. All on board are feared to be dead. I'm Don Miller at the CNN Center in Atlanta.
I'm David French in Washington. Welcome. Iraq says it will accept all the UN terms for a permanent ceasefire in the Persian Gulf War. And Iraq's ambassador to the UN says Baghdad told him 10 Allied prisoners, including an American woman, have been released as a goodwill gesture. The only woman soldier believed held by the Iraqis is U.S. Army Specialist Melissa Neely, who disappeared with a male soldier near the Saudi city of Khafji in late January. During today's ceasefire talks in occupied Iraq, military commanders on both sides agreed to an immediate symbolic release of prisoners.
Word that Iraq was releasing some POWs came at the United Nations. That's where CNN's Charles Feldman is standing by now with the latest. Charles?
Yes, you know, it is extremely rare that one soundbite can sum up the entire story that we know, but in this case, this one soundbite just about does it. This is the Iraqi ambassador to the United Nations and what he had to say about the alleged release of POWs.
In fact, we have already, I believe, released 10 POWs as a gesture of goodwill. 6 of them are American citizens, including one of them, the young lady that was captured a few days ago.
Now, that is literally all we know. The ambassador says he doesn't know exactly when they were released. He doesn't know exactly where they were released. And in fact, if you listen carefully to what he said in that soundbite, he even prefaced his remarks by saying that he believed that they were released. He told us later that he got that belief in a direct telephone conversation he says he had earlier today with the Foreign Ministry's office in Baghdad. But again, the ambassador here says he has no further information, only that he believes that these 10 POWs, including 6 Americans, were in fact released. Now, I'm wondering over at the Pentagon whether my colleague Wolf Blitzer has any more on this story, because we have just about run the course here at the United Nations. Wolf?
Charles, here at the Pentagon, there is also no confirmation that any of the Allied prisoners of war have either been released or are about to be released. In fact, Pentagon officials say they have checked with the International Red Cross in Geneva, Switzerland, and the Red Cross also says it has no word about the Allied POWs. The Red Cross does have a representative in Baghdad, and presumably that official, that Red Cross representative, would receive the POWs if in fact they are to be released. But officials say the Iraqis in the past have not complied with the Geneva Conventions governing warfare. They have not even notified the Red Cross in the past about the names of the POWs or those missing in action. Earlier today, General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander of the entire U.S.-led operation, made the point that the Iraqis should release the POWs to the Red Cross when General Schwarzkopf met with reporters following the ceasefire talks with the Iraqis.
The most important point that we discussed was the immediate release of all prisoners of war. We have agreed that this release should be immediate. We have agreed that the details of this release must be worked out by the International Red Cross, but both sides have agreed that we will do everything we can to work with the Red Cross to, as rapidly as possible, determine locations and times. We have also asked that as a token of good faith on both sides, that we have a symbolic release immediately. And I feel sure, based upon our discussions, that such a symbolic release should take place.
Now, Pentagon officials do not want to raise expectations of the families and others that there is any imminent release of POWs. They certainly hope that's the case, but based only on what Ambassador Ambari has said, officials here are reluctant to say anything along those lines, and they insist there has been no confirmation. They also note that there have been many severe communications problems with Baghdad. It's now early morning, almost just after 6 a.m. Baghdad time. They're hoping that soon there will be official word that some of the Allied prisoners have been released. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, reporting live from the Pentagon.
Thanks, Wolf. Following his meeting with Iraq's military leaders, General Norman Schwarzkopf said a major step forward had been taken in the cause of peace. Now many of his troops are hoping the next steps will be on the road home. CNN's Mark Dulmage reports.
It's not a rumor any longer. The Marines are getting ready to go home. The word Sunday, and it was not official, was that most of the 1st and 2nd Division Marines would be out of the Kuwait Desert and back in the United States within the next 3 weeks. 1st Marine Division Assistant Commander General Thomas Droughty spoke for the Corps when asked about going home.
Don't get in our way. You'll get footprints on your chest there.
Camped outside Kuwait International Airport in the sand, Marines of the 1st Division's Task Force Papa Bear indicated there were some footprints left on Iraqi army troops. As they relaxed at mail call, checking out some of the enemy's captured equipment, they talked about what they had gone through.
Second breach, when we saw some of the defense in the second breach, how they were set up into perfect Soviet doctrine defenses, it was scary to think of what he could have done. And I don't think he had the will, sir. I think he saw us coming, and we're moving so fast. I don't believe he had the will to stand in front of us.
Corporal Zygfuss and I told them to get their hands up, get away from the vehicles. As soon as they heard us, they started opening fire with all kinds of small arms fire and jump back in their vehicles and in their tanks, start opening with their heavy machine guns. And then we got the rockets off in time.
In time and accurate enough to knock out 2 Iraqi tanks in that engagement and 2 others before the fighting ended. This area holds enough ammunition for a full Iraqi division, and most of it is exactly where they left it a few days ago. The Marines say there's so much of it lying around, they will probably leave it to the Kuwaiti government to dispose of. The equipment and ammunition for the Iraqi army came from a number of countries. The tanks from the Soviet Union, much of the shells and small ammunition from a number of East European nations. One box, however, was clearly marked as coming from Jordan. There was no date on it to determine whether it was delivered before or after the UN sanctions were imposed. But this equipment was not of concern to General Droughty.
We're going to take out everything that we came in with. Marines don't throw away anything.
For Marine Platoon Leader Donovan, going home from the desert also meant going without leaving anyone behind.
I'm happy to go home, sir. I'm happy to take all my people home. That's my main thought, is we accomplished the mission and did it without losing anybody. And that's
Mark Dolmage, CNN, Kuwait.
That's my number 1.
Just ahead, we'll have a live report from Colorado Springs with the latest on a deadly plane crash there.
All I saw is the plane hit the ground right over here. It exploded. And then we went over there to see if there was any survivors, but there wasn't.
Pardon me, would you have any Grey Poupon? But of course. Grey Poupon, one of life's finer pleasures.
Certainly isn't the same old place.
No kidding.
I'm thinking of early retirement.
I'm not thinking about it. I'm doing it. 2 more years.
You can swing?
Yeah, my Payne Weber guy helped me out with it. Remember the stock money we got after the 84 buyout? He took it and restructured my entire portfolio.
How did he know you wanted out back then?
He asked.
For a better way to catch your Z's, better sleep on a Sealy Posturepedic.
Hi, what'd you bring back?
Diarrhea.
Of course, you forgot your Kaopectate.
Advanced formula Kaopectate. Just 1 dose helps relieve diarrhea fast.
Next time, I won't forget the Kaopectate.
Guaranteed to stop diarrhea fast.
Monday, it's the movie that set the standard for action and adventure and started the legend of Bond, James Bond. 7 days of 007 begins with Dr. No, beginning at 8:05 Eastern, Monday, only on TBS.
Tonight, U.S. companies selling weapons to potential enemies. Can the government take steps to stop it? Grounding the military deal on CNN's Inside Business, 11 p.m. Eastern tonight.
All 25 people on board a United Airlines jet died when the plane crashed Sunday morning in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Patty Panicha joins us now live from Colorado Springs with the latest details. Patty?
Well, Don, just moments ago, we understand that a team of investigators from the National Transportation Safety Board arrived at Colorado Springs Municipal Airport. We understand that they are making their way now to the crash site. They left Washington earlier this morning. They will spend the next few days sifting through the debris at the crash site where 25 people died. They crashed nose first into a grassy open area in a residential neighborhood of Colorado Springs. What's left are extremely small pieces because of the tremendous impact. The plane was making final approach to the airport. It was just 2 miles south when the crash occurred. Here's what some eyewitnesses had to say.
It caught on fire when it hit here, and it flipped over. And it just flipped right over these trees right here, and it landed right there.
I seen the people in the plane that was banging on the windows. And that's all I saw, and it blown up.
All I saw was the explosion, and people went down there and they saw body parts and everything, and it was just horrible.
And it's really shocking, and it's a miracle that it didn't hit the houses or hit the apartments, because it's just like maybe 500 feet away from the apartments.
No, I just wish the best for the families who may have had loved ones aboard here. This is a real tough time for them, and our prayers are with them.
Now, we understand one of the 2 flight recorders has been recovered, and that may provide some insight as to what happened to United Flight 585. We don't know much else at this point. The skies were clear. Winds were high, though, up to 45 miles per hour. And one final note, although there were 25 people aboard that flight, if it had been full, there could have been as many as 120. I'm Patty Panicia for CNN, reporting live from Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Patty, thank you very much. And there was another crash today. A military jet crashed in Illinois. A U.S. Navy T-39 Saberliner crashed just south of the Glenview Naval Air Station in suburban Chicago. All 3 crew members were killed. An eyewitness took these pictures with his home video camera. Witnesses say the pilot appeared to take some last-minute heroic actions that kept the plane from hitting any homes when it crashed on the residential street.
A poisoning scare involving the cold remedy Sudafed has forced the manufacturer to take its 12-hour capsules off the shelves. Authorities are investigating 2 recent cyanide poisoning deaths in Washington state for evidence of product tampering. In at least one case, the victim became ill and died after taking Sudafed. A second death may also have been related to the product. Until the case is solved, the Burroughs Wellcome Company is recalling all of its 12-hour Sudafed capsules, and it's asking customers to return the product to the store where it was purchased. Arthur Murray, the famed dance instructor who built his talent into an empire, has died at the age of 95. No other details about his death at his Hawaiian home are being released. Murray was born to poor Jewish immigrants on New York City's Lower East Side. But he parlayed his dance talent into a multi-million-dollar corporation, now 450 studios strong.
Voters in the Soviet Baltic states of Latvia and Estonia overwhelmingly supported breaking away from the Soviet Union in non-binding referenda today. With 3/4 of the votes counted, it appears the republics voted to affirm the independent declarations made last year by their parliaments. Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev branded those declarations illegal, and he said the same thing about last month's referendum in neighboring Lithuania, where the vote for independence was more than 90%.
And still to come in this hour of news on CNN, Bob Franken has the latest on what happened to Iraq's feared Republican Guard.
$27 years old, and his company was just purchased for $10 million. 34, and she was just made vice president of a well-known bank. 45, and sailing the Pacific for a year. You may wonder how these people do it, but they're just like you and me, sharing the same desire for success. And while there's no one formula for success, there is one magazine that contains information leading you there. Information for the one-man operation to the multi-million-dollar corporation, which in this case happens to be run by this 43-year-old. Fortune cuts through the clutter of news with articles helping you improve your portfolio, your career, your lifestyle, your future. And whether you're working your way to the top or are already there, Fortune keeps you ahead with celebrated issues like the famous Fortune 500, the classic business roster of today's most successful companies, and the Investor's Guide with top picks from some of the sharpest minds on Wall Street. That's information you can profit from, especially if you make your own investment decisions. As a bonus with your paid subscription is the Investor's Guide and this free Fortune Facts with Solar Calculator. It's a business calendar, a work planner, a personal directory, which is being used by this 47-year-old who runs one of America's most successful medical companies. So call 1-800-621-6500. and get 16 issues of Fortune at over 53% savings off the cover price. Payable in 3 installments of just $9.77 each. That's what this 28-year-old international financier would call a great business deal. Included with your paid subscription is this free Fortune Facts, the Investor's Guide, the Fortune 500 issue, plus something even highly successful people can't turn away from. Over 53% savings off the cover price. So call 1-800-621-6500.
What's that number?
1-800-621-6500.
Iraqi President Saddam Hussein appears to be going about the business of ruling and rebuilding his country. Baghdad Radio reports Hussein met Sunday with the ruling Revolutionary Command Council and the Ba'ath Party Regional Command to discuss restoring basic public services. The radio said that Mr. Hussein visited a so-called martyrs monument and the tomb of a former defense minister to read aloud from the Quran.
Reports of civil unrest are coming from more Iraqi cities. Refugees say there are widespread disturbances and clashes in 5 Iraqi cities. U.S. military officials say Basra, Iraq's second largest city, is in disarray. They say the Iraqi delegation to Sunday's ceasefire talks was worried the chaos might prevent it from making it through the city. People fleeing Basra describe clashes between protesters and government forces. Some say pro-Iranian Islamic groups are behind the Basra uprising.
Boys that are shooting everybody. They have guns, they shoot the pictures, they control, and the army control Basra borders. And I believe there's some Iranians with them. But they said 3,000, but I think more. And I came from the opposite side of the river. It's mass, it's upside down. You know, I can't explain.
The Associated Press reports Iraqi opposition leaders are planning meetings in Syria and Lebanon by the middle of the month to decide their next moves against President Saddam Hussein.
The worst violation so far of the ceasefire took place near Basra. CNN's Bob Franken reports on the aftermath of that very violent battle.
The debris is spread out over about 25 square miles, the shredded remnants of the Republican Guard's famous Hammurabi Armored Division, which had been dug in at Kuwait City. The contingent was spotted by U.S. scouts several miles west of Basra, heading north, escaping toward Baghdad. With the ceasefire, Allied forces were not authorized to take offensive action.
Although we know that it's a ceasefire, they may not.
Whatever the reason, the Iraqis fired on the U.S. troops. The Americans called in a withering counterattack, tanks, artillery, and Apache helicopters.
Absolute pandemonium. It was absolute pandemonium. There was no command and control. There was nothing but raw, blind panic.
In the muddy ground, there were footprints everywhere, cited as evidence the Iraqis ran in every direction. Several hundred were captured. There were estimates that a couple hundred were killed. No U.S. casualties reported. All the Iraqi equipment was destroyed, including top-of-the-line Soviet-made T-72 tanks. U.S. commanders say the contingent was trying to sneak back with its weapons in an effort to keep intact what remains of Iraq's military machine.
I think they were in Basra, and there's problems in Basra we're not quite sure, and they were trying to, in my judgment, find a way out.
The Hammurabis were heading for the causeway over a nearby marsh. They were apparently unaware the bridge had been destroyed by Allied planes. U.S. troops continue to be on the lookout for other Iraqi tank units reported to be in the area. As this incident dramatically shows, it's far too soon for the troops to relax, even though the war is over. That time won't come until they're safely home. Bob Franken, CNN in Eastern Iraq.
Post-war issues. What are they? Who will be affected? We'll try to get some answers in a discussion with Rhode Island Senator Claiborne Pell when we return.
Pardon me, would you have any Grey Poupon? But of course. Pull forward, please. Reverse. Go forward. No, 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 no. Reverse. Oh, what is he doing? Come back.
Ricola, the all-natural herb cough drop imported from Switzerland. Ricola has been soothing throats and relieving coughs naturally for over 60 years.
Reverse. Go forward again.
Oh dear. Grey Poupon, one of life's finer pleasures.
Now that the dust is settling from the Gulf War, though not all the soot and smoke, how does the landscape look for peace in the region? Joining us now to discuss possible scenarios is Rhode Island's Senator Claiborne Pell. He is chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Thank you, sir, for coming over tonight.
Great to be with you.
What role is best for the United States in the Middle East region in the next several months?
I think as a catalytic agent to try to bring democracy to that part of the world. For example, in Iraq, we forget sometimes that Saddam Hussein represents just 15%, his tribe, a group, the so-called Sunni Arabs, and the majority of people have no sympathy whatsoever with he or his leadership. And we should push for a more democratic regime there.
It's so delicate a job for U.S. diplomacy to move in that direction, given the way many of the Arabs feel right now.
But the president has really done a brilliant job in keeping the coalition together. And one of the problems will be to make sure that the coalition does not get into rearming the countries in that part of the world. It's of interest that the weapons that were provided to Iraq were provided by the very coalition that brought him down to heel.
You and the nation have much praise for the president in the way he conducted all of this. No doubt about it. Democrats in Congress do plan some sharp questions for the Secretary of State, though, who is about to travel back to the region, on the missteps that some say led to the war. Did, in your opinion, sloppy diplomacy encourage Saddam Hussein to enter Kuwait?
I do not think so. I think Baker handled himself very well, just as the president did. Some of us, including myself, may have disagreed with the pace that he went ahead to use force. But I think that Baker and the president did a good job.
But when Ambassador Gillespie said there will be no problem from the United States, in essence, in the Arab-to-Arab conflict?
That was certainly should not have been said, and I would imagine out of the hearings that we'll be having, that will be the source of that instruction will be discovered.
I'm trying to learn, is Baker going to have a hard time?
I don't think so. I think there's a great deal of respect for him as an individual. Obviously, as he does the rounds now, he's going to step on some feet. He will not be able to avoid it. But I think he will do basically a pretty good job.
This question may sound off the wall. I don't mean it to, but some people think about it. Is it feasible to expect, under any scenario that's reasonable, some land from the defeated Iraqis to be used as some sort of building block for the Palestinian problem? Land.
It's a thought, and if it would work, it would be wonderful. But whether it would be acceptable to the Palestinians, that I do not know, and I don't know what the Arabs would say on it either. But out of this whole this whole situation, there will emerge, in my view, a new world order. And that I have great sympathy with President Bush, because having been at San Francisco when we created the United Nations, and it's been moribund for 45 years because of the two superpower struggle, now to see it playing a role, and whatever direction we go, the president says it must be done with the United Nations concurrence, under the United Nations umbrella, through the United Nations, and that's one big step forward towards a new order.
And would you like to see all of this done in the next several months, in the next year or year and a half? I mean, the Middle East situation smoothed?
I would love to see it, but I can, in all honesty, say it will be all smooth, or it will be resolved in a few months. It will take longer, in my view.
Much longer. You've called on the nations of the world, including our own, to cooperate in curbing the arms flow to Middle East nations of whatever stripe and ilk. How do you do that?
Just don't sell them.
I mean, tell it to some of the large corporations?
No, I still think we should very much diminish the sale of arms. We should get together with our allies, and as we move down the road to the arms control treaties with the Soviet Union, we'll be holding hearings on those as soon as the administration gets them up to us. And one other problem that we've not touched on enough is the question about some autonomy, some human rights for the Kurds, because the Kurds are a huge area, many millions of people in the middle of this embroiled area, and I would hope that we would give a little more priority to getting them a decent haven.
I must take this opportunity to talk about domestic U.S. politics because of your stature in the Senate and your 30-year tenure there. As you look forward to '92, and as you look at the ever-enlarging shadow of George Bush, some say he's being fitted for around Mount Rushmore, what Democrat is going to waste his time?
It's a little early to say now. I'm sure when the time comes in New Hampshire, wherever, Iowa, when the primaries come, there will be several pretty competent, pretty good Democrats emerging.
But it will be like a debating society and not an election?
Well, it will be a debating society, but things can change very rapidly. I'm reminded of the Winston Churchill analogy. 1 year after he won the war, he was defeated. Reminded of Harry Truman, who at one point had the highest rating that any president's ever had, and who was defeated, not defeated, but became very unpopular shortly afterwards. And politics is very fickle. As was in one of the papers today, it described how political capital was seeping through the sands, military capital was seeping through the sands of the political process.
Churchill had one advantage: he could call for an immediate election.
Right.
All right. I'd like to thank you very much, Chairman Claiborne Pell from the Foreign Relations Committee, sir.
Thank you. Great to be with you.
Good to have you, sir.
Fine.
We've been talking, of course, with Rhode Island Senator Claiborne Pell. Don?
And when we come back, we'll have an update on the rest of today's news and a report on captured Iraqi weapons, how the Allies got them, and what they plan to do with them.
Razor Ruddock's victory over Michael Dokes last April was pretty incredible. It wasn't just the fact that he knocked him out, or that Dokes was out cold for a full 12 minutes. What was incredible is that Dokes got up at all. So why on earth would Mike Tyson want to fight Razor Ruddock? Tyson versus Ruddock, live from the Mirage.
I was just sitting there at the light, just sitting there. And suddenly I got bumped from the rear, and I felt something snap in my neck.
Whiplash? The sooner you have a chiropractic exam, the sooner you'll know, and the sooner treatment can begin. Treatment that's probably covered by auto or medical insurance.
Thank goodness I saw the chiropractor right away. My neck doesn't hurt, and neither does my pocketbook.
If you're in pain, call now, 377-0011.
This is CNN.
Here now is an update on the day's news. There appears to be no survivors in the crash of a United jetliner near Colorado Springs, Colorado. Flight 585 went down in a park surrounded by houses and apartment buildings. 25 people were aboard. At least one person on the ground was reported injured. The 737 was en route from Denver to Colorado Springs. In the Gulf, reports of successful ceasefire talks between Allied and Iraqi commanders. Desert Storm Commander General Norman Schwarzkopf says the Iraqis agreed to all Allied demands for a permanent ceasefire. That includes the release of POWs. Meanwhile, Iraqi Ambassador Abdul Amir al-Anbari says Iraq has already released 10 prisoners of war, including 6 Americans and a woman. The Pentagon says it has no word of such a release. Iraqi television showed pictures of President Saddam Hussein Sunday. He reportedly met with top advisors and discussed restoring basic public services and links to communications. Meanwhile, refugees fleeing Iraq report chaos in Iraq's second-largest city of Basra. Anti-Hussein protesters are reportedly clashing with government forces.
The war with Iraq was a quick and decisive victory for the Allies. While it went well, military planners say they're learning some lessons from it. CNN's military affairs correspondent, Wolf Blitzer, has more.
For long-range Pentagon planners, the speedy and lopsided victory over Iraq was a welcome relief from the legacy of U.S. military setbacks over the past 2 decades, including Vietnam, the failed hostage rescue operation in Iran, and the terrorist bombing of the Marine headquarters in Beirut. but officials caution against assuming that everything went perfectly in this war.
There are some areas I'm sure that are going to be uncovered as time goes on that shows either shortcomings in equipment, shortcomings in training methods, and probably shortcomings in some tactics and techniques.
Delays in the deployment of more than 500,000 U.S. troops to the Gulf underline several transportation problems.
We know we need better, probably seaborne transportation capabilities. So we're going to have to look at that.
And that explains why the Pentagon hopes to leave a lot of tanks and heavy equipment in place in Saudi Arabia even after the troops come home. General Neal says the Pentagon also will have to re-examine its breaching capability, moving through enemy landmines, burning trenches, and other obstacles. Privately, military officers credit the unrelenting air campaign with having softened up the frontline Iraqi fortifications. But that kind of air supremacy, the officials caution, might not be available the next time around. And officials concede that the war could have turned out quite differently if the U.S.-led coalition would not have had the luxury of careful planning spread out over some 5 months. Saudi Arabia's overbuilt network of modern air bases and seaports, moreover, is not found in many other potential hotspots around the world. But U.S. military commanders agree that the major reason why this war went so well was the fact that President Bush did not micromanage the battlefield.
Most of all, we had a commander-in-chief who allowed the Secretary of Defense, chairman, and the theater commander in particular to develop his plans and to refine them and to think through them and to execute them without any interference.
Perhaps the biggest failure occurred even before the war erupted, a failure in properly assessing the available intelligence. There was a prevailing mindset in Washington that Iraq would not invade a fellow Arab country. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, the Pentagon.
Now that the Allies have confiscated many of Iraq's weapons, they are destroying them. CNN's Greg LaMotte spoke with some of the Marines who captured part of Saddam Hussein's arsenal.
You're riding on an Iraqi tank captured during the U.S. Marine battle for Kuwait International Airport. It is quite a prize, unharmed and totally operational. You'd think this killing machine would be kept for use against possible enemies in the future, or at the very least as a trophy of war. But as a matter of policy, the tank, along with tens of thousands of other captured weapons, including heavy artillery and small arms, will be destroyed or made inoperable.
We're not allowed to take home any war souvenirs, so what we've done is cut the stocks off the weapons and give them to the individual Marines that captured the weapons, so they can take the stock home and maybe make a desk plate or a name tag, and that is a memory for a souvenir. So we're not going to take any weapons. That's what we've done, and that's why they look so bad.
But others say some of the seized weapons look bad because of whose hands they were in.
Some units look like they took care of their weapons. Others, they just been left to sit. And I think that's an indicator of why they pulled out the way they did. I think they were poorly led, and I don't think they had the will or believed that we had the will that we did to come in and sacrifice what we would more than they were willing to sacrifice, which was obviously not too much.
Not too much will, but a ton of weapons. And some think if the Iraqis had the belly to fight, they could have put up a good one.
Do you think the Iraqis could have put up a fight if they wanted to with all this stuff?
They probably would have kicked our butt with all the stuff they had. We went back in there by the oil fields, and there was bunkers and bunkers of mortar rounds. There was like hundreds of bunkers of mortar rounds and arty rounds, everything out there. I think they probably would have put up a good fight or kicked our butt, probably.
I think they'd have done a pretty good job, but I still think we'd have beat them.
What the Iraqis didn't have the stomach for was air superiority. And by the time the ground invasion began, they were more than ready to leave their spoils behind in the hands of the victors. Greg LaMotte, CNN, Kuwait City.
Still ahead, oil fires blacken the skies over Kuwait and pose a danger to the environment.
That Michael? Yeah, starts college next year. How's mine?
Mike told me the price of his first choice.
I know what you mean. I got this broker at Payne Weber. She put me in a zero coupon.
To cover college. Huh. When did she do that?
It's got to be 10, 11 years.
10 years ago? How did she know that's what you needed?
She asked.
Calumet Farm in Kentucky has produced more legendary racehorses than any other stable. Whirlaway, Citation, Alydar. When excellence becomes a tradition, there's no end to the greatness. And it doesn't happen only in horse racing. Ford has set the pace in the auto industry from the outset. And with billions of dollars invested in models like our new Crown Victoria and Grand Marquis, we're going to stay out in front. Ford Motor Company.
Solid things. Pride. Dedication. Anderson windows and patio doors are built to stand the test of time.
Through the desert sun, through the years of rain, from the shores of California to the coast of Maine. Anderson, build your dreams of solid things. We'll build tomorrow in. Come home to quality. Come home to Anderson.
3M salutes the Olympic athletes who found a better way. Whose ideas were so original, there's no going back. That same innovative thinking helped us invent Scotch brand tapes, and people have been sticking with us ever since. 3M, innovation working for you.
Four members of a CBS television news crew now in London are telling of beatings and of being blindfolded while in Iraqi captivity. Reporter Bob Simon and his crew are recovering from their 6-week-long ordeal in a London hospital. In their most recent interview, they recount numerous beatings with canes and sticks. And they say the Allied bombings scared them even more. One bomb hit a building where they were held. Doctors say the four are doing remarkably well and may be free to go home in a week.
Complete peace has not yet reached Kuwait City. While children have resumed playing in the streets and many Iraqi soldiers surrendered peacefully, there is some resistance. One U.S. officer says it will be 5 or 6 days before Kuwaiti and U.S. troops secure the capital city. Trucks armed with loudspeakers are telling Iraqis and Palestinians that they will be treated well if they surrender. Elsewhere in the country, it looks like a total solar eclipse as the oil fires continue burning. CNN's John Sweeney has this report.
Residents of the small Kuwaiti town of El Hamadi have not seen the sunshine for 6 weeks, and this is why. Located about 25 miles south of Kuwait City, El Hamadi is surrounded by some of the country's largest oil fields set ablaze with a vengeance by the Iraqis. For the residents of Al Hamadi, that has meant 6 weeks of surviving amid thick clouds of acrid smoke. Al Hamadi's pets are beginning to turn the color of smoke, and even its healthiest residents are finding it difficult to breathe.
I feel suffocated and it's hard to breathe.
Even in the country's capital city, some distance from the burning wells, the pollution is being spread by winter rains.
We had actually black rain, just like in Europe they have acid rain. We had black rain. It made all the buildings, all the trees, all the surroundings look black.
Normal winter rains are essential for Kuwait's desert vegetation. The polluted version threatens its existence.
From a distance, all of Kuwait's foliage appears to have a darkish hue. When one approaches the foliage, the reason why is apparent.
Along the Persian Gulf coast toward Saudi Arabia, as much as 200 million gallons of oil continues to kill marine and animal life, a lasting legacy of Saddam Hussein. In Kuwait City, tons of garbage, uncollected since the invasion, poses an increasing health hazard to a population still reveling in liberation. The health hazard in El Hamadi, meanwhile, borders on unbearable for citizens with no place else to go.
We cannot leave our house and everything and move out, and our stuff is just, it's not so easy. It's not so easy.
John Sweeney, CNN, Kuwait.
In Iraq, there are some signs that life is beginning to return to normal. The state-run radio says electricity has been restored to some areas and schools will reopen in about a week. But as CNN's Christiane Amanpour reports, severe problems still exist with the basic necessities. A reminder, her report was monitored by the Iraqi government.
The biggest arguments you hear in Baghdad these days are over water. People trying to get as much as they can of what has become a precious commodity, but there is no fresh running water in their homes. Children dip their feet in the filthy stuff stagnating in fountains. Women use it to wash with and even drink. 7 water treatment plants serve Baghdad's 4.5 million citizens. This is the main one. Officials say it's the only one operating today, and then only at a quarter of its capacity. That's because its power station was bombed in the early days of the war, and it now relies on one generator.
If this stops, it means the central part of Baghdad in Rasafa will be prevented from water.
As it is, Iraqi and United Nations officials say that each citizen now gets 40 liters of water a day, compared to 400 liters before the war. And that, they say, isn't even properly treated because there isn't enough chlorine or alum, now that bombed-out industrial plants can't produce them. In addition, raw sewage is spewing into the rivers around Baghdad. Again, there's no electricity to power the sewage treatment plants. Still, women wash their clothes along the river banks. UN officials here worry about diseases spreading, such as cholera and typhoid, now that the weather is getting warmer. The government has just ordered electricity and water to be provided as quickly and to as many people as possible. And since the ceasefire, authorities are coming under tremendous political pressure to restore the basic commodities.
You could imagine the stress and the pressure put on this department to make water available at any cost. And we have to do this at specified standards.
So officials are appealing for help from other governments and UN organizations for medicines and especially chemicals for treating water. At this plant, they say, they have enough chlorine only for another 15 days. Christiane Amanpour, CNN, Baghdad.
Just ahead, we'll check the weather in the USA. And in sports, did defending world champions, the Detroit Pistons, snap their 5-game losing streak? We know, and we'll tell you.
Tonight, U.S. companies selling weapons to potential enemies. Can the government take steps to stop it? Grounding the military deal on CNN's Inside Business, 11 p.m. Eastern tonight.
Research has shown that if you confine an animal in a small space for an extended period of time, he will become an animal. But put him in a big room with comfortable furniture, full kitchen, and a home-like atmosphere, and he'll become almost human. Something to consider on your next extended business trip. Residence Inn. People who travel for a living live here.
Over the next few months, I'll be analyzing the long-distance bills of businesses all over America to prove they're bigger than they should be. Here's a small law firm. In 1 month, they spent about $350 calling one area code. But look, their long-distance company didn't give them an extra discount for those calls. A completely separate 800 bill, and no way for the partner's business calls from home to be included on the office bill. My advice? These lawyers should get MCI Preferred, our ingenious new service for smaller businesses. With MCI Preferred, office bills, 800 bills, home bills are all on one bill. There's an extra discount on the combined total, another 10% discount on the area code you spend the most on each month. And in this case, a yearly savings of about $2,000 over AT&T's best price services for them. MCI Preferred can solve virtually all of your long-distance problems, except one. It can't pick up the phone for you. That you still have to do for yourself.
Monday on TBS, the Russians and the British are being pitted against each other, and Bond is right in the middle. 7 days of 007 continues with From Russia with Love, 10:35 Eastern Monday, only on TBS.
A piece of Detroit's history tumbled to the ground in a huge puff of smoke today. Chrysler demolished the remainder of its 83-year-old Jefferson Avenue plant in Detroit. The plant turned out its last car about a year ago. Until then, it was the oldest operating auto assembly plant in the country. The automaker is completing construction of a $1 billion plant nearby. It will build Jeeps by early next year. Tom Steiner's here now. And Tom, the Detroit Pistons have kind of defending world champions have looked like that building lately.
That's right. Their long losing streak, though, Don, went up in a puff of smoke, you might say. Detroit's dreadful 5-game skid is over. The Pistons have been pitiful down the stretch in recent games. Without injured stars Isaiah Thomas and John Sally in the lineup, their confidence level has really been shot. The remedy came tonight when the Pistons put an end to their longest losing streak in 5 seasons. They beat the LA Clippers at the Palace. They look more like the 2-time defending champs tonight as Dennis Rodman goes into the stands and up and over the cameraman. Cameraman was okay, though. Here are the Clippers on the run. They stay tight and close. Ken Norman dunks it down. Clippers are within 1 about midway through the 4th. But the Pistons finally didn't fold in crunch time this time as Bill Laimbeer hauls it down, starts to break. And look at the passing. Dumars to Rodman. Back to the microwave in Detroit. Snaps the 5-game skid. There's your final, 107-98. Well, the league-leading Blazers broke a 4-game slide, beat Boston in the Garden. D. Brown's pass to Robert Parrish goes out of bounds, and there's the ex-Celtic, Danny Ainge, heading it back the other way to Clyde Drexler. Back to Ainge, a beautiful play. Nice pass, nice finger roll, and the Blazers put an end to that slide. They win the last game of their road trip. 116-107, only the Celts' 5th home loss of the season. And on the college scene, this is the final weekend of regular season action for many teams. So naturally, there were several conference titles up for grabs, including the ACC. It came down to Duke and North Carolina. The Tar Heels were at home, but they came out flat. A sellout crowd at the Smith Center saw the Heels try to cut into that huge second-half deficit. A wild sequence here. You got to check this out. Christian Laettner gets his hands on the ball probably 7 or 8 times. And beautiful block right there. 1, 2, 3 more times he touches it. Finally into the hands of George Lynch, and Laettner fouls him. What a sequence, but Duke still maintained their big double-digit lead. Less than a minute and a half to play, 4-point game, shot clock winding down. Thomas Hill, baseline J, nothing but net. And that sealed the deal for Coach K. He'll be the top seed in the upcoming ACC tourney, while Dean Smith's team will play Clemson on Friday. There's your final, 83-77. Moving now to a different court, John McEnroe faced his younger brother Patrick in today's Volvo finale in Chicago. There were no temper tantrums by the elder McEnroe today, nor was there a family feud. Just good, solid, entertaining tennis. The former world #1 player faced his little brother for the 2nd time in 5.5 years. The same result, but Patrick came out smoking, a lot of intensity, and took the first set with shots like that. The older brother, John, was perplexed as John Sr. says, "Nice shot, kid." But John took the 2nd set and won the match with this point. Dad was proud of his son's efforts, and the big brother, baby brother come to the net, embrace after John's 3-6, 6-2, 6-4 win. $32,400 richer is John McEnroe. There's a whole half hour of sports coming your way in just about 40 minutes or so. CNN Sports Tonight, 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Vince Cellini and Dan Hicks will be along, so be sure to join them. We got to go for now. I'll leave you with a look at some of today's scores on a roll.
Now for a look at the dancing weather. Cheryl Jones joins us from the CNN Center in Atlanta.
David, dancing is an understatement. This weather has really been quite active, to say the least, through the afternoon hours, and right now it's continuing to really whip up quite a situation in the Northeast. We have a powerful ice storm going on, developing in the Mideastern, or the New England states. Let's go ahead and take a look at the radar for this hour. You can see what I'm talking about. We have a wraparound situation here around a pretty powerful situation. The main problem is the mixture of the freezing rain that's causing quite a bit of icing all the way as far south as Lexington, Kentucky this hour, going up through Erie, Pennsylvania, western Pennsylvania, into western New York, and on up into western and northern Vermont as well. And this situation is going to continue through tonight and through the morning. We have winter storm warnings out in some of these areas, including Buffalo, New York, Cleveland, Youngstown, Ohio. And not only that, we have quite a lot of wind going on here, too. And with this wind, we have the possibility of some coastal flooding along the coast of New England. Also, some flood watches out for some of the other areas because we have some heavy rains that have been coming down with these very heavy thunderstorms, and they're likely to continue with periods of heavy rain through the evening hours. And we've had several tornadoes, as many as 13 throughout the southeast in the afternoon and evening from Florida up through the Carolinas that have been produced from these very, very strong storms. Out west, a different situation going on, still more rain coming in from the west and the northwest and from the Pacific. We're expecting more snow for the higher elevations, and winds in the west have been quite high. Parts of Oregon reported winds as high as 89 miles an hour, and Denver is not without its high winds as well. High wind watch in effect for the Denver area, and those winds could be gusting as high as 60 miles an hour. Generally, though, they'll be 20 to 40, but higher in the western foothills. Let's take a look now at the situation as we move through time. It's just going to continue more of the same out west. More of these systems continuing to move in, keeping it quite unsettled, and we have a high pressure trying to hold on in the southwest, but really it'll eventually give way. Now, the weather's going to be warmer right here in this section of the country. However, the colder air is going to be sifting into the New England states, and that's why we have the problem with the ice storm going on tonight. So areas from, oh, say, eastern Kentucky, maybe even down into the Appalachian area, down into the Carolinas, really it's going to be quite messy as you head out in the early morning hours on the morning commute. Otherwise, for the southeast tomorrow, looks better. Some sunshine returns and skies start to dry out. Let's take a look now at the highs for Monday as we move through time. You can see this colder push of air settling down into the Ohio Valley, how the colder air is moving into New England. That's why the precipitation's in the form of some freezing rain tonight. That rain actually just freezes upon contact, causing quite a problem with the power lines and the roads. Meanwhile, quite a contrast. It's still pretty warm in southern Florida, although they've had their problems and continue to have some pretty hefty thunderstorms tonight as well in the southern part of Florida. Meanwhile, it's going to be quite warm here in Texas, 80s in the western part of that state. Now these cities for your Monday. If you have to travel early in the morning, watch out for that wild weather. It's going to be pretty tricky driving in parts of the New England area and parts of the east. The news continues now.
And just ahead, the Gulf War has forced many families in the U.S. to change traditional roles. We'll have one main family's story in a moment.
When work's much more than 9 to 5, city to city, take off a ride, relax, renew, restore, revive. Remember Ramada.
Remember the Ramada business card. With it, you earn points on every dollar you spend toward over 10,000 merchandise items. You get free room upgrades, special rates, and extended checkout time.
Stay with us just once and you'll always remember Ramada.
Apply for your free Ramada business card next time you stay.
If after test driving a Sterling, you find another car with all of its standard features and appointments for $28,500 or less, we'll do more than congratulate you. We'll buy it for you.
For one man, the war in the Gulf resulted in unusual duty, taking care of 10 children. Howard Nielsen explains.
Preston Bonney was left at home when his wife Elizabeth was called to active service. The couple lives in Orient, Maine, a remote hamlet on the Canadian border. At first, Bonney had only their teenage son to care for, but that soon changed. The children of a friend of Elizabeth's, a single mother who was also called up, were added to the Bonney household in early February, and the children of another are soon to arrive, bringing the total to 10.
They took a shine to the place, and we got along well.
The newness hasn't wore off for them. I figured after 2 or 3 weeks the novelty of the place and the animals would kind of peter out, but they act just like they did when they first got here. Still just as anxious to visit the sheep or feed the horse.
Bonnie takes care of the house and prepares meals for his extended family. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Bonnie is at Walter Reed Army Hospital in Washington, D.C. While uncertain whether she'll go to the Gulf, Elizabeth is certain Preston will handle his end.
We have a role reversal. He's my hero. He's home tending the farm and take care of the animals, and he has decided that he would take it upon himself to see that the children that were left up in Maine, that they would have somewhere to go.
And the feeling around Black's General Store in Orient is if anyone can handle 10 kids, it's Preston Bonnie.
He's real low-keyed. Takes punches and just keeps on going.
Any male that I know of, he'd be the one that would be able to do it.
Our son always liked children.
Although they have adapted to the change, the children miss their mothers.
If she was here, then this would be perfect.
I don't like it at all. I think it's a bummer.
Preston worries about Elizabeth, but having the children around helps.
Keeps me from thinking about the situation very much. It keeps my mind occupied. That's probably the best thing about it all. I like kids.
A quiet man in a quiet town, but war has intruded and there is a little less privacy and a little less remoteness. Howard Nilsson, CNN, Orient, Maine.
Inside Business is next on CNN. From the CNN Center in Atlanta, I'm Don Miller.
I'm David French in Washington. Good night, Don. Our next news update is in half an hour, followed by sports.
If you think Architectural Digest is only for architects, take another look. Architectural Digest covers the entire spectrum of fine design. Take inspiration from our pages, then put it to work with our exclusive insider's advice on where to shop and how to buy. If you think Architectural Digest is an investment to be saved and savored again and again, then you are right. Each spectacular issue brings you the very best in interior design, art, antiques, and travel. Call now, and you'll find the investment is smarter than ever with 12 fabulous issues for just $29.95. As part of this offer, you'll receive this special bonus, Celebrity Homes Revisited, your free gift as a new subscriber. Call toll-free 800-257-1257 for Architectural Digest. That's 800-257-1257.
This is CNN.
This is Early Bird News on CNN with Molly McCoy and Ralph Wange from CNN Center in Atlanta.
And good day, everyone. The big news this morning is from Baghdad, where some Allied prisoners of war have been released. CNN's Christiane Amanpour is in the Iraqi capital. She joins us now live. Christiane.
Good morning, Molly. 10 Allied prisoners of war have been released, and we've just been told that in the last 20 minutes, these prisoners of war, the recently released prisoners of war, are on their way out of this country to Jordan, to Iraq's border with Jordan. It's about a 6-hour drive. Their ambassadors will be notified, and they will be handed over into the care of those ambassadors. Now, we're told that there were 6 Americans, 3 Brits, and 1 Italian that was released. The prisoners of war were brought to a downtown Baghdad hotel about 3 or 4 hours ago. They were officially signed over into the care of the International Red Cross. There was, CNN's Peter Arnett was down there. He spoke to the female prisoner of war, the American soldier Melissa Rathbone-Neely. When asked how she felt, she said, "I feel just fine." The recently released prisoners all looked, they looked pretty well. They looked a bit thin, a bit tired. However, they were all walking, and there was an agreement that the press could take photographs of them but could not speak to them on camera. Now, apparently, they've been given a brief medical checkup by the Red Cross. Details have been taken, and they're being processed, and they were officially handed over and are now on their way out of the country. Molly?
Christian, is there a feeling that there are more prisoner releases to come? We do have a listing of 34 Allied people missing in action. Do we feel that there will be more releases in days ahead?
Well, the Iraqi officials said today that there were more. They didn't give any numbers. However, as we've heard reports, the meeting between the Allied military command and Iraqi officials in southern Iraq went well. Chief among those discussions were how to exchange the prisoners of war. And Iraq earlier, when it announced that it was complying with the UN resolution, said that after a ceasefire, it would release all prisoners of war. And last night, Iraq's UN ambassador said that Iraq was releasing these 10 as a symbolic gesture. So presumably and hopefully, this will be the first of many more prisoners of war to come. Again, we don't know the specific numbers.
All right, that's CNN's Christian Amanpour reporting for us live from Baghdad this morning. Ralph?
The UN Security Council has voted to speed up humanitarian aid to Iraq, and the Iraqis have accepted a UN resolution setting terms for a permanent ceasefire. Now, the military details were worked out Sunday during a meeting in southern Iraq between the Allied and Iraqi commanders. The Allies were represented by Desert Storm Commander Norman Schwarzkopf. After the meeting, General Schwarzkopf spoke of an immediate symbolic release of some prisoners, like the release that occurred this morning in Baghdad.
And Iraqi television on Sunday showed pictures of President Saddam Hussein meeting with aides to discuss restoring public services. Baghdad Radio reported that Mr. Hussein made his first public appearance on Sunday, visiting a national war memorial to pray for Iraq's dead. There are reports of uprisings against the Hussein government. Refugees who have left Iraq said there have been violent clashes between government forces and protesters in Basra and three other cities. The refugees leaving Iraq in convoys told reporters that the Basra uprising started early Saturday. The opposition reportedly struck offices of Mr. Hussein's political party and police station. Eyewitnesses report that the rebels released prisoners, and they also say that the dead from the uprising could number in the hundreds.
Federal investigators are trying to find out what caused the United Airlines plane to crash in Colorado Springs Sunday. All 25 people aboard were killed. A team of National Transportation Safety Board investigators left Washington Sunday for the crash site. One local authority says there's not a great deal the airplane left. You can't even find a chair, in fact. United Flight 585, on its way from Denver, crashed as it approached the Colorado Springs airport and then burst into flames. Authorities say the pilot was warned of dangerous wind gusts just before the plane went down. Witnesses say there was a huge fireball.
Did you see anybody? Did you see anyone come out of the plane?
No, I didn't see anyone come out that plane.
Because it caught on fire?
It caught on fire when it hit here, and it flipped over. And it just flipped right over these trees right here, and it landed right there.
Well, we were sitting there watching TV. Next thing you know, there was a sonic boom that knocked a bunch of pictures off the wall. And next thing you know, big explosion right there. If it was any lower, it would have hit us.
At least one person on the ground was hurt.
Another crash in Glenview, Illinois, involving a military aircraft has left 3 people dead. The plane crashed Sunday as it was approaching the Glenview Naval Air Station north of Chicago. Witnesses say the pilot of that T-39 aircraft narrowly avoided hitting some nearby houses. They say the plane spun over houses, then plunged nose first into the pavement. The aircraft is said to have virtually disintegrated on impact. The names of the victims are being withheld pending notification next of kin.
If you need a cold remedy, you better stay away from Sudafed 12-hour capsules, at least for a while. Burroughs Wellcome Company recalled the over-the-counter medication Sunday in response to the cyanide poisoning deaths of 2 Washington state residents who ingested the capsules. A 3rd person was in serious condition. The company said consumers should return all Sudafed 12-hour capsules to the store where they were purchased. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration said the only suspected product tampering cases reported were in the state of Washington. Molly?
Coming up next on Early Bird, a first check of the weather. Steve Koch is going to be here.
The NBA best is back on track. Mark McKay has that story in sports.
And later, 2 Soviet republics vote for independence. Stay with us.
I put off going to the doctor. But this burning stomach kept waking me up at night. Finally, I just went. I can imagine how relieved I was when my doctor said Mylanta. He said I had heartburn. And heartburn like mine needed a strong medicine.
Mylanta is strong medicine, strongly recommended. In fact, Mylanta is the antacid doctors recommend most.
My doctor said Mylanta.
Oh,
Bonjour, je suis le grand musique.
Je suis la jeune fille.
Yes, that's French they're speaking. And no, these children aren't French. They're American. And they've acquired their amazing new language skills from Muzzy, the remarkable new video language program for children developed by the British Broadcasting Corporation. With this unique BBC language course, children learn a second language with incredible ease. 4 delightful videos quickly become their favorite TV show and teaches children the same way they learned English. Learning another language becomes fun. You'll be amazed when your children begin speaking and understanding their new language from the very first day through this unique method. The entire course, 4 videos, 2 audio cassettes, the activity book, and the parent's guide and answer book is available in French, Spanish, Italian, or German.
To order, use your credit card and call this number. We'll ship and charge you just $29.95 a month for 5 months. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Call 1-800-453-9000.
Both sides thought they had created the ultimate secret weapon.
We know about the ironclad from a spy.
The most extraordinary battle of the Civil War. Ironclads. Monday, March 11th.
Do hope it's going to be a great Monday for you. It's 22 minutes before the top of the hour now.
Big question now. What to wear when you go to work this morning? Let's find out from Steve Koch.
Well, you better bundle up, especially around the Great Lakes, Ralph, and most of the Northeast. You're going to see some biting winds today, but also some inclement weather in the form of freezing rain and sleet and problems like that. Lots of rain will be the problem from Pennsylvania northward. Matter of fact, all those states have flash flood watches this morning. In effect, that will continue throughout most of the day there. Look at the high temperatures into the 30s, the 40s, with some strong winds right behind a weather front that is scooting through the east. So the old wind chill factor has to be factored in there once again. Wintertime numbers. In the west, it's a warming trend, 50s, 60s, even some 70s and 80s showing up in the extreme southwestern states. Here's our forecast map for this Monday. We anticipate clear sunny skies in the plains, although a little cold there. You'll find a wintry mix in the mountains, the Appalachian Mountain States up into Maryland, West Virginia, northward into portions of New York, Pennsylvania, even northward into Vermont and New Hampshire, and also into portions of Maine. Winter storm warnings are up. They could see some pretty good snows there. In the west, about 10 inches of snow possible in the Cascades of Washington as yet another weather system moves in from the Pacific Ocean. So carry an umbrella today, perhaps even a snow shovel if you live in the higher mountain elevations. More rain for central and northern California. Rain showers will be sprinkled throughout Nevada and also into Utah. Here's the lowdown on some forecast for later on today as we look at some of the weather video that came in from Detroit, which really had an ice storm there yesterday. But as a matter of fact, this morning, they're still having problems with freezing rain and sleet. Be careful on the roads this morning. Here's your forecast. That is a look at your Monday weather. March 4th already. Good morning to Molly and Mark.
Good morning, Mr. Koch. We want to welcome the ever-cheerful Mark McKay to the morning sports desk. Aren't you? You're smiling, aren't you?
Yeah.
Never the twain shall meet, but it did on Sunday, right?
East against West, this was in the Boston Garden, Molly. I tell you, Portland came in. Their trail had been filled with pitfalls this past week. The NBA's best team, at least record-wise, blew into the Boston Garden Sunday with a 4-game losing streak in tow. 3 of those 4 losses came on the road. But a fourth quarter run against the Celtics prevented that streak from extending. The Trailblazers' backcourt came on strong down the stretch. Check out Larry Bird here in the third quarter. He had 28 points and put the Celtics up by 9. But the Blazers go on their second half run, a 16-2 run here. It's Terry Porter feeding Clyde Drexler. Portland led by 3 after 3. Couple old friends going at it, Danny Ainge and Chris Ford there. Here's Ainge leading the break to Drexler for the score. Portland by 3. Under a minute left now. The Blazers by 4. Cliff Robinson with the steal, the dunk, and the foul. The Blazers beat Red Auerbach and the Celtics in the Garden. Kind of a rare occurrence for the Boston Celtic fans. Let's head out west. The Great Western Forum, star-studded Great Western Forum. Jack Nicholson and the gang watching the Rockets against the Lakers. First quarter, ball on loose. It's the turnover. Vernon Maxwell to Otis Thorpe for the slam, and the visitors had a 1-point lead after the first quarter, and they, in fact, led down the stretch as well. Houston by 3. It's David Wood stripping Tony Smith. The pass to Kenny Smith for the slam, and Houston beat L.A. on Sunday, 104-95. Here is the Sunday scoreboard.
You don't have to score.
And that's a check of sports this Monday morning. A little later this half hour, a look at another college basketball squad headed to that big dance. Ralph?
Okay, Mark, thank you. We're going to be checking this morning's headlines next when Early Bird continues.
The average cost of this luxury car is $37,000. The average cost of the American home is $134,000. The average cost of a private college education is $45,891. Yet the cost to examine this magazine is nothing. Just call this number now, and we'll send you Money Magazine to examine risk-free. If you like it, do nothing, and we'll continue your subscription with articles on better ways to cut your taxes, how to look for a smart investment that delivers exceptional returns. Money will show you ways to improve your lifestyle, get more value from your home. We'll even outline 12 steps to financial security. So in a world where costs are high and so are risks, take advantage of Money's risk-free offer. Call this number now. We'll send you your first issue of Money Magazine to examine risk-free. If you find Money is not for you, then just write cancel on the bill and send it back. The issue is yours to keep free. Otherwise, we'll continue your subscription with 12 more informative, entertaining issues for a total of 13, payable in 4 monthly installments of just $8.99 each. Your taxes average $4,800. A retirement plan costs $2,400 yearly. Yet these financial guides cost you nothing. Because if you call now, we'll also send you Money's financial advisor free. It's a 3-part series that helps you manage your taxes, retire worry-free, invest and win. So why not call now and examine your first issue of Money risk-free? Plus, get the financial advisor free. And while the average American phone bill is $45.33, this phone call will cost you nothing. Call this number now and take advantage of Money's risk-free offer. It has the perfect ring to it.
Updating the top stories now in Early Bird News. Iraq has released 10 Allied prisoners of war to the Red Cross in Baghdad. It's believed that 6 of the 10 are Americans. 3 are British, 1 is Italian. One of the Americans is Army Specialist Melissa Rathbun-Neely of Newaygo, Michigan, the only woman listed as missing in action. There's late word this morning that the former prisoners have left Baghdad, and now they are heading for Jordan. Meanwhile, Iraqi television showed scenes Sunday of President Saddam Hussein meeting with aides and reported that he visited a national war memorial. But there are reports of uprisings against the Hussein government, including violent clashes in Basra and 3 other cities.
Federal investigators are trying to determine what caused a United Airlines plane to crash in Colorado Springs, Colorado. All 25 people on board died when the plane crashed on Sunday as it was approaching the Colorado Springs airport and burst into flames. Authorities say the pilot was warned of dangerous wind gusts before the plane slammed nose first into a park. In Glenview, Illinois, another crash involving a military aircraft left 3 people dead on Sunday. The plane was approaching the Glenview Naval Air Station north of Chicago when it crashed. Witnesses say the T-39 aircraft spun over nearby houses before plunging nose first into the pavement. Sudafed 12-hour capsules have been recalled nationwide following 2 cyanide poisoning deaths linked to that cold remedy. A 3rd person was reported in serious condition. Burroughs Wellcome Company ordered the decongestant removed from store shelves on Sunday. Consumers were urged to return the capsules to the store where they purchased them. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration said both deaths occurred in Washington state.
The focus in Kuwait City has now switched from celebrating freedom to the expensive task of rebuilding. CNN's John Sweeney joins us live now from Kuwait City. He has the latest on all of this. John?
Good morning, Ralph. Expensive indeed. According to a high-ranking Kuwaiti official, the cost will be at least $50 billion, with a B, dollars, to clean up the mess inflicted by Iraq in this country. The most obvious evidence of the disorder as we go around Kuwait City are the huge piles of garbage piled everywhere in the country. This garbage has not been collected since the occupation. The Iraqis would not allow it. The garbage is now piled very high, and officials fear it poses a serious health, they're concerned with health damage here in the area. Also, there is no electricity to speak of and no water available in all of Kuwait. The Iraqis damaged both electrical plants, one moderately, say officials, one severely. And they hope to have at least the moderately damaged plants online within a few days. They need the electricity, of course, before they can get to the 4 desalination plants that have been damaged in Kuwait to pump water. There is some water available that has been stored before, during the occupation, and they need the desalination plants to go online. One apparently is not as damaged as some of the others, and they hope with the electricity to be able to pump water in the not-too-distant future, although they say that they cannot give a definite time for any of this. Meanwhile, refugees fleeing out of the southern Iraqi town of Basra report chaos and demonstrations in that strategic town in the southern part of Iraq. According to independent, I should say according to Western correspondents not based in the area, based in the Kuwaiti area, the demonstrators also marched in 2 other southern cities in Iraq, demonstrating against the regime of Saddam Hussein. However, these reports have not been confirmed. And in the town of Nasiriyah on Friday, according to an opposition group called the Higher Council of Islamic Revolution, followers attacked the headquarters of the Ba'athist Party. Again, this has not been confirmed. They say that the opposition group says that some officials were killed and that there were 300 dissidents being held by the Ba'athist Party there that were released. I'm John Sweeney, live in Kuwait City.
Thanks for the update, John. The latest count from voting in Latvia and Estonia shows more than 3/4 of the republic's voters are in favor of independence from the Soviet Union. According to official returns from Sunday's non-binding vote, Russian-dominated urban areas as well as rural districts populated by Estonia and Latvians voted overwhelmingly for independence. The vote was seen as a challenge to Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev, who has called for a March 17th national referendum for holding together the 15 Soviet republics.
Arthur Murray, the man who taught ballroom dancing to millions of people, is dead. He died in Honolulu Sunday after a bout with pneumonia. Murray opened his first dance studio at the age of 18 after selling dance instructions through the mail. Then he went on to build a string of 400 dance studios in nearly 50 countries. His television program, The Arthur Murray Dance Party, was on the air for 11 years. Arthur Murray was 95. And the designer of sports equipment, Howard Head, is dead at the age of 76. He died Sunday of complications from quadruple heart bypass surgery in Baltimore. The former aircraft engineer from Philadelphia successfully marketed an aluminum ski worn by Olympiads in 1964 and 68. He also developed an oversized tennis racket, which initially drew ridicule, but later it became a standard among the pros. Coming up next, Steve Koch will be looking at more of the weather for which March is famous.
And Ohio State is still perfect at home. Mark McKay in sports just ahead. Stay with us, won't you?
They called him Duke, the legendary John Wayne. From the gunfights of the Old Southwest, to the brutal battles in the South Pacific, to the steamy jungles of South Vietnam, John Wayne captured the spirit of America.
Move out and stay down!
With his courage, character, and compassion. Now, Time Life Video proudly presents the John Wayne Collection. All his most memorable movies at last on home video. Start with the classic Rio Bravo, your first action-packed John Wayne movie in this spectacular collection. One of the greatest westerns of all time, Rio Bravo is yours for the special introductory price of only $9.99, a savings of 50%. Then about every other month, you'll receive another great John Wayne movie. Keep only the ones you want. There's no minimum to buy. Cancel at any time. Just look at this great collection. Sands of Iwo Jima, Stagecoach, The Cowboys, Green Berets, The Quiet Man.
Look out!
And your John Wayne collection starts with Rio Bravo for only $9.99. Have your credit card ready. Here's how to order. To order your John Wayne collection, call 1-800-252-6500. That's 1-800-252-6500. Or send just $9.99 plus $3.23 shipping and handling to John Wayne Collection, P.O. Box 11066, Department 12, Chicago, Illinois.
For some black Americans, the best opportunities may be in the military.
That's why I came in, to get a job.
Why are so many blacks enlisting? Many feel they have no other choice. A CNN special assignment begins tonight, 6 Eastern on CNN.
About 7 minutes before the top of the hour now.
Some nasty weather with which to contend this morning for the commuters. Let's go to Steve Koch.
Ralph and Molly, especially in the northeastern areas of the country, it's really rough weather up there, and we're talking basically an ice storm, anywhere from Pennsylvania up into New York, especially around the Syracuse area, upstate New York into Vermont. 2 inches of ice has accumulated on the roads, the trees, the power lines, and everything else that is found up there. The rain is falling through a relatively cold air, a relatively shallow air pocket near the surface of the ground, and then when it does hit the ground or a tree limb or whatever, it freezes right on contact, and that's your ice. It has been a problem in that it has been knocking down power lines, and a lot of that area is without power now, and that's pretty dangerous, especially when some very cold air is moving in that region. If it's not ice, it's soaking rains around the New York City area yesterday, last night. About 1 to 3 inches of rain has fallen, and back in New Jersey, about 2 to 4 inches of rain has fallen. So obviously, flash flood watches are widespread throughout most of the middle Atlantic states from around Maryland northward through Pennsylvania, New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. All of those areas getting wet. If not wet, the snow is falling. In the west, more rain is showing up. Central and Northern California as another wet surge comes in from the Pacific Ocean. Actually, its origins way to the south of Hawaii, moving across the Pacific Ocean, depositing some much-needed rain throughout the western areas of the country. Spot of snow. You saw that there briefly in South Dakota. Here's our outlook map. More of the same in the west today. Rain. Some mountain snow showers will be taking place throughout Northern California, the Sierra Nevada mountain range especially. Also in Oregon and Washington. Washington cascades about 10 inches of fresh new powder there. Clear sunny skies in the plains, although cold. The winds are biting southward. Snow, rain, and a mixture up to the north. Here's some forecasts now for a couple of cities across the country and also in Canada. Some rough thunderstorms in Macon, Georgia yesterday, but today promises sunshiny skies, but it's going to be cold. Wind chill factor in the 30s. Button up. That's a look at the weather. Here's Molly and Mark. Good morning to you.
You got it. Thanks, Steve Coach. Mark McKay, and to take a look at some sports notes for you, the Buckeyes doing not bad. I would say this is not bad.
No, when you're 15-0 at home and you wrap up an NCAA berth, I think you're doing pretty darn good, and this has been a sensational season for the second-ranked Ohio State Buckeyes. The only blemish on their record came over a month ago on the road at Michigan State. Now, yesterday, Ohio State had the Spartans in their place with revenge on the mind. As expected, this would not be an easy task for the home team, although the home team looked pretty good here in the early part of the second half. They get the ball around, then down low to Jimmy Jackson, goes baseline, puts in the reverse layup. Jackson had 20 points and 10 rebounds. Ohio State goes up by 7 in the second half. Anthony Pennick loses the ball. It's Jackson again recovering it. Yes, a 9-point lead over Jet Heathcote's club, but the Spartans scratch their way back. Matt Stedenga, a three-pointer, tying the game at 64 all. 39 seconds left. Time winding down now. Jamal Brown goes for the win, but misses the shot. He gets the ball back and is fouled. He made the second of 2 foul shots, giving the Buckeyes a 65-64 win, a share of the Big Ten title, the first time since '71 that's happened, and of course the automatic NCAA berth. Check out the Sunday scoreboard now. And that is sports for next hour. Molly, Ralph.
All right. Coming up next on Daybreak, we'll have more on the release of the Allied prisoners of war from Iraq. I'm Ralph Wengate.
I'm Molly McCoy. We'll also have more on those 2 plane crashes in the United States that have left 28 people dead. Stay with us.
If you loved me half as much as I loved you,
His voice is loved around the world.
you wouldn't worry me.
The rich, warm sound of Roger Whittaker.
Once in a while he won't call.
Now, Heartland Music presents Roger Whittaker in his all-new collection, Sincerely Yours.
Oh, my papa. To me, he was so wonderful. I can't stop loving you.
Roger's voice is more beautiful than ever in his all-new collection.
I remember the night and the Tennessee Waltz.
2 great albums.
Did you ever know that you're my hero?
All your favorite songs.
And everything I'd like to be. Hey, won't you play another somebody done somebody wrong song? Down the lane I walk with my sweet Mary.
Remember, Roger Whittaker's all-new collection is not in stores.
I'll be loving you.
Stay tuned to order.
Always.
To order, call toll-free 1-800-257-1257 to save all COD charges and pay only $12.98 for records or cassettes or $16.98 for compact disc, plus $3 shipping. Use your credit card or send check or money order to Roger Whittaker, P.O. Box 8250, Atlanta, Georgia. Remember, to save all COD charges, send check or money order or use your credit card.
This is CNN. This is Daybreak on CNN. with Molly McCoy and Ralph Wange from CNN Center in Atlanta.
Good morning. Iraq has handed over 10 Allied prisoners of war to the International Red Cross in Baghdad. The group includes a woman. For more, let's join CNN's Christiane Amanpour. She's standing by live now in Baghdad. Christiane?
Ralph, these are the first Allied prisoners of war to be released. We've heard that in the last hour they have left. They are on their way out of Iraq in a convoy of Red Cross vehicles headed towards Jordan, where they will then be handed over to the care of their ambassadors. We're told that there were 6 Americans, 3 British, and 1 Italian. They arrived at a downtown Baghdad hotel this morning. 10 of them got off the bus going into the hotel, which is the local headquarters of the International Red Cross. They were officially signed over into the care of the International Red Cross, given a brief medical checkup, and basically processed. We have not been given the names of all the prisoners. The only one that we recognize is the sole American taken captive. Her name is Melissa Rathbone Neely. CNN's Peter Arnett was there when they were released, and he asked her how she felt. She said, "I feel just fine." The deal was that small numbers of press would be allowed to take pictures of these people, but not be able to ask them questions. They requested that themselves. As for how they were treated, as I say, we've not been able to talk to them about that. One of the male prisoners who's just been released, his face, however, was distinctly recognizable from tape that was shown on Iraqi television shortly after he was captured in January. At that time, his face was puffy, it was scratched, and it was bruised. Today, it has healed. It looks like it has healed. The other men looked slightly grim, as you would expect, tired, and a little thin. That's what we know from here, Ralph.
Christiane, any feeling that there may be more prisoners that have to be released?
Well, one can only speculate. The Iraqis said today that they had more prisoners, more Allied prisoners of war. They didn't tell us how many numbers. One can only presume that this first release would be the prelude of something to come. Apparently, in the meeting yesterday between the Allied Military Command and Iraqi officials, the issue of prisoners of war was talked about and was received positively by the Iraqis, we're told. And the Iraqis have said that after a ceasefire, they would release all prisoners of war and third country nationals immediately. This release was apparently symbolic. Last night, Iraq's ambassador to the United Nations informed the Allies that these prisoners would be released, saying that 10 would be released. At that time, there was no response from the administration. They hadn't any evidence, but that they have now been released, and they're on their way out of the country.
All right, Christiane Amanpour in Baghdad, thank you very much.
After taking a hard line on terms of a ceasefire, the United Nations Security Council is relaxing restrictions on humanitarian aid to Iraq. Following a meeting between Allied and Iraqi military leaders, Iraq informed the United Nations that it has accepted its conditions for ending the war. The Security Council responded by ordering Mercy flights to carry baby food, medicine, and water cleaning equipment to Iraq. The Council is not, however, lifting economic sanctions imposed after the invasion of Kuwait.
A CBS News crew imprisoned for more than a month in Iraq endured beatings and Allied bombings. Correspondent Bob Simon and 3 colleagues arrived in London a day after being released in Baghdad. They were captured by Iraqi forces near the Kuwait-Saudi border on January 21st. CNN plans a live interview with Simon and his crew during daybreak at 8 Eastern. That's about 2 hours from now. A female pilot was killed when a U.S. helicopter crashed in northern Saudi Arabia this weekend. Army Major Marie Rossi and 3 other soldiers died Saturday when the Chinook cargo helicopter she piloted crashed. Rossi piloted the helicopter during the ground campaign against Iraqi forces. Rossi was interviewed by CNN before the ground attack began. No women have been reported killed in actual battlefield clashes, but women were among the 28 soldiers killed in the Iraq Scud attack on an army barracks in Dhahran on February 25th.
Officials are trying to find out what caused the United Airlines 737 to crash in Colorado Springs, Colorado on Sunday. Federal investigators left Washington hours after the crash to look for clues in that wreckage. However, police at the scene say there is not much left to look through. 25 people were killed when the flight from Denver slammed into the ground while trying to land. Officials say the pilot was warned of strong winds before the jet crashed. The National Weather Service was reporting wind gusts up to 32 miles an hour. floor. One person on the ground was injured. Another plane crash, this one near Chicago, killed 3 people. A military plane approaching the Glenview Naval Air Station crashed into a city street. Witnesses say the T-39 barely missed nearby houses as it spun in the air, then plunged nose first into the pavement. No one on the ground was hurt. The impact shattered the plane, leaving only the tail recognizable. The names of the victims have not yet been released. And still ahead, Steve Koch will have your morning forecast.
And in sports, a Tobacco Road barn burner Sunday in college basketball. Mark McKay will join us with sports.
Daybreak is brought to you by Volvo, the car that's famous for its safety, durability, and longevity.
Suddenly, there's a new member of that select class of automobiles known as Grand Touring sedans, powered by a turbocharged intercooled engine, richly upholstered in leather and uniquely styled. But what's most distinctive about this Grand Touring sedan is it's also a Volvo. Introducing the Volvo 940 SE. We've changed the car, but not the philosophy.
Remarkably low factory-assisted lease rates on all 91 Volvos end March 31st.
Mr. Galt, that quick printer is here.
I don't see what a quick printer could possibly do for this company.
Allow me to show you.
I had no idea. If you print, copy, use color, or communicate on paper, look for the quick printer with the NAQP emblem, because we're so much more than quick.
Who's everyone's favorite movie star?
I love Mel Gibson.
No, it's Nick Lang. Women adore him.
I mean, you don't think I'm attracted to you?
Men admire him.
You egomaniacal little cockroach.
And Us Magazine says Michael J. Fox has his best comic role in years.
I think I lost the contact out there.
The Hard Way is a pop classic. Michael J. Fox, James Woods, The Hard Way, rated R. Starts Friday at theaters everywhere.
In times of war and peace, through revolution and unification, amid destruction and change, one news network stands out. The highest honor is to be recognized by your peers. Now, the readers of the Washington Journalism Review have voted CNN the best network for news in their 1991 Best in the Business poll. CNN, the world's news leader.
A very good Monday to you. It's 8 minutes past the hour.
Time to take a look at the weather. Steve Koch, here he is.
And we're shaking it all up. Ralph and Molly, good morning to you. Hey, look at this big band of clouds. We call it the Pineapple Express. And it's just to the south of the Hawaiian island chain, which is right there. Here's the big island, causing a few showers there again today. Look at all this moisture. Guess where it's going? I'll give you a hint. It's heading towards the east. And what's the first area to hit? California, Oregon, and Washington. Some much-needed rain there, as a matter of fact. Well, the same weather system is generating some pretty big surf, not only on the west coast as this whole system moves in that general direction, but also on the west and north-facing beaches of Hawaii. All the islands this today, Monday, should anticipate 10 to 15-foot breakers. So they're going to be yelling more than just hang 10 today. They're going to be yelling, hang on. Yesterday, the waves were up to 20 feet, so some big ones in the big Hawaiian island chain. All right, let's move ahead. Take a look at the other islands in the Caribbean. We're seeing generally fair to partly cloudy skies, patches of clouds there, generating a few scattered showers today. Here's the leading edge of the weather front that moved through the southeast, through Florida, and you can see it's moving through Cuba right now. Scattered showers and thunderstorms and gusty winds right behind it. Forecast map for this region and all the regions will start up here in the Caribbean, partly cloudy skies. Temperatures will be in the mid to upper 80s today. In the Hawaiian island chain, the high surf advisory does continue. Temperatures will be in the low 70s to 81 degrees at Honolulu, for instance. And up in Alaska, the Iditarod continues the sled dog race. Temperatures will be in the 30s and 20s, colder to the north. Up at Barrow, 2 degrees with a couple of flurries in the air. Here's some weather video from Detroit, Michigan yesterday, and this goes for this morning as well. Freezing rain is the big problem. They had several pileups, auto pileups yesterday. That could be the case again this morning as freezing rain is still in the offing. Be careful. Here's some other forecasts now for Monday. Not only is that a freezing rain a problem this morning from around Cleveland to Detroit, that area, all through the Northeast, so be careful. Here's Molly and Mark.
Thanks, Steve. Mark McKay to take a look at sports. It's all in the family, but you guess you can call this a feud, huh?
You sure can. Folks in North Carolina take their basketball seriously, and if you love games of streaks, yesterday's ACC shootout between Duke and North Carolina was a classic. Just when you thought the visiting Blue Devils would run away with it, the Tar Heels came storming back to at least give the Dean Dome crowd something to cheer about. In the end, though, Duke did what it set out to do and picked up some confidence along the way. The Blue Devils open up a 19-point lead here in the second half. Bobby Hurley hits a three-pointer. Hurley at 18 points, but Dean Smith went to his bench. Brian Reese gets the steal and the jam, and the momentum started to swing as the Tar Heels moved to within 5, but the Blue Devils came through with a poise. Duke by 4, then it's Thomas Hill hitting the jumper there, putting him up by 6. They win 83-77. Duke wins the ACC regular season title and the first round bye in the conference tournament. Head to the Southwest Conference, Arkansas and Texas in a good old-fashioned Texas shootout. Lee Mayberry here. One of the many three-pointers Arkansas put up in the first half. Arkansas led by 10 at the break, but the Horns came back. It's Joey Wright, baseline for the hoop, and the foul is part of a 20-6 run that brought the Horns back to a tie. Then the Longhorns' Bedford Williams hits the jumper. It's short, but Guillermo Myers is there, and Texas comes through with a victory over Arkansas. Big win, 99-86. Here's the Sunday scoreboard on a roll. That is a check of Monday morning sports. Don't go far. In about 10 minutes, we'll show you a family affair in Chicago. Molly, Ralph.
That's Mark.
Okay, Mark, thank you. We'll be checking this morning's headlines next on Daybreak.
And then later, a look at some Iraqis who say they don't mind being behind bars.
If after test driving a Sterling, you find another car with all of its standard features and appointments for $28,500 or less, we'll do more than congratulate you. We'll buy it for you.
On the road, working hard, turning to a great place. I go Hojo. Business people need a break, comfy rooms, great rates. When the sun goes down at the end of every day, America turns to orange. Howard Johnson today. Howard Johnson today.
In our search for the best tasting fish stick, we went coast to coast, conducting extensive taste tests in cities across the country. And after analyzing responses from hundreds of fish stick experts, we discovered something your kid could have told us.
I like Vandecamp's best.
Vandecamp's is the fish stick kids prefer over every other leading brand. Vandecamp's, and that's a fact.
able to leap tall buildings in a single rebound.
Yo, Patrick!
But Kevin Johnson's faster than a speeding bullet.
Woo, KJ!
Phoenix versus New York. Tuesday at 8 on TNT.
Bigger than life.
Taking a look now at the top stories we're following today. Iraq has handed over 10 prisoners of war to the International Red Cross in Baghdad. The group looks fit, and it includes the only woman listed as missing in the war. The release of POWs was a key Allied demand Sunday during ceasefire talks. Iraqi President Saddam Hussein has made his first public appearance since the end of the war. Mr. Hussein visited a national war memorial to pray for Iraq's dead. He was also shown on Iraqi television chairing a meeting of the ruling Revolutionary Command Council.
Federal investigators in Colorado Springs are looking for clues in the crash of a United Airlines jet. 25 people were killed when the 737 crashed Sunday while making its final approach at the Colorado Springs airport. Well, officials say the pilot was warned of strong winds, which reached 32 miles an hour just before the crash. One person on the ground was hurt. 3 people were killed when a military plane crashed in a suburb of Chicago. The T-39 slammed into a city street, narrowly missing houses there. There were no civilian injuries in that crash. If you have any Sudafed 12-hour capsules, don't take them. A national recall has been ordered for the cold remedy after 2 people died and a third became seriously ill after taking those capsules. Authorities say the capsules were tainted with cyanide. All 3 of the incidents occurred in the state of Washington, but the recall is nationwide.
It is not often that the captive thanks and praises the captor, but in Kuwait City jails, Iraqi troops say they are happy to be in Allied custody. CNN's Brian Jenkins has that story, which contains some descriptions that you may find disturbing.
Few have declined to appear on camera. Most have been willing, even eager to talk. And to a man, Iraqi prisoners who've spoken to CNN say they want to stay in Kuwait as long as Saddam Hussein stays in power.
I want to see my family. But if Saddam is there, there's no hope of going back, I guess. May God take him away and just get us relieve us all from him and what he has done.
This soldier, wounded in battle, was hoping the Allied forces would hunt down his country's dictator.
If anybody attacks Saddam from the people, he'll use chemical weapons against them, against his own people, the Iraqis.
Iraqi foot soldiers stranded in Kuwait are in no shape to topple Hussein. Scores are hospitalized. All seem demoralized, misled from the beginning, they say, about the purpose and length of the occupation. Most Iraqi prisoners captured in or around Kuwait City have been brought to police stations like this one, the same places Kuwaiti officials say where Iraqi agents carried out hideous acts of torture.
They used 2 of these. They put them this side and pull it harder.
A Kuwaiti Air Force colonel showed us instruments of pain Iraqis had apparently left behind: cattle prods, heavy sticks, chains. And he gave us a tour of blood-stained rooms where he says Kuwaiti men and women were brutalized.
I don't trust any Iraqis. Really, I don't trust any Iraqis. All of them the same.
Even so, the colonel says, there is no evidence that any of the nearly 200 Iraqi prisoners brought to this station committed atrocities, and even if they had, he says, they would be treated humanely. The prisoners are crammed into 6 jail cells, but are quick to say they know the accommodations are temporary and have no complaints. The prisoners are brought out to a courtyard several times a day for religious lectures and for exercise, and are allowed to cook their own food, much of it brought in voluntarily by Kuwaitis in the neighborhood. The prisoners say they're eating at least 5 times more than their daily ration in the field. And this man says it's just one of the reasons his comrades were happy to lay down their arms.
I would like to thank the Alliance who have sacrificed their lives to bring peace and to break our chains.
The prisoners here insisted they weren't lying about their feelings to please their Kuwaiti captors or their American visitors.
This is reality. This is the truth coming from the bottom of our hearts.
They expected decent treatment from Kuwaitis, they say, and so far they have not been disappointed. Brian Jenkins, CNN, Kuwait City.
A dance instructor who became an international celebrity, Arthur Murray, has died at his home in Honolulu. He was 95. As a teenager, Murray overcame his shyness by learning to dance. He turned the experience into a business, and he built a string of 400 dance studios in nearly 50 countries. Murray and his wife, Catherine, hosted the popular Arthur Murray Dance Party on television in the 50s. Also, an inventor whose designs changed the sports of skiing and tennis has died of complications following heart surgery. Howard Head died Sunday in Baltimore. He was 76. Frustration with wooden skis led Head to develop the aluminum skis, which won wide acceptance in the 1960s. After taking up tennis at the age of 60, Head invented a wider, longer racket, which provided players with greater control.
Officials in Latvia and Estonia say more than 75% of the voters in both republics favor independence. Residents of the two Soviet Baltic republics voted Sunday in defiance of Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev. Preliminary results show that independence is supported even by ethnic Russians who have been warned by Moscow they will be second-class citizens if independence is approved. The vote is non-binding and is criticized by Mr. Gorbachev, who called a similar Lithuanian vote last month invalid.
Police say they suspect a driver of drunk driving in the crash of his car through a Los Angeles International Airport terminal. 7 people were hurt Sunday, including a pregnant woman and 2 children. The car jumped the sidewalk at United Airlines Terminal 7 and smashed through glass doors leading to a lounge. An off-duty police officer witnessed the accident, and he made the arrest. Some witnesses say at first they thought it was some kind of terrorist attack. Still to come on Daybreak, Steve Koch will have the latest weather.
In sports, McEnroe meets McEnroe at Center Court. Mark McKay will have details coming up.
The Highway Loss Data Institute determined that Volvo 240 wagons have the lowest severe injury claim rate. The Insurance Institute for Highway Safety determined that 700 series sedans have the lowest fatality rate. Those are some of the facts behind Volvo's reputation for safety. Facts Volvo owners can live with.
I'm certain I escaped injury or even death because I was driving a Volvo.
Test drive a Volvo at your nearby Volvo dealer.
Are you confused about oat bran? I'm not surprised. One day you hear it's Securall, the next you hear it's hype. You don't know what to believe. But there's one cereal that's been good for you for almost 100 years. Nabisco shredded wheat. It's pure whole wheat with plenty of fiber, with no added fat and no added sugar or salt. Food fads will come and go, but not Nabisco shredded wheat. It's good today, and it'll be good tomorrow.
Listen to the trees. They're trying to tell us something about what our polluted air is doing to them and to us. Fortunately, there's an answer. Natural gas, the cleanest burning fossil fuel we have. It can help save the air and everything that lives in it. Listen to the trees, because air pollution is a problem hanging over all of us. Use natural gas, and we'll all breathe easier.
The big one is coming to Hawaii, a majestic total solar eclipse, and it won't be back until the 21st century. Worldwide demand for reservations has been tremendous, but Momentum Travel has exclusively secured deluxe hotel packages, which include air transportation and vacation activities for this celestial event. Experience this once-in-a-lifetime eclipse amidst the waterfalls and volcanoes of the Big Island. Call Momentum Travel at 1-800-346-0276 for reservations today.
Getting along in the morning, it's 25 minutes, almost past the hour.
Depending on where you live, you may want to get an earlier start for work this morning. Here's Steve Koch.
Thank you, Ralph and Molly. And the big problem is in the Northeast because of the ice storm that was found there yesterday, last night, and continues right through this morning. Lots of moisture with the low-pressure system, which right now is over Virginia, throwing up abundant moisture from the Gulf of Mexico and also from the Atlantic right into the face of a relatively shallow layer of Arctic air that is firmly entrenched from the Northeast, mainly the interior sections of Pennsylvania, New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. And it's that moisture falling through that shallow layer of cold air that really gets that water real cold And then when it hits the ground, any object, matter of fact, trees, power lines, that sort of thing, it freezes right on contact. And that is the big problem this morning. Also, we've got some temperatures to contend with that are more reminiscent of winter than springtime. 30s and 40s throughout this region with biting strong northwest winds. Wind chill factor, for instance, this morning in Atlanta, 13 degrees. A little nippy. In the west, though, it's a little warmer. Temperatures will be in the 60s and the 70s today. Even some 80s showing up in Texas. And you want some 90s? You'll find them tomorrow around Waco and San Antonio. It's going to get warmer there in the south. Let's look at our map. In the plains today, the sun will shine, although temperatures will be slowly warming up throughout this region. Still a little cool, especially from the Ohio Valley to the northeast. Right along the coast, it's rain and the possibility of flooding, too, because of lots of rain last night. 1 to 3 inches around New York City, 2 to 4 inches in New Jersey area. So we'll call it from around Maryland, Delaware, northward today, right along the coast and inland about 20, 30 miles. You'll find some flooding problems. Then it changes to freezing rain and sleet and snow, but temperatures will slowly warm up today. In the west, it's more wet weather, rain throughout northern central California with snow in the mountain elevations. Here's a rundown of some forecasts for a few cities across the U.S. and up in Canada for this. And the news continues. Have a good Monday. Here's Molly.
Thanks, Steve. Let's talk about a little sibling rivalry with Mark McKay.
The McEnroes going head-to-head. I tell you, Molly, this was interesting. At first glance, it could have looked like just another Sunday afternoon on the McEnroes family tennis court in New York. You know, big brother hitting around with his little brother, killing some time. Well, instead, this meeting between the McEnroe siblings took place in Chicago with the Volvo indoor title on the line. And John found out quickly that Patrick has come a long way since their first professional meeting 6 years ago. John won that one in straight sets. He had a tough time here in the first set as Patrick McEnroe won it 6-3, but it would have been great to have a ticket to this yesterday. A lot of fun going on. John conversing with his dad and Patrick throwing in a few comments. A lot of laughs. A fun day all around for everyone. And Johnny Mac came through and gave his brother a little lesson here in the second and third sets as he won in 3 sets. They said it was kind of a weird meeting. It was a unique day, to say the least.
Well, I just was trying to keep emotionally, try to keep calm as possible. There was a lot of things going on inside, but I really would have been disappointed with myself playing my brother if I'd let myself go in that way. And
you totally controlled your emotions, John.
Yeah, I really felt like I had to. I really would have been disappointed winning the match any other way, and I certainly wouldn't have wanted to take anything away from him had I lost and done that.
You saw Mr. McEnroe in the crowd. Mrs. McEnroe said she gets nervous watching one son, let alone both, on the court. Here's the Sunday scoreboard roll for you. And that's Monday Morning Sports. More for you next hour. Molly, Ralph?
Mark, we thank you. Just ahead on Business Morning, analyst Steve Bell will talk about President Bush and his domestic agenda now that the war is over. We thank you. I'm Molly McCoy.
And I'm Ralph Wenge. At the top of the hour and daybreak, we'll have live reports from the Pentagon and from Baghdad.
Sit at home and suffer from too much TV news, or to escape for a night with our bed and buffet package and feast on either our Friday seafood buffet or our famous Sunday brunch. To bed and buffet or not, for only $68 per person, there should be no doubt about it. Call 1-800-438-5800 for this limited offer and come see how grand we really are.
Every day they get bigger and bigger. Soon they won't be kids anymore.
He wants more time with the children. The backyard is big enough.
How about yeah, the kids will love it.
Instead of dreaming of a closer family, call 1-800-548-DIVE. And now you can choose between vinyl or concrete. Sylvan has the in-ground pool for all your needs.
We're going to have a pool this year.
This is CNN.
Live from the world's financial capital, New York City, this is Business Morning with Stuart Varney and Deborah Marchini.
Good morning. The exchange of prisoners begins. Earlier today, Iraq released 10 Allied prisoners of war, including a woman.
The POW.
Bobby Batista at CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Reed Collins in Washington. A national recall of Sudafed capsules is underway now after some cyanide-laced capsules killed 2 people in Washington state. This is Daybreak, and our top story, as part of the ceasefire terms dictated in yesterday's meeting in the desert, Iraq today released 10 prisoners of war, Allied military shot down or captured during combat. 6 of the 10 are Americans. They include Melissa Rathbun Neely, a 20-year-old Michigan soldier who was captured in the aftermath of the battle for Khafji. The Red Cross in Baghdad further identified the American pilots Jeffrey Zahn, Robert Wetzel, and Edward Griffith, and David Lockett, and Lawrence Slade. British flyers listed as Malcolm McGowan, John Peters, and Ian Pring, and an Italian pilot, Maurizio Cicciolini. The Red Cross has taken charge of the releases now. They're being brought out for processing. All are ambulatory and able to move along briskly. They are to be taken out through Amman, transported to Wiesbaden in Germany, where at least the Americans are to be given thorough physicals and debriefed. The release had been demanded yesterday by General Schwarzkopf in a meeting with Iraqi military leaders. Meanwhile, Iraq says all of its deserting soldiers, and there are many of those, will be forgiven if they report back to their barracks. This amid reports of anti-government uprisings in several cities. The Iranian news agency reports the Governor General of the province of Basra and the mayor of that city both have been killed in clashes between protesters and troops. There's no confirmation of that from Iraq itself.
Well, as Reed reported, 10 Allied prisoners of war are free today. The group was turned over to the International Red Cross in Baghdad. CNN's Peter Arnett has more on that story.
The release came less than 24 hours after an Allied request that Iraq make a symbolic gesture of goodwill by freeing some prisoners of war. The 10 were turned over to representatives of the International Committee of the Red Cross mid-morning in Baghdad at a downtown hotel.
Our people are now talking to them, seeing that they are well. We have a medical doctor who is checking them.
Snacks and drinks were waiting for the released prisoners when they arrived. The released POWs did agree to allow the International Press Corps to take photographs, but declined to answer questions about their captivity. The American woman captive, Melissa Rathbun Neely, told me in a conversation in the hallway that she felt fine. She smiled when a Red Cross official told her she was on the cover of a French magazine and famous. She answered, "Maybe I shouldn't go back home," and grinned. The Red Cross had been denied permission to visit the prisoners during their captivity. An official gave his assessment of their health after meeting with them.
I think they're all in, for a non-medical, in rather good shape. Our medical doctor has talked with them, has checked them, and it's up to him, and more particularly to, of course, the authorities of their respective countries to see that first, and then we will leave it to them and to the concerned former prisoners of war to explain themselves.
Few other Allied prisoners are known for certain to be in Iraqi hands. Under the ceasefire agreement, all prisoners from both sides will be released relatively soon. Peter Arnett, CNN, Baghdad.
We have this story just into CNN. Authorities say a fire has swept through a nursing home in Colorado Springs, Colorado, killing 8 people and injuring at least 9 others. We have no further details on that story, but we will provide them for you as soon as we get it.
Life of a captive in Iraq. CBS Network newsman Bob Simon and crew join us live from London to talk about what it was like to be Saddam Hussein's prisoner for 6 weeks. That's in just a few minutes here on Daybreak.
went to the fight capital of the world and asked the fans, who's the greatest heavyweight ever?
By far, it's Muhammad Ali.
Ripping punches, Muhammad Ali. The challenger goes down again.
Muhammad Ali.
Who's the heavyweight champion of the world?
Sports Illustrated presents Muhammad Ali, the video. See his pro debut, his fights with Liston, Foreman, Frazier, Spinks, and more. And the video is free with your paid subscription to SI.
Get it and find out who the greatest of all time is.
A short, jolting right to the jaw, and Liston goes down.
The man, he jabbed, fought, he danced.
He float like a butterfly and sting like a bee.
Keep your camera moving, because I'm kind of fast.
A sharp right and fully goes down.
It brought back memories, things I'd seen and hadn't seen. All the fights, all the interviews. Muhammad Ali, he took them all on.
Sonny Liston, Bonavino, God's former Joe Frazier.
Naming the round and all that, people thought that was a fluke.
He wanted to go to heaven, so I took him himself.
You don't see boxers like that anymore.
And George Foreman goes down. Foreman goes down like a tree struck by lightning.
And the Muhammad Ali video is free.
That video's free? Can't be. How can it be free?
It's free when you subscribe to Sports Illustrated. Save over 50% off the cover price.
Oh, I'd go for it in a heartbeat. It's something to look into.
You'll get 23 issues, including the baseball preview and the swimsuit issue for 3 monthly installments of only $9.89. Or you can pay by credit card, so call now.
One of the greatest magazines that's been around this country since day one.
Kind of like Muhammad Ali, it gives you everything.
Come on, girl. We in Manila. This is Muhammad Ali at his very best, and it's unbelievable that Joe Frazier is still standing.
You relived great memories of the greatest champion ever.
To view the legend in the tape was fantastic.
People who never had seen Ali would love this tape.
Yes, I recommend it for anybody.
You can't walk away from this tape without being a Muhammad Ali fan.
I am the king of the world. Hold it. Hold it, you're not that pretty. I'm a bad man.
Call our toll-free number now and get knockout savings on Sports Illustrated and get the Muhammad Ali video free.
I shook up the world. I shook up the world.
Four CBS newsmen are described now as in good shape after being held captive in Baghdad for some 6 weeks. Bob Simon and Peter Bluff, Juan Caldera, and Roberto Alvarez were released on Saturday in Baghdad. Now they're in London recuperating. Joining us in our London bureau is CNN's Richard Blystone and that CBS crew. Richard?
Reed, we're at the Wellington Hospital in London where the CBS crew has been having their physical condition checked out. We're about to go a little and do a little probing into their memories. First, Bob Simon. Bob, I don't like to start an interview with an accusation, but that green coat you're wearing looks very much like something I left in the lobby of the Al Rashid Hotel. Can you please explain?
This green coat, in fact, belongs to Peter Bluff. And I was wearing it when we were captured. And the first night of our captivity, I said to Bluff, I'm going to give you your coat back. And he said, are you cold? I said, yeah, I'm freezing. And he said, keep the coat. I'm a tough boy from the north of England. I can deal with the cold. I think I can deal with the cold better than you. So this coat didn't leave me for 40 days and 40 nights. I had it on all the time. I had the hood on over my head. It saved my life. I wouldn't have made it without it. I would have gotten pneumonia. So greater love hath no man, and a greater coat there's never been. If you left yours in the Rashid, this one saved my life. That's the end of the answer to the question, but before I let you pass on to my colleagues, I want to say something even more important than that, which is that over the last 24 hours, we have gotten some information, not that much yet, but some, about how our release was obtained. I don't think anyone knows exactly what forces eventually led Saddam to release us, but one thing is clear, that the role that our colleagues in the field of journalism played was instrumental, and particularly CNN. And there's no way we'll ever be able to thank you, because there's no way you can ever thank anyone for saving your life. Any expression of thanks is almost superficial. But to the extent to which one can say thank you, thank you. Our 40 days and 40 nights had a long list of horrible things that happened to us. It had a very short list of good things. I'd say the one happiest moment during this time was when, during about 8 days into our captivity, we saw the front page of an Iraqi newspaper. It was the only time we saw an Iraqi newspaper during the time we were there. And on that front page was a picture of Peter Arnett interviewing Saddam Hussein. And we put our arms around each other and said, Arnett's there, he's with Saddam, he's pleading for us. We've got a chance. It's the highest moment of the 40 days. Thanks, Peter. Thank you all. End of speech.
We turn to Roberto. You've seen a lot of combat and a lot of unpleasant situations in Central America before you ever came to the Middle East. How does this stack up against it? Is this...
Oh, there's no comparison. I mean, no comparison at all. Different 33 days of daily bombing is just something that I will never forget until the last day of, even though, and also just being confined, which, you know, usually in other circumstances, we were always either outside. You could always run, you could always hide, and being confined always and not just being a prisoner, you know, until the last day when we were trapped. And we knew those bombs were going to be, and they were the closest we were going to get. It was horrible, horrible. We'll never forget it. And I just hope it never happens again. Hope to God.
Juanito, how did you pass the time?
I prayed a lot. I prayed a lot. And a lot of things of my life went through me. And I thought about things that I wanted to do if I made it alive. I have a list of things that I want to do. And I prayed, and I cried a lot. I cried a lot.
Tell us about this one special day when the bomb came very close to you.
Well, I was just getting ready to go to bed, and the first bomb hit, but we had some close hits before. I wasn't very scared of the bombing because I kind of got used to it because it was every night. And I thought they might knew that they were POWs there and they might not hit the building. But then the second one was hit the building, and we started knocking on the doors, asking for help. And then the third one, I was by the door. I just jumped into a corner. I can hear, I heard the jet. I heard the bomb coming, and I heard poof. Then rubble fell off on top of me. My foot got hurt. Took the rubble off, went around the door. Couldn't see much, could taste the dust, and opened their gates, the little gates on the doors. And it was, I was exhilarated. I was happy, actually, to see my friends. I hold their hands and to see that they were okay. And I proceeded to try to open their doors, which I couldn't, and then opened the gates on all the POWs, the British and American, and they were okay, and they had actually they were their attitude was incredible. They were shouting and talking, and that made me feel good. And it was wonderful. I went back to my room, and it was incredible. I could see the sky, the dust had cleared, and there was nothing, absolutely nothing. The building was completely gone. Half my room was gone. I'm only alive by the grace of God.
Peter Bluff, let me take you back to the very beginning. You were the producer on this jaunt. What were you trying to do? What happened to you? And why? It's been reported that you were wearing military uniforms, or some of you.
One of us was. We were freelancing. You know, there's a pool system in Dhahran where you go out with military people, and by definition, you get nothing. You don't see anything unless they let you see it. And it's not the sort of thing that Bob and I ever liked doing, being controlled. And so we went out freelancing. And we'd gone 2 or 3 days before to Al-Khafji, which is the border post straight up the coast. And we'd done well for a couple of days. It worked. So we decided to go inland to Hafr al-Batin and then go north to the other border, the western border. And it worked because Bob put fatigues on. And whenever we came to a checkpoint, which would ordinarily have turned us back, it let us through because there was a military man there and he looked like an officer. He looked like an officer. He doesn't look like an officer now. We went through. It took a long time to get up there because there were endless convoys and little accidents and what have you. We stayed overnight, and the next morning we decided to get up early and be curious, and we went north along the road through the rain and the mud to the Saudi border with Kuwait. And quite simply, I mean, there wasn't a plan. There was the usual plan. We just go and use our eyes. You know, what's up there? And when we ran out of American military being dug in, we saw Syrians, and we took pictures of Syrians with old Soviet equipment, and that was fascinating, and we talked to some Syrians. And then we went a little further, and there was a little broken gas station and a Saudi border guard there, and he was making tea, and he gave us some tea. And we said, how far is the border post? And he said, little way, you can't go, you mustn't go. But of course, you know, you don't take that for an answer, so we went. He took us up there. We did a little interview with him. We looked at the commercial sort of buildings around the border post, and then he vanished. And of course, you know, it was 11 o'clock in the morning. We'd still got 4 or 5 hours before we needed to go back. So we went right up to the border to have a look-see. There was nothing there. It was endless open space. But we figured this was where the battle was going to be joined, the initial battles were going to be joined. So we wanted to have a few pictures of it. But in order to take pictures of that sort of emptiness, you have to move out into it. And as we walked up the road into it, we saw the bones of sheep and, not people, sheep, just by the road. That seemed like a nice picture, and we took sort of general pictures. And then we saw a jeep coming. By then, we were 200 yards, and it was too far to run back. And by the time they got close, we started to go back, obviously. But by the time they got really close, we realized they'd got guns, and it didn't seem sensible to start running with our backs to them. And they stopped, started shouting, peace, peace, no war, peace, peace, no war. And I guess I was about 10 or 15 feet away from one of them. So I walked across and shook hands with him. And it seemed sort of okay. It didn't seem menacing at that moment. Until after he'd shaken hands with me, he didn't let go of my hand. And then I realized it had gone wrong. And one of the guys had moved around behind us, and we were then in the line of 3 Kalashnikovs. And so we got into the back of the Jeep, and that was the beginning of the 40 days and 40 nights.
Juan, did they treat you differently because you were of all different nationalities? Were they more suspicious because of that?
No, I tried to play that as much as I could. And it might have helped a bit, I think. But I think they treat us all basically the same. I think Bob had the worst when they hit us because he was the only American. But it might have helped a bit, yes. I was hoping so. But not really.
Let me turn to Roberto. Tell us what happened then, after you were picked up and you were taken to Kuwait City. Were you first?
We really didn't know. We were blindfolded and handcuffed the whole time. We were moved a couple of times real fast, but we don't think we were in Kuwaiti at any time. The first stop was probably the nicest. The interrogation we had there was very nice. We were fed twice, not once, given tea, we were given cigarettes. We even had interpreters that were completely, you know, great English, fluent, perfect English.
They were accepting you as a TV crew.
We didn't know that. We didn't know what they were accepting or thinking, but just that their hospitality was great, and that would just completely make you very positive and felt good. You felt relaxed until the other movement came, which was a little longer, 2 hours, and which we all believe now that was Basra, where we were taken to, which was probably the worst interrogation we had there. all four of us. And we were hit over the heads with sticks and interrogated to a certain extent that was intimidating, and, you know, we're going to get killed, and who are you, what are you doing there, you're all not journalists, who are you? And that was our worst moment, I guess, in the first day. No, this was all happening, of course, in 12 hours until we then we were taken after that to a very small cells that, of course, we spent blindfolded that night. But at least we were told, though, that next morning we were going to be taken to Baghdad. Another positive note that we all thought, at least. I didn't sleep that night. It was basically, who knows, halfway through the night. Woke up and taken to the bathrooms, which were completely, I mean, that was just a sight that I will never forget. And always blindfolded. That was bombing through the whole night. And then finally, I would say midday, I was always watching the sun of what I could. And then I had a little leak through my blindfold, and we were put into the Toyota Land Cruiser, I believe it was, handcuffed still in our backs, which was very painful. It was a 6-hour drive. And till we came to the camp, the first stop where we spent 8 days, and also very scary at the time. It was at night. Brought back memories of times, not that it happened to me, but in Salvador, with the right wings death squads would deal with people. They'd take them up to a hill or something and take them out in the middle of the, we didn't know where we were, and they would just, you know, kill you, shoot you. That was very scary for me. But always being together was a great feeling. Always, that was a great feeling. And then we were taken to a room, a big room, where we were separated in corners, given a piece of bread, interrogated that night. It wasn't that bad, just basically the same type of questions. We spent a very cold night, that night there, and that was 8 days until, well, that's 8 days there were really also an experience of how slowly we began to become friends with some of the guards. I mean, from the time we were their enemy, of course, to everybody. But it was really pleasant and to see how, as days goes by, you know, we were just getting more things. I mean, we ended up to the 8th day with toothbrushes. And we were getting pieces of meat at night from one of the cooks or helpers in the kitchen, which was, you know, which was great. And we really had it good. We didn't really know how good we had it until we got to the next place where we were in solitary confinement. And then came that time till solitary confinement, the bombing, which those 24 days it's an experience to me that, you know, we'll never forget. And hopefully, strangely to say that I will get some positive value out of it for my life in one way or another.
Let me turn to Bob now. You were apparently singled out because either you were Jewish or you had worked in Israel. How long did the beatings last? What were your thoughts during them? What were they like?
I wasn't singled out until very close to the end. I was always worried that I would be. I figured that of the four of us, Roberto and Juan were in the best condition. Juan in particular because he's Nicaraguan. Roberto because of his Cuban background, which they loved. Whenever we went to a new place and they asked us where you're from, and Juan said Nicaragua, and that was good. And Roberto said Cuba, and that was great. And Peter said Britain, and that was bad. And I said America, and that was horrible. I think we all wanted to stay together because, you know, for the obvious reasons, just we could give each other strength, and looking at each other was the one consoling thing we could. I wanted to stay together because I knew that I was in danger of being singled out because of being Jewish, because of being based in Israel. And that this was a continual anxiety for me, and it didn't come up until my last interrogation in the intelligence headquarters. And interestingly enough, we'd all been, Juan and Roberto, I believe, had been interrogated once there. Peter had been interrogated twice, I'd been interrogated twice, and then they took me down for a third interrogation. And that's when they said, our sources tell us you have close relations with the government of Israel. Sources tell us you're Jewish. Our sources tell us you work for the Mossad. That's when I knew my number was up. Finished. Finished. And,
Were they still beating you at this point?
No, they didn't beat us at these interrogations. They terrorized us, which is far more effective than beatings. It's funny, the Israelis told me some time ago that beating, beating is, or any physical torture is not only primitive and cruel, but unnecessary. You don't have to. And it's the interrogations, the earlier interrogations when they beat us were infinitely more supportable. Because after you've been beaten a couple of times, you realize that, hey, it's extremely unpleasant and it hurts like hell. But after a while, it stops. And you can get through it. But when they terrorize you, when they accuse you of working for the Mossad, the emotions that come out of that do not stop. And they put a terror in your head that just doesn't go away. And after that interrogation, I welcomed the bombs that fell that night because I figured that the status quo had become treacherous for me, that I could not survive the status quo, and that anything that would blast the status quo would give me, if I had a chance, God bless these bombs.
Did you get the idea, and we have to answer quickly because we don't have much time left, did you get the idea that some of the Iraqi military are more disciplined and more correct than others? The ones who abused you were not under the same command?
The ones that abused us were the intelligence people. The Iraqi army, the soldiers, treated us correctly. Unfortunately, we were out of the soldiers' hands after 8 days, and for the rest of the time we were in the hands of the intelligence people, and they're beasts.
Do you have any wishes for those of your captors who are still there?
Of the other prisoners, or the...
No, the captors.
I think they should die soon and painfully.
Tell us, Peter, if you will, what did you learn about other prisoners who may be held there now, still, perhaps?
No details. The night we were bombed out of the big intelligence building, we heard, as one said, he opened the little doors on their big steel doors, and they were able to talk to each other, and we heard at least one American voice, a Navy flyer, maybe from the Saratoga. I heard sort of vaguely that it was from there, and we asked him, what do your people tell you when you're in this kind of condition? And he said, well, don't believe anything anybody says and pray a lot. We heard Brits, flyers, talking phlegmatically and easily about the night they came down, the night that they came through this horrible process of being ejected out of their planes. We heard them talking to each other, and that was reassuring and marvelous, because we were frightened because we assumed another sortie was going to come in and take out the rest of the building. And here were these 20-year-old kids talking brightly and easily about how they felt.
We have to leave it there. CBS television crew that's just been through a scoop that none of us wants to repeat. Richard Blystone, CNN, reporting live from London.
All right, Richard, thank you. And we'll be back with more news right after this.
Hey, it's a beautiful morning.
Was it the Days Inn wake-up call?
I'm gonna be salesman of the year.
The friendly service?
They'll cheer.
Or the great location?
Maybe they'll even make me regional manager.
One thing's for sure.
It's a beautiful morning.
Days Inn. Isn't it time you wake up to us?
I think I'll go outside and just smile.
Then it's a deal? Great. I'm in the car. I'll call and reschedule my next appointment and be right there.
Look, call me when you're here. I've got my phone with me. We don't have time to play phone
I
tag.
don't know. The car just won't start. Hurry, I don't like it down
I'm
here.
stuck in traffic. Pull the Robinson
The
files.
soccer game is running late. I'll call Margie now and you pick up the sitter. It'll save us some time.
Hi, honey. It's okay. Daddy's coming home early.
Buy yourself some time. Oki Cellular Phones.
From the first moment we set foot on the Cayman Islands, we found a great vacation and ourselves.
A live financial report from New York when Daybreak continues.
People buy at Roberts for a lot of reasons. They buy because of selection, a huge inventory of quality furniture, name brand appliances, and electronics. And they buy because of Roberts' unequaled service. Now, the reason they come back again and again is because Roberts does whatever it takes for total customer satisfaction. Nobody comes close to the special way Roberts treats you.
Unequaled service, name brand quality, guaranteed low prices. Roberts, America's name brand headquarters.
Every day they get bigger and bigger. Soon they won't be kids anymore.
He wants more time with the children. The backyard is big enough.
How about it? Yeah, the kids will love it.
Instead of dreaming of a closer family, call 1-800-548-DIVE. And now you can choose between vinyl or concrete. Sylvan has the in-ground pool for all your needs.
We're gonna have a pool this year.
This is CNN.
Checking the day's top stories, Iraq today freed 10 Allied prisoners of war. The 9 men and 1 woman, clad in yellow uniforms, were turned over to the International Red Cross. They are 6 Americans, 3 Britons, and 1 Italian. The woman is identified as Melissa Rathburn Neely of Newaygo, Michigan, the only female Allied soldier who had been on the missing in action list. The released prisoners are now headed for Jordan. From there, it is believed the Americans and perhaps the Britons will be transported to Wiesbaden, Germany for medical examinations and debriefing. Federal investigators will try to find out exactly what went wrong with the United Airlines 737 that crashed in Colorado Springs Sunday. The plane went down in a dried-out pond near some houses and apartment buildings. It was trying to land at the Colorado Springs airport. 20 passengers and 5 crew members were killed. Officials say the pilot had been advised of strong wind gusts in the area prior to his approach. The flight originated in Peoria, Illinois, but United officials say all of the passengers boarded the plane in Denver. And a second tragedy today in Colorado Springs. A nursing home fire early this morning has killed 8 people and injured at least 15. The cause is not yet known. The manufacturers of Sudafed 12-hour capsules have issued a recall of the cold remedy. 2 people have died and 1 more became seriously ill after taking Sudafed capsules laced with cyanide. All 3 of the poisonings occurred last month in Washington State. The recall covers about 1 million packages of Sudafed 12-hour capsules.
And we're going to check the business world now. Here is Stuart Varney, live from New York. Stuart?
All right, Reed. The French construction company Schneider today launching a hostile takeover for America's Square D Corporation. That after being thwarted in a friendly bid. Square D announcing it received a bid for $78 a share, a total of $1.8 billion. That is $1.50 higher than its closing price on Wall Street Friday. Square D is a maker of electrical components. Employees at the only unionized Japanese-owned auto plant in America have come to terms on a contract. Mazda and the United Auto Workers Union settling on the 3-year deal early this morning. The agreement covers 2,900 workers at Mazda's plant in Michigan. Details of the contract will not be released until later this month when union members will vote on the pact. Technical factors pushing oil prices just a little higher in London this morning. Britain's North Sea crude at this moment is up 41 cents a barrel. It's reached $19.41. Separately, Saudi Arabia is allowing Mobil and Shell to resume exports of some fuels beginning in mid-March. Those fuels were kept in the kingdom during the war to supply Allied troops stationed there. The world stock market's moving higher this morning. In London, the FT 100 is up 5.5 points, reaching 23.92. Share price is also up on the continent. In Paris, the bourse is up 0.75%, and Frankfurt's DAX index is up 1%. A gain of 94 points for Tokyo's Nikkei average overnight. It closed the session at 25,976. Very light volume, though, just 360 million shares. As for the dollar, no clear trend this morning. It is up a half yen on the Japanese currency, down a quarter pfennig on the mark, and down a fraction against the British pound. Bond prices are higher, a rally of 8/32 on the 30-year Treasury, and that's pushed the yield down to 8.25% exactly. Precious metals prices, no clear trend. Gold is down, silver unchanged. That's the latest in business. I'm Stuart Varney in New York. Another update for you in 1 hour.
And we'll be back with more news right after this. Stay with us.
I'm trying to call overseas with this other long-distance company. I think I remember the number, but I guess not. I call the operator, but she says she can't give me an international number. I say AT&T always could. She says, you're not dealing with AT&T.
If you miss dealing with AT&T, it's easier than ever to come back. Just call 1-800-972-0404 right now and we'll switch you back for free.
They kept saying how much money I'd save, so I kept waiting for that first low bill. Then I get it. I'm not kidding. I thought it was a typo. I mean, where were the big savings?
People who thought they could do better than AT&T are coming back for the real value, like the Reach Out America plan where you can save 24 hours a day. Come back now for free. Call 1-800-972-0404.
Takes longer to get through. They aren't saving me what they said, so why am I doing this? But I thought, you know what? It's going to be a real pain to switch back.
Coming back to AT&T is easy. All you have to do is call us. We'll have you back with dependable AT&T long-distance service in no time. And if you call right now, we'll even switch you for free.
The last straw? When it took so long to reach a real person. I had, some problems, some questions about my bill, but I kept having to wait. I mean, who has time for this?
You can count on AT&T to be there whenever you call. Just like you can count on us to make every conversation sound as clear as being right there. Don't wait to get back the service you deserve. Call now.
You gotta read the fine print.
Where's the big savings?
You gotta follow their rules. I couldn't believe it.
Why am I doing this? I don't get it.
They gotta be kidding. Big savings. Huh.
You're not dealing with AT&T.
Oh, I am now.
1-800-972-0404 for dependable, crystal clear AT&T long-distance service. It's easy. And if you call right now, we'll switch you for free. You couldn't pick a better time to come back.
Archaeologists in southern Florida are racing against the clock to save a 300-year-old treasure. A project to rebuild an eroding beach is scheduled to begin within months in the same area. Mark Alford reports.
Well, if it's a ship we believe it is, it's the beginning of history for this area.
Treasure hunter Dominic Addario may be rewriting history with the finds he and his 16-member crews are making just a half-mile offshore of Jupiter. It's here that archaeologists believe a ship carrying gold and silver from Peru to Spain went down in a violent storm in 1659, killing all but 33 passengers. This some 30 years before the first recorded European settlement in South Florida by a shipwrecked Englishman named Jonathan Dickinson.
This boat appears to have been possibly carrying the remains of a viceroy that died in 1657 in Lima, Peru. His wife was on the way back to the old world, Spain, with his remains and his goods and whatnot. We believe that we're going to find some of those items on this vessel.
This is what treasure hunters have already found: an 80-pound silver bar, 3,000 silver coins, and 12 gold coins like this one. Now, with state approval to use these giant sand blowers, archaeologists hope to uncover the mother lode. 1,000 gold coins 5 times this size, believed to have been illegally minted in South America.
The only known examples of those coins were lost during the Spanish Civil War in 1936. So none are known to exist in the world today. If they're anywhere, they're right under this boat.
For 330 long years, the shipwreck has laid pretty much undisturbed here. Now, with Palm Beach County planning a major sand dredging project to rebuild some of those eroded beaches you see behind me, treasure hunters now find themselves in a desperate race against time. The $3 million dredging project begins in 9 short months.
It could be actually destroying a major portion of Iraq, let's be clear.
That's our judgment. That's what we're out here trying to do.
But uncooperative tides are hampering search efforts, reducing visibility. The vision is still there, though. A vision to get rich and rewrite South Florida history before the relics are lost forever. Near Jupiter, Florida, Mark Alford reporting for CNN.
Science and Technology Today is brought to you by the people at AT&T. AT&T, the right choice.
Did you know, if your business doesn't use AT&T 800 service, it takes over 35% longer for your customers' calls to connect.
Now you don't really want me, but you keep me hanging up. You don't really need me, but you keep me hanging up.
The longer your customers wait, the more they may hang up, and that can cost you business. Faster 800 connections, another AT&T advantage.
Some doctors now are giving patients with skin cancer the drug interferon as an alternative to surgery. CNN's Dan Rutz reports the non-surgical treatment has an impressive success rate.
The California sun no longer beckons to Lynn Keith. As a student, she spent hours studying at poolside and basking on the beach. At 35, she is back at the Scripps Dermatology Clinic with another skin cancer. More annoying than dangerous, they keep appearing. Up until now, doctors surgically removed each new growth.
I think around 15. I tried to quit counting after about 10.
About 500,000 Americans a year get what are called basal cell carcinomas. As more people move to the Sun Belt, doctors see more skin damage from too much sun and an explosion in the rate of skin cancers. Basal cell carcinoma is the most common form of cancer. It can usually be cured in the operating room, but even minor surgery can be complicated at times or disfiguring.
Should feel just a little stinging there while I do this.
This time, instead of cutting Lynn Keith's cancer away, Dr. Hubert Greenway injects the tumor with interferon. In 4 out of 5 cases, the cancer disappears without a trace and without a knife.
A small biopsy has to be done pre-treatment, but essentially that should not provide a scar. And because it's a non-surgical treatment, there should be no scar after the use of interferon.
That's why I'm interested in this interferon study. You just get a couple of little shots, and then the redness goes away, and it takes the cancer away without having to have the surgery.
The treatments require 3 injections a week for 3 weeks, after which the tumors usually just melt away. The shots don't hurt, according to patients, but with the first injections, some of them feel as though they're catching the flu.
However, we found that by using acetaminophen orally, we can block those effects in most patients. So really, the side effects are very minimal. If you didn't have any problems last time, certainly we find that each time there's less and less. So we would certainly, surgery is a tried and true modality, and it is indicated in a number of cases. However, there are a lot of patients who perhaps might have a tumor in a very cosmetic area, such as on the eyelid, the tip of the nose.
Interferon is already approved for treating some of the life-threatening cancers. Except for melanoma, most skin cancers are not in that category. With the expected government approval of interferon for basal cell carcinoma, these common tumors may also become less of an annoyance. Dan Rutz, CNN, San Diego.
Judy will put a Band-Aid on.
News from Medicine is brought to you by new Comtrax Liquid Gel, the new way to get fast Comtrax relief.
Poor thing. You've got a real miserable cold, huh? Well, you could take Sudafed for your stuffy nose, plus chlortrimeton for your sneezing, plus, yep, there's more, plus regular Tylenol for your aches and pains, plus, why are you looking at me like that? Plus Benylin DM for your cough. You don't want to take all these? Well, you can relieve all those symptoms with multi-symptom Comtrex. It's that simple. Just take Comtrex and you'll feel better.
Comtrex, all alone, it does it all.
Showbiz Today is back, and on our next program, how the war in the Gulf has changed the face of TV news. Also, Oliver Stone on his new movie, The Doors. Showbiz Today returns 5:30 p.m. Eastern, 2:30 Pacific on CNN.
as the world watches CNN's live coverage from the Gulf. Remember, CNN is the premier source for all news, with reports from the business world on Moneyline, highlights and scores on Sports Tonight, interviews with newsmakers on Larry King Live, hard-hitting investigative reports, sizzling debates on Crossfire, entertainment features on Showbiz Today, and the lifestyle trends of the 90s. Now, more than ever, rely on the world's news leader, CNN.
Coming to video cassette. In the life of baseball legend Jackie Robinson, there is one story they never told.
Charges include disturbing the peace.
You go drive the bus and I'll sit where I please.
Insubordination.
Call me nigger again and I'll break you in two.
You defend your position.
You are your own best defense, Jack. And if I lose, you're finished. Go get him, Jackie Robinson.
The Court Martial of Jackie Robinson. Coming to video cassette from Turner Home Entertainment.
Mark McKay joins us now to take a look at sports, and we're both ACC fans, but, you know, I never know what's more entertaining at a Duke-Carolina game, the game or the crowd.
They seem to get into it, don't they? Yeah. It's a religion, certainly, in North Carolina, and Duke coach Mike Krzyzewski is one that knows all about that religion. He told his team that Sunday's game with the arch-rival Tar Heels would be a classic case of system versus system, the Blue Devils' way of doing things against the Tar Heels, and for a while, it looked as if Duke's system would score a resounding success, but you can't count out the dean of college basketball. North Carolina's Dean Smith finds a way to get his team back into it. But it wasn't easy. The Tar Heels trailed by as many as 19 points early in the second half. First half, it was all Duke. Brian Davis inside for the Jam. Duke led by 6. Here's that 19-point lead as Bobby Hurley hits a three-pointer. Hurley with 18 points. Duke led big. But Dean Smith went to his bench, and it paid off. Brian Reese with a steal, and the Jam. North Carolina pulled it within 5, but that would be about it as Duke held on down the stretch. Clock running down. Thomas Hill hits the baseline jumper. Duke goes on for the 83-77 victory, and boy, is this ever a confidence builder.
We feel very, very good about winning the regular season. I think overall we played really well and we deserved it.
Basically, I thought they were extremely well prepared. I thought the psychologically, if you will, it was in their favor. We felt like we're at home, we have to win.
So Duke wins the ACC's regular season race, which comes with an added attraction this year, a first-round bye in the conference tournament. North Carolina, by finishing second, draws Clemson in Friday's opening round. In the pros Sunday, a surprise in the Forum. The Rockets ganged up on the Lakers, particularly Magic Johnson. The double team worked there with Kenny Smith finishing it off. The Rockets have a 2-point lead, and Jack Nicholson not accustomed to seeing this happen in the Forum. The Rockets hold on down the stretch. Did you see that pass? David Wood to Kenny Smith. Smith with 34 points. Houston snaps a 14-game Forum losing streak. We'll roll now through the Sunday scoreboard. Did you hear about the family affair in Chicago Sunday? The whole McEnroe clan, minus Mom, were gathered to watch brothers John and Patrick face off for the Volvo indoor title.
Dad, it's Mom calling. You want
Mom may indeed been on the phone since she has a tough time watching one son play professional tennis, let alone both. In only their second professional meeting, Patrick showed his older brother. He's got that nifty drop shot that'll give him some trouble. John lost the first set 6-3, but his age and experience came shining through. Patrick found that out the hard way. Brother John wasn't to be upstaged by his younger brother. The older McEnroe used his cross-court forehand to win the match, the tournament, and close out an unusual day.
Very emotional match, very difficult for me, and it's good that it's over with now. And the good thing, I think, is that I'm sort of winding down in my career, and I think Patrick is he's going to win some tournaments now. He's really come a long way, and he's really going in the right direction. In all honesty, I probably wouldn't be standing here today if it wasn't for him and the support he's given me in the last couple of years. And I say that totally honestly, that without his support and the support of my dad, I don't think I'd be standing here today. So I'd like to thank them.
Unique to say the least, huh? That's sports for now. I'll be back next hour. Here's Reed.
And CNN Steve Koch is here now and has the weather outlook for the travelers. Steve?
Thanks, Reed. We'll get to the Business Travelers Advisory after we show you just a couple of weather maps, show you what's going on. Temperature-wise, in the west, we're expecting 50s, 60s, and a few 70s. But Northern California will not see the sunshine thanks to abundant moisture feeding in from the Pacific Ocean with a trail that extends all the way to the south of the Hawaiian island chain. So it's a good moist flow coming in from the Pacific for the West Coast, as has been the case the last 4 or 5 days. More rain in the offing today. Temperature-wise, the southern plains beginning to warm up. 80s today, but hold on, 90s will be showing up tomorrow in southern Texas, San Antonio and Waco, for instance. 70s today, moving up close to Denver, and then moving up into Nebraska, where just yesterday, portions of Nebraska had some freezing rain and sleet. What a difference a day makes. The northeast, though, 30s and 40s. Freezing rain is the problem this morning, although temperatures around midday should be above the freezing mark, and that threat will be over. But for the time being, extensive area of ice is found throughout most of the northeast. Syracuse northward into upstate New York and also into Vermont is the biggest problem. Take a look at our forecast weather map for this afternoon so you can get an idea of how things will be looking. Your snow back in the interior sections as this low is throwing the moisture into the face of Arctic air, and a shallow layer of cold air at the surface as that falls in and either forms as snow or freezing rain or sleet. Rain along the coast, flash flood watches are widespread. More rain for the west with snow topside mountain elevations. Here's a rundown now of a few cities and their forecast for this Monday in the U.S. and up in Canada. We'll give you a look now at the Business Travelers Advisory for this Monday. Satellite picture shows the clear sky pattern, with the exception of the west coast. Here's the leading edge of that moisture feeding in from Hawaii all the way to California and Oregon and Washington. Let's see what it's impacting the airports now. San Francisco seems to be the biggest benefactor of that moisture coming in, as well as the winds. Winds right now gusting to 58 miles an hour at San Francisco, so that will cause some delays at the airport there. Let's move ahead to the Midwestern airports. Satellite picture showed you the clear sky pattern there, great visibility. Only delays will be found at Chicago, and that mainly because of traffic delays. Let's move ahead to the east, where it is a mess. The freezing rain, the sleet, and the snow in the north. There you find the delays. To the south, cloudy skies, some delays in Atlanta. That is a look at the Business Travelers Advisory. Here's Bobby.
All right, Steve, thanks. Still ahead, military families anxiously await the return of their families.
Excuse me.
You saved my life the other night.
The dinner party.
The coffee. Very successful.
How can you ever thank me?
I'll try and think of something. In the meantime, at least I can return your taster's choice.
Look, I'm busy right now, but perhaps...
Perhaps.
Savor the sophisticated taste of Taster's Choice.
It's just my neighbor. How's the coffee?
Perfect. Where do you get it from?
Oh, I have it delivered.
When it comes to education, only one use program designed specifically for use in schools earns overwhelming support from teaching associations, parents working with schools, and key academic administrators. In fact, leading educators across America endorse the one TV program teaching children about the real world, CNN Newsroom. Find out how you can get CNN Newsroom. Call 1-800-344-6219.
Did you know that you can send beautiful flowers like these anytime, anywhere to anyone by calling one phone number? The number is 1-800-FLOWERS because now more than 10,000 of America's finest florists have the same telephone number, 1-800-FLOWERS. All you need is a telephone and a major credit card. Just pick up the phone and call 1-800-FLOWERS. 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, toll-free. 1-800-FLOWERS. We're the 24-hour worldwide florist.
Kuwait's Crown Prince returned to his country today after 7 months in exile. Prince Sheikh Saad Al Abdullah Al Sabah kissed the ground of his newly liberated country. He becomes the first leading member of the Kuwaiti royal family to return to the Emirates since fleeing for Saudi Arabia after the Iraqi invasion. A government official says the Emir of Kuwait is expected to return in a few days.
War is hell can be as true at home as it is in the field, only the manner of suffering is different. CNN's Pat Etheridge reports on military families getting used to the idea that for them, the ordeal soon may be over.
It's from Daddy. And they're ready.
Daddy is coming home from the desert. For Jenny Long and thousands of military moms, it won't be a moment too soon.
The toughest part has been the separation and knowing that he's missing so much of their growth and some exciting times in their development.
I'm gonna bring him home. I'm gonna hug him.
Katie Haley is leaving the base hospital with a 3-day-old son. She's one of about 700 women at Fort Stewart bringing home newborns during their husband's absence.
And Vince doesn't know it yet, but this is Junior. I'm so proud the fact that this child was born a day before President Bush gets on TV and says that the war is over. So there was like so much good excitement in the last few days that it's hard to even sort it out.
Katie didn't go it alone. She found a surrogate father in her best girlfriend. Roxanne Frame was there to coach her through pregnancy and hold her hand during delivery.
I mean, I was just like a regular dad, you know, doing everything a dad's supposed to do.
Deep down inside, they'll still be calling you my precious little baby.
Laverna Perrin is due any time now. She says she's scared and is leaning on a close circle of friends.
This time, he just wasn't there. And like I said, if it wouldn't have been for these women and stuff, I don't think I could have handled it by myself.
I think having to pull together as a group has meant a lot to the women on post.
Still, there are some voids only a father can fill. Emily Long is counting the days.
Daddy will put me to bed, and Mike will put Caroline to bed.
Peace means pulling together again as family. And peace for little Emily means loving Daddy.
1,000 years.
Pat Etheridge, CNN, Fort Stewart, Georgia.
Stay with CNN. I'm Bobby Batista in Atlanta.
And I'm Reed Collins in Washington. Thanks for joining us.
Tomorrow on A&E, he was a warrior of wisdom who commanded with total authority, a leader of men shadowed in controversy to the end.
I now close my military career and just fade away. An old soldier tried to do his duty as God gave him the light to see that duty. Goodbye.
General Douglas MacArthur, American Caesar. Tomorrow, 8 Eastern, 9 Pacific on A&E.
Do you agree with most Americans?
Sex is good and enjoyable.
I don't trust people easily.
What would you do?
Oh, that's tough. Now there's an original survey show that explains as well as entertains.
Come on, America, fess up.
See how your opinion stacks up.
Compare your feelings on the issues with the rest of the country. Join David Burney and Eleanor Mondale on Lifetime's Great American TV Poll.
Nearly a decade after he left the White House, Jimmy Carter is back on the front lines of world change. Now, the Discovery Channel presents an hour-long original television documentary, a portrait of an American who is saying and doing what he believes is right. A comment on personal commitments. Citizen Carter, a world television premiere. Monday, March 4th at 9 Eastern, only on the Discovery Channel.
Women should always act like ladies.
You talking to me?
Honesty is the best policy.
Never would we shoot down civilian airliner.
Never get caught with your pants down. At HBO, we make movies that break all the rules. Movies that take risks, that meet life head-on. Movies that deserve to be made the way HBO makes them. HBO, simply the best.
This is CNN.
The first coalition prisoners of war step off a bus in Baghdad, then head for Jordan and freedom.
And U.S. investigators arrive in Colorado to search for clues in a fatal plane crash. This is CNN's Morning News. I'm Donna Kelly.
And I'm Bob Kane. Good morning. The guns may be quiet between coalition forces and Iraqi troops, but they are reported to be blazing still among the Iraqis themselves. The reports come amid the release of the first group of coalition prisoners of war. Joining us now from Baghdad, CNN correspondent Christiane Amanpour. Good morning, Christiane.
Good morning, Bob. 10 Allied prisoners of war, the first to be released, are now on their way out of Iraq and headed toward the Jordanian border. They should be there by nightfall. The 10 were released into the care of Red Cross officials earlier this morning. They were processed, officially signed over to the Red Cross officials, and let out of Iraqi captivity. We're told that there were 6 U.S. Former prisoners of war now, 3 British and 1 Italian. And they were, reporters had access to them simply to take their photos. We, as a request from the former prisoners of war, we weren't allowed to ask them questions. However, CNN's Peter Arnett did manage to speak in a hallway with the sole woman captive, Melissa Rathbun McNeely. When asked how she felt, she said, "I feel just fine." As for how the prisoners were treated during their captivity, as I say, we have not been able to hear from them. We don't know. All I can say is that at least one person was recognizable from tape shown earlier, just after they had been captured, tape shown on Iraqi television. At that time, this captive's face was puffy, it was swollen, it was bruised, but seems to be fine now. All were walking. One had his arm in a loose sling. Now, we're told by reliable sources and by Red Cross officials that the further prisoners of war could be released within the next few days. We're told that there are possibly another dozen or so Allied pilots and an unspecified number of ground forces. Bob?
Christiane, the other big story coming from your part of the world today is widespread reports of fighting among the Iraqis themselves. That is, those apparently for and those against Saddam Hussein. Can you tell us any more about that?
Well, Bob, we've all heard those reports on international broadcasts. As you know, we are very limited not only in the access to the information, but to the information we're allowed to report. I can tell you that over the last few days, we have been told quite categorically to stay away from speculating on the political future of President Saddam Hussein and stay away from talking about the reports of widespread discontent apparently coming out of the southern Iraq. We're not allowed to talk about that. There have been mutterings, but certainly none in Baghdad, no kind of widespread discontent that we are able to see or report. The fact that we're not allowed to talk about it probably gives you some idea of the sensitivity of the issue. And as I reported yesterday, in Baghdad at least, local authorities and officials are coming under pressure, political pressure, to restore some of the basic commodities to the people, commodities such as electricity and water. Bob?
All right, thank you. CNN correspondent Christiane Amanpour reporting to us live from Baghdad. Iran's official news agency is reporting fierce fighting in the Iraqi port city of Basra. That agency says members of President Saddam Hussein's elite Republican Guard are being pitted against opponents of the Hussein government. The agency quotes refugees as saying President Hussein's eldest son has been killed in that fighting. Later in our program, more on the Gulf, a live report from Kuwait City and a chilling story of captivity from U.S. journalists during their captivity in Iraq.
A fire at a nursing home in Colorado Springs, Colorado is under control. 9 people died in the fire this morning at the Crystal Springs Estate home, all patients. As many as 15 others are hurt. 3 firefighters and 2 paramedics were also treated. It's not known whether everyone is accounted for. Firefighters say they managed to contain the fire where the exit ways were, but the fire ran through attic areas. Authorities say the injured suffered mostly from smoke inhalation, and at least 1 person has a broken rib. Also in Colorado Springs, federal investigators are sifting through the wreckage of a United Airlines jet which crashed on Sunday, killing 25 people. Patty Panicia joins us live from Colorado Springs with the latest. Patty.
Donna, it's just after dawn here in Colorado Springs. The crash site has been pretty quiet all night. Local sheriff deputies have cordoned off the area to keep the curious away. Investigators from the NTSB came out to the site briefly last night, but now that it's dawn, they're back, and shortly they'll begin sifting through the wreckage.
There is still no explanation as to what caused United Flight 585 to crash nose first into the ground while making its final approach to Colorado Springs Airport Sunday morning. The Boeing 737 had 25 people aboard. No one survived. The plane crashed into an open field, narrowly missing an apartment building and several homes.
I seen the people in the plane. That was banging on the windows. And that's all I saw in it. Blown up.
All I saw was the explosion, and people went down there and they saw body parts and everything, and it was just horrible. Scary.
The local coroner's office says recovery of the remains will be difficult because the crash site is so compacted.
The excavation will take place much like an archaeological dig would. Small sections will be cordoned off with string, marked for identification, and it's going to be a rather long and painstaking operation once they get inside what is left down in the ground.
The flight had originally departed from Peoria, Illinois, and made brief stops in Moline, Illinois, and Denver before attempting to land in Colorado Springs. Skies were clear at the time, but winds were as high as 45 miles per hour. Investigators from the National Transportation Safety Board in Washington arrived in Colorado Springs Sunday night.
The first order of business will be to survey the scene. One of the things, of course, we're very anxious to do is recover the remaining black box, the flight data recorder.
One of the 2 flight recorders aboard has been recovered. Investigators are hoping they will provide some answers as to what went wrong with Flight 585.
Now, NTSB investigators estimate it will be 12 or even 13 hours from now before they have any information. It could be sooner. Some of the questions they plan to answer eventually, did the pilot communicate at all with the tower at Colorado Springs Municipal Airport? Did he give any indication as to what went wrong? Did he have any last-minute maneuverability of his plane, or was it just coincidence that it landed in an open grassy field surrounded by an apartment building and homes, or were there any mechanical problems? And also, what factor, if any, did wind play in the crash of Flight 585? I'm Patty Panicia for CNN, reporting live from Colorado Springs, Colorado.
All right, Patty, thank you very much. The U.S. Navy is investigating the crash of a T-39 Sabreliner jet that killed all 3 people aboard. The plane crashed just before noon on Sunday while on its final approach to the Glenview Naval Air Station in Illinois. Witnesses said the plane went down nose first onto a street, narrowly missing homes. The Glenview base is located north of Chicago, is surrounded by upscale residential suburbs.
Authorities in the state of Washington say they suspect product tampering may be to blame for at least 2, possibly 3 cyanide poisonings. And now, the manufacturer has ordered Sudafed 12-hour decongestant capsules recalled nationwide. Officials suspect that Sudafed capsules laced with cyanide may have been responsible for 1 death and 1 illness. A 2nd death is under investigation. It is the Burroughs Wellcome Company that makes the Sudafed cold remedy.
Despite what appears to be a localized situation, in the interest of public safety, the company has instituted a nationwide recall of this product. I should point out that at this stage, we are operating almost entirely on circumstantial evidence. We, or the Food and Drug Administration, have examined Sudafed 12-hour capsules from the pharmacies at which the victims purchased their Sudafed, as well as the remaining capsules in possession of the victims. We have found no cyanide contamination.
Nevertheless, Burroughs Wellcome is advising consumers to return their Sudafed capsules to the stores. When we come back on Morning News, the Crown Prince of Kuwait today returns to his newly liberated country. We'll get a live report from Kuwait City.
And we'll hear from Bob Simon and his CBS crew about their weeks of captivity in Iraq. Stay with us.
With no down payment, Cadillac Smart Lease is very smart indeed. Because now, you can drive a sedan DeVille for just $499 a month for 36 months with no down payment. And with impressive highway mileage, an EPA estimated 26 miles per gallon highway, sedan DeVille makes your investment go even farther. No down payment and special terms. Another reason why the smart money is traveling Cadillac style.
On those extended business trips, nothing is worse than feeling stranded in less than ideal accommodations. Cramped workspaces, uncomfortable beds, limited dining options, and a noticeable lack of assistance when you need it. Perhaps you should try Red Lion Hotels, located throughout the West, wherever business is done. Hopefully, we'll see you soon. If not, have a pleasant journey.
3M salutes the Olympic athletes who found a better way. Whose ideas were so original, there's no going back. That same innovative thinking helped us invent Post-it brand notes. And the way you leave messages has never been the same. 3M, innovation working for you.
In times of war and peace, through revolution and unification, amid destruction and change, one news network stands out. The highest honor is to be recognized by your peers. Now, the readers of the Washington Journalism Review have voted CNN the best network for news in their 1991 Best in the Business poll. CNN, the world's news leader.
Coming up on the Morning News, I'm Steve Koch, and we'll be taking a look at some weather information that is kind of sticky this morning, especially in the Northeast, and kind of slippery. Ice storm, that's the maiden word there. In the West, it's lots of rain. Here's Donna.
Thank you, Steve. The Crown Prince of Kuwait is back in Kuwait City, and Tom Mentir is there as well with that story and more. Tom?
Good morning, Donna. It is another cause for celebration for Kuwaitis here. First, it was the liberation, the Iraqi soldiers leaving, and now they have a much larger reason in many minds to celebrate. Behind me, you can see on the street what we've had here for the past almost a week is a constant traffic jam out in front of the American embassy of people moving in their cars, waving Kuwaiti and American flags, British flags, French flags. They just continue to parade up and down the street. The soldiers, Saudi and Kuwaitis, out on the street firing their weapons in celebration. And it has caused some problems because those bullets that do go up do go down. A lot of people have been injured. But this is their time to celebrate. Many of these people have been in hiding for the past 7 months, and now they have the opportunity to come out freely. What has them excited today is that the Crown Prince stepped back on Kuwaiti soil for the first time today. He came back from Saudi Arabia. Sheikh Saad came back on a Saudi Air Force jet and landed at the Kuwait International Airport here. And he was met by a very, very large crowd at the airport. The Emir is not back, but is expected to return probably within the week. In the last few days, the ministers have returned and started the long road to recovery for this country. But if there is a spiritual lift, they have it now as the Crown Prince is back. As the Crown Prince was getting into his car, he praised President Bush for restoring Kuwait as Kuwait once again instead of being the 19th province of Iraq. So tonight here in Kuwait, the people are celebrating once again. It is a celebration that may be tempered somewhat with the realization that the task of rebuilding is going to be a big one. The Kuwaiti resistance today said that they will disband in the next few days and support the government. There was some concern that the resistance may try to take a hand in reforming the Kuwaiti government into a more democratic government to their liking. But they say they will follow the guidance of the royal family and take part peacefully in the transformation to democracy. I'm Tom Mentir, CNN, reporting live from Kuwait City.
Tom, there's a report that a lot of those Iraqi soldiers who were taken as prisoners of war do not want to go back home to Iraq. Would the Kuwaiti government consider that, and would they wonder about their loyalty?
I think there's a very good chance they may wonder about their loyalty. When times are good for them, the Iraqi soldiers, they were doing a lot of things that the Kuwaitis will not forget for a long time. So even though they do surrender and do express a desire to stay in Kuwait, it's doubtful that many of them will be allowed to do so. I saw on a bulletin board at our hotel here an Iraqi soldier who surrendered and signed over his rights to the Kuwaitis, and it was supposedly his death sentence, that he had signed his own death sentence by criticizing Saddam Hussein. But apparently many of the POWs, as you say, do not want to go back to Iraq, feel they will probably meet a worse fate there. Donna?
And of course, they have that pardon order now, though. Tom Intier from Kuwait City, thank you very much. Bob?
Donna, the doctors in London say the CBS News crew released today by their Iraqi captors may be able to go home in a week. Correspondent Bob Simon and a three-man team described their 6-week ordeal today from the hospital where they're recuperating. Producer Peter Bluff says it started after they sneaked through an Allied military checkpoint and were taking pictures near the Kuwaiti-Saudi border.
And then we saw a Jeep coming. By then we were 200 yards and it was too far to run back. And by the time they got close, we started to go back, obviously. But by the time they got really close, we realized they'd got guns and it didn't seem sensible to start running with our backs to them. And they stopped, started shouting, "Peace, peace, no war, peace, peace, no war." And I guess I was about 10 or 15 feet away from one of them. So I walked across and shook hands with him. And it seemed sort of okay. It didn't seem menacing at that moment. Until after he'd shaken hands with me, he didn't let go of my hand. And then I realized it had gone wrong. And one of the guys had moved around behind us. And we were then in the line of 3 Kalashnikovs. And so we got into the back of the Jeep, and that was the beginning of the 40 days and 40 nights.
The crew says they were beaten with canes and sticks, kept in a building that was bombed by Allied warplanes. Simon says he constantly feared the Iraqis would learn he is Jewish and that he had been based in Israel.
Peter had been interrogated twice, I'd been interrogated twice, and then they took me down for a 3rd interrogation. And that's when they said, our sources tell us you have close relations with the government of Israel. Sources tell us you're Jewish. Our sources tell us you work for the Mossad. That's when I knew my number was up. Finished. And,
were they still beating you at this point?
No, they didn't beat us at these interrogations. They terrorized us, which is far more effective than beatings. It's funny, the Israelis told me some time ago that beating is, or any physical torture is not only primitive and cruel, but unnecessary. You don't have to. And it's the interrogations, the earlier interrogations when they beat us were infinitely more supportable. Because after you've been beaten a couple of times, you realize that, hey, it's extremely unpleasant and it hurts like hell. But after a while, it stops. And you can get through it. But when they terrorize you, when they accuse you of working for the Mossad, the emotions that come out of that do not stop. And they put a terror in your head that just doesn't go away. And after that interrogation, I welcomed the bombs that fell that night because I figured that the status quo had become treacherous for me, that I could not survive the status quo, and that anything that would blast the status quo would give me, if I had a chance, God bless these bombs.
The CBS News crew lost weight in captivity, but a doctor says they are in remarkably good shape.
When we come back, we'll go live to Amman, Jordan, and talk about the environmental impact of war.
party is amazing. It sounds so great.
No scratches at all.
That's when music was music.
It's got everything.
Ramblin' Man. Benny and the Jets. It's all on CDs.
Introducing Entertainment Weekly's Rock Archive CD collection. It's free with a paid subscription to Entertainment Weekly.
Everybody's doing a brand dance now.
These drum licks are just thundering in here.
This exclusive Rock Archive collection has 30 of the most listened to hits from the 60s to today. Remastered and compiled for the first time on 2 beautifully produced CDs or 3 audio cassettes. And the Rock Archives will sound even better when you hear that it's free.
What?
Do I have to pay taxes on it?
It's free when you subscribe to the magazine everyone's talking about, Entertainment Weekly, at a savings of almost 50% off the cover price.
Entertainment Weekly is the postmodern farmer's almanac.
It's a great magazine.
Entertainment Weekly is like a quick fix on what's out there.
It's concise, it keeps me current.
I love the pictures. It's kind of the behind-the-scenes look.
It cut to the chase. I want to talk about music and movies.
I like it because I don't have to be hip.
Entertainment Weekly's more than great reviews. It gives you the inside scoop and a behind-the-scenes look at movies, television, videos, books, and more. Call right now and get 18 issues for 3 monthly installments of only $5.99 each. Or use your credit card today.
Walk like
Do you think that's really how people walk in Egypt?
Call right now, and you'll also get Entertainment Weekly's Rock Archives, 30 classic rock hits on 2 CDs or 3 audio cassettes, and it's free.
Things like this don't happen to me. It's stupendous. It's outrageous.
Totally awesome.
It's inexplicable. How could you beat that?
Wishing I was Rod Stewart waking up with Maggie May.
So call and subscribe today. You'll save almost 50% on Entertainment Weekly, and you'll also get the Rock Archive set free.
There have been fears expressed from the very beginning that the oil spills intentionally caused and the oil fires, again intentionally caused in Kuwait, might be massively damaging to the Persian Gulf area environment. That fear has grown much greater in recent days as the scope has become absolutely massive. CNN correspondent Tony Clark joins us live now with an update from Amman, Jordan. Tony.
Right now, it's estimated that all of Kuwait's 950 wells are either on fire or have been damaged during the war. There is 2 million barrels of oil that has been spilled into the Persian Gulf. The impact of this, the environmental damage of the fires, the smoke, the pollution in the Gulf is suggested to be very massive. Dr. Abdullah Tokan is the science advisor for King Hussein. This is the kind of thing the king has been warning about before the war started.
Yes.
How serious do you think this is?
Oh, I think it's much more serious even from what we had predicted before the war, when we predicted about the environmental disaster that could happen from burning the oil wells and the oil spillage in the waters of the Gulf. And I just hope that the scientists that said contrary to that we were exaggerating, are now practically having a look and reevaluating the figures and numbers.
We saw some pictures from Kuwait the other day. It was midday and it looked like nighttime because of the smoke, the black rain. What's the effect of all the smoke?
Well, you see, there are a number of effects, actually. One of them is an enormous amount of toxic chemicals that are emitted in the atmosphere. Some of them, for example, like the carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, and the carbon monoxide. They're in a lethal dosage, as well as they cause tremendous health problems, and they could be devastating to the agriculture and livestock in the region. Now, in terms of the smoke that is generated, what we have to look into really is how much amount of smoke is injected in the atmosphere, how high and how far it will spread, and how long will the residence time be. Because all these 3 factors I mentioned have a factor of time element in it. Therefore, if this fire continues burning, the more tonnage per day is emitted into the atmosphere, the bigger the cloud is, and with the north wind, prevailing winds over there at the moment of about 10 miles per hour, could literally hold on to that cloud of smoke and move it across the Gulf towards Southeast Asia, over the southern part of the Gulf tip to Iran, Pakistan, and the Indian subcontinent. And there, if it does any perturbations on the, let's say, circulation system of the monsoons, it could cause a devastation to their crop.
with 950 wells that have been damaged or on fire, it will take some time to put those out. So the potential for the amount of smoke, the amount of damage is growing every day.
Oh, tremendously, yes. You know, there are reports that come out, say, 500 to 950. What I know of is there are total producing wells there, 750, total wells, sorry. The ones that were producing before the war were 365, and that's Kuwait proper. There are something like 490 in the neutral zone, but they were producing something like 300,000 barrels a day. The 365 wells in Kuwait proper were producing up to about 2 million barrels a day before the invasion of Kuwait of August the 2nd. Now, if we say, let's assume for simplicity 500 of them are on fire, uncontrollable, the valves are broken, everything, and it's going to take about to extinguish 2 oil wells per week. So we simply have something like up to 5 years where you can extinguish 500 wells. Now, let us not forget, by the time they prepare the area, for example, clear the minefields, bring in water supply system to cool and dampen the area. I understand that the temperatures are so high that even the sand is melting around it. Temperature of the plume could reach up to 1,000 degrees centigrade. Now, with that...
And there are landmines that are supposedly around the wells, making it even more difficult to put those out.
Precisely. So what I think really the priority should be at the moment now is to move as many resources as possible in, clear the area, prepare the area for the experts to come in so as to start extinguishing the oil well fires, in order that Kuwait, in a couple of months' time, will soon start going into the production of oil and back into the market again. Because this amount of oil, you can assume that something minimum of 3 million barrels a day are burning. And that's a tremendous waste of an unrenewable energy resource that we have.
Dr. Toukan, thank you very much. And of course, in addition to the wells that are burning, there is the 2 million barrels of oil that was spilled into the Persian Gulf, and that's, for comparison's sake, that's 8 times the amount spilled by the Exxon Valdez. I'm Tony Clark, CNN, reporting live from Amman.
All right, Tony, thank you very much. We'll get a look at some of today's other news when we come back.
Today, many of the Fortune 500's heaviest hitters will leave town on business. They'll be carrying SkyTel's nationwide pages with voicemail, which means they'll get information sooner and help customers faster, which is how the heavy hitters get to be heavy hitters. SkyTel, that great communication system in the sky. For more information, call 1-800-456-all-threes.
Then it's a deal? Great. I'm in the car. I'll call and reschedule my next appointment and be right there.
Look, call me when you're here. I've got my phone with me. We don't have time to play phone
Dad, I don't know. The car just won't start. Hurry, I don't like it down here.
I'm stuck in traffic. Pull the Robinson files.
The soccer game is running late. I'll call Margie now and you pick up the sitter. He'll save us some time.
Hi, honey. It's okay. Daddy's coming home early. Buy yourself some time. Oki Cellular Phones.
Grapefruit should be eaten in the morning, and only in half.
The man who wrote the book on Florida grapefruit is out the door.
You don't just have to have it in the morning. You can feel it anytime you feel it. Spice it if you like it as a treat. You just can't beat it. Florida grapefruit anytime.
Grapefruit, fresh from Florida and Florida's Indian River.
You don't just have to have it in the morning.
Tonight, it's the movie that set the standard for action and adventure and started the legend of Bond, James Bond. 7 days of 007 begins with Dr. No, 8:05 Eastern tonight, only on TBS.
Four men were killed and one other wounded in the latest episode of violence in Northern Ireland. Police say gunmen opened fire on a car outside a pub in Coppa, that's west of Belfast. 3 men from the car were killed. A 4th is in serious condition. Witnesses say one gunman killed a 4th man in the bathroom of the pub, which is popular with Catholics. A local press report pins suspicion on Protestant loyalists.
In votes that have no legal authority, citizens of Latvia and Estonia have now voted to secede from the Soviet Union. More than 3/4 of the voters favored independence for the Baltic states. Many ethnic Russians in each republic even voted to leave the Union, even though Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev has warned them they will become second-class citizens in any new state. The vote is a challenge to Mr. Gorbachev, who is still struggling to keep the Soviet Union together. Lithuanians voted last month for independence.
Still to come on this edition of Morning News, it's a stormy Monday for many parts of the United States. Steve Koch will have the complete weather outlook coming up in our next half hour.
And a bit later, we'll look at some of the lasting images of the war in the Gulf.
I'm Bill Roper, the director of the Centers for Disease Control. CDC is fighting to prevent the spread of HIV infection and AIDS. Scores of people at CDC are working full-time on AIDS prevention and education. We also support the AIDS hotlines. Information is available in English and in Spanish, and also for the hearing impaired. So as you watch this, if you have questions, give us a call.
The New Yorker. It's been called the best magazine in the world, probably the best magazine that ever was. See if you agree. Call this number and get 52 weekly issues of the New Yorker for just $25.95. That's $65 off the cover price. Week after week, the quality of the New Yorker speaks for itself.
So call 1-800-257-1257 for 52 weekly issues of the best magazine in the world. Yes, the New Yorker.
This is CNN.
A look now at our top stories. The first group of coalition prisoners of war has left Baghdad, is now bound for Jordan. 6 U.S. nationals, 3 Britons, and an Italian were fed cheeseburgers, soft drinks, and chocolates before heading across the desert in a convoy of 3 cars. One of the freed Americans is a woman, Army Specialist Melissa Rathbun-Neely of Grand Rapids, Michigan. She was the only woman listed by the coalition as missing in action. There's no comment from the top leadership of Iraq that unrest within the country reportedly is intensifying. For the first time since the Gulf War ended, Iraqi television on Sunday showed pictures of President Saddam Hussein meeting with aides. But Iran's official news agency says elite government forces are using tanks and heavy weapons in Basra to fight rebels opposing the Hussein regime. There is a report President Hussein's eldest son has been killed. There is no independent confirmation of any of this information. U.S. investigators are in Colorado Springs, Colorado, probing the wreckage of a United Airlines jet. The Boeing 737-200 was heading for a landing yesterday, but instead plowed into a park, killing all 25 people aboard. One person on the ground was slightly injured.
The first full business week for the month of March is underway. Jan Hopkins is at the New York Stock Exchange. Morning, Jan.
Good morning, Bob. The French construction company Schneider is launching a hostile takeover of Square D. The move comes just a week after its friendly offer for the company was rejected. Schneider is offering $78 a share, or about $1.8 billion total. Square D closed Friday at $76.50 a share. A mixed session on the international stock markets this morning in London. The Financial Times 100 index is down 1 point at 2385. On the continent, shares on the Frankfurt Exchange are up 1%. The Paris Bourse is also up 1%. Overnight in Tokyo, the Nikkei average began the trend with a 95-point gain, 1/3%, to close just under the 26,000 level. Volume was fairly light. The dollar rallying against the yen this morning. The greenback hits a 6-week high against the Japanese currency. Right now, the dollar is up a half a yen. The U.S. Treasury's 30-year bellwether bond is up 12/32 in price, and that yield is now 8.24%. Slow trading on the oil markets this morning. No major developments driving prices. Right now in London, Brent North Sea crude is trading up 40 cents at $19.40 a barrel. Saudi Arabia says it will let both Mobil and Shell resume exporting some fuels by the middle of this month. Those supplies were being kept in Saudi Arabia to supply Allied troops stationed there during the Gulf War. Former junk bond king Michael Milken begins serving a 10-year prison sentence today. Milken will report to a minimum security work camp near San Francisco. Milken was found guilty of violating securities laws last year, was fined $600 million. He's expected to spend 3 years in prison before he's eligible for parole. Finally, the New York Stock Exchange has been open for a few minutes now. A check of the early going in the Dow. It is up 5 points. The latest from Wall Street. We'll have another update in 1 hour. I'm Jan Hopkins, reporting live from the New York Stock Exchange.
When money gets tight, some of us try to trim the fat from our food budgets. Well, CNN's registered dietitian Carolyn O'Neill reports you can cut corners and still carve out a more healthful diet in the process.
Adding up the cost of a cart full of groceries is a moment of high anxiety for many budget-conscious shoppers around the U.S. this year. $1.79. Food prices are up over 5%, and the uncertainty of how long the recession will last has many people holding tight to their food dollars.
People are very concerned about their shopping bill. We're seeing them switch to more affordable products in the store.
But with over 20,000 items in the average supermarket, recession shopping and cooking can require some professional guidance.
Don't buy convenience foods. Be willing to spend the time and don't spend the money.
Many frozen entrees, for instance, are a pricey way to get a quick dinner on the table. Nutrition experts recommend homemade, easy-to-make one-dish meals instead, better known as the casserole.
Casseroles are a great thing because you can serve a lot of people with a very limited cost.
I love them.
Americans seem to love or hate casseroles, at least the way their mothers used to make them.
Loaded with creamy soups or cheeses and meats.
Real heavy.
At the Sports Life Club in Atlanta, members learn a new, lighter type of casserole cuisine. The old favorite, macaroni and cheese, goes together here with just a dollop of margarine, skim milk, and a modest amount of reduced fat cheese.
If you get shredded cheese or you shred your cheese yourself, the cheese goes a lot further rather than cutting chunks and dropping it in.
This spicy enchilada bake is low in both cost and calories. The protein comes from canned beans, which are inexpensive and much lower in fat than ground meat. And instead of high-fat sour cream, there's a low-fat mix of ricotta cheese and yogurt.
Well, we need to stand up and burn a few more calories.
And when the new lighter casseroles go to the food critics, these low-cost dishes deliver a deceptively rich flavor. So people can cut the fat in their budgets and their diets while still enjoying delicious foods. Carolyn O'Neill, CNN, Atlanta.
Let's face it, there are times when all of us can be a little too hard on how we see ourselves. That's why there's Dannon Light, a delicious, creamy, non-fat yogurt with NutraSweet and a mere 100 calories. It just may change the way you see yourself. Dannon Light, the only light yogurt good enough to be called Dannon.
You're looking at the heart of one of today's most advanced communications devices. It has gold microcircuits for long life and durability, like the electronics used in satellites. It shapes and clarifies sound in the same way as sophisticated recording equipment. The entire system is no bigger than your fingertip. But if you have trouble hearing, it may dramatically alter and improve your life. This is the advanced technology of today's Miracle Ear. But perhaps the most impressive thing about Miracle Ear is that something this small can bring so much enjoyment back into your life. Discover for yourself. If you or someone you know has a hearing problem, call now to learn how Miracle Ear's advanced technology may help you hear better. Get the facts in this free booklet. Call this number now. The call and the information are free. There's no obligation. Miracle Ear. Call now to hear more.
Only one network is seen, believed, and quoted in more than 100 countries around the world.
One of those marvelous Mondays with Mark McKay for Sports For You. A little college basketball to talk about.
Yes, as the regular season wraps up, we'll go back to yesterday to look through the conferences. I tell you, Donna, did the Arkansas Razorbacks ever get a rude send-off from the Southwest Conference Sunday? In case you're not up to speed on this, Arkansas is leaving the Southwest for the Southeastern Conference beginning next fall. Texas was the last regular season foe on the Razorbacks schedule. The going-away party was anything but festive down in Austin for the visiting team. You got to feel these two will meet again in the conference tourney later this week. week in Dallas for sure. Arkansas was red hot in the first half from three-point range. That's Lee Mayberry giving the Razorbacks a 10-point lead at the half, but Nolan Richardson club went stone cold in the second half from three-point range. That allowed Texas to come back. Joey Wright going inside to tie the game up, and the Horns pretty much ran away with it down the stretch. Bedford Williams, the jumper is short. Guillermo Myers is there for the lay-in, and Texas wins big. They win in a rout. The Horns even sneak back into our top 25 poll at number 25. To the Big Ten, Michigan State against Ohio State's second half action. Jimmy Jackson baseline there, 20 points, 10 rebounds for Ohio State, but the Spartans break back in the second half. It's Matt Stenenga from three-point range, tying up the ball game in the closing seconds, time running out. Ohio State's Jamal Brown shoots for the game winner. He misses his shots, gets the ball back, and is fouled. Goes to the free throw line, makes one of the two, and Ohio State sneaks by with a 65-64 win, a share of the Big Ten title, and its NCAA berth to go along with it as well. To the Big East, it's Georgetown and Syracuse in the Carrier Dome yesterday. Billy Owens, top of the lane, the no-look pass inside to Laron Ellis. Syracuse up on John Thompson's club by 5 early on. The Hoyas break back, leading by 2. When Joey Brown loses the ball, Ellis returns the favor to Billy Owens for the jam. Hoyas lead by 1 late in the second half when Owens takes it himself. From the outside, a 10-0 run pushes Syracuse past Georgetown 62-58. Losing streaks usually continue at the Boston Garden instead of end, but you won't hear the Trailblazers complaining this morning. The NBA's top team halted its 4-game slide in the most unlikely of settings Sunday. The Celtics had lost just a handful of games at home this season. Yesterday, a strong second half pushed Portland into the win column. Larry Bird had his usual fine afternoon from the field, ended up with 28 points, 3 right there in the third quarter. Blazers came right back, though. Fun and games at the Garden saw Danny Ainge getting the ball back from Clyde Drexler to score, putting Portland up by 3. About a minute left. Blazers lead by 4. Cliff Robinson steals it, goes in for the jam and the foul. Red Auerbach doesn't like that. His Celtics fall 116-107, Portland's 4-game losing streak history. The Detroit Pistons, the only home team to win on Sunday, a topsy-turvy afternoon for sure against the LA Clippers at the Palace. Bill Laimbeer got his sights right here in the first half. A three-pointer there. Some body English gets it in. Laimbeer with 9 points, 5 rebounds in the first quarter. Down the stretch, Joe Dumars trapped in the corner, gets the long pass out to Dennis Rodman. And there it is, Detroit's victory over LA, 107-98. Here's the Sunday scoreboard now.
Even Dumars
children. I was with my dad, your grandpa, to go see him, and it was good.